Behind every crime lies a story waiting to be uncovered, from chilling mysteries to untold truth. This is where the darkness comes to light.
Green buzz lights up the air, faces tense as stories tear, truth and lies like a tangled dance. Justice here takes no chance. Gavel strikes, hearts beat fast. Witness takes stand, shadows cast. Whispers loud like wildfire spread. In this game, none's ahead.
Hello, good morning, everyone. Apologies for first of all not to have a camera on today, but I am feeling very rough. I have a very bad cold. I like last night. The thing is, with me, I'm a bit weird. That when I start to have a cold, I I get start with a toothache. That's how I start my colds, and then everything transforms to a full-on blow cold. Probably, yeah, probably that is why, Lois. But hopefully things will slow down soon, and I am trying to see if a friend can take over for me today, so I can have a little bit of a rest. Because not gonna lie, I am not 100%, and also, I have people outside of working on my internet right now, and hopefully they will. I think they're gonna have to turn off the my main internet again. Hopefully not. They can just turn on the new one, and then later on, when the course is finished, when everything is finished, I can just swap the internet and actually um sort that out. But anyway, we started a little bit later today than I actually was planning, because court actually only starts in real time at 9:30, and so that means, because we have half an hour delay, only starts at 10 o'clock for us. But I've already got some spicy things that is happening in court today. So the first thing is, Zach is on a stand right now. As we speak, the first thing we're going to hear from this morning from court is Zach Hughes testifying. So I am looking forward to hear that. I hope everyone also, by the way, is keeping warm. I am for sure, because I have been, having a cold makes you freeze for some reason, and so I am very, very warm right now, cozy wrapped up in a blanket. But I am excited. My voice might not sound like it, but I am very excited as well for court today. Um, Again, I'm hoping our dear friend Zio, she's gonna be taking over maybe the stream soon ish. I am trying to get into contact with her, but she might be still asleep in her side of the world, or because she does stay up very late at night. So she might still be catching up on sleep, which she must need very, very much. And yeah, so hopefully she will take it over, and I can go back to bed and sleep it off a little bit, because I'm sure I'll be fine by tomorrow. Because sometimes, like, the thing is, my colds, I start my colds with toothache, right? So my first symptom that I'm getting a cold is a toothache, and I don't know why. I absolutely cannot tell you why. The first symptom that I have, oh, it's okay. I appreciate it. Good morning, Toxic. Hello, how you doing? Um, I do care about you, and also I like to get a continuity to it. Good morning, hello, Maria. Good morning, and how are you? Um, so yeah, so it's like I like continuity, and I like to make sure that things are done. I sometimes it's a good and a bad quality of me that I am too perfectionist, and I like doing things, and I hate failure and failing, and I feel um so I feel like I'm failing, and I don't like that feeling, but I am okay. I mean, the good thing is I can do this with no camera and still engage with you guys and still resting in a way. Either me or Nightbot, or either Zio or Nightbot will take over for me pretty soon. Nightbot is just getting home as well from work. I can track him down. So when he gets home, he might just get some stuff done for himself, and then he might take over for me even, and I can go and rest a little bit. But at least to start things off, I'm here and to do it. I'll be okay. I'm already taking like cold medicines and and all of that to get better, but oh, I know. I appreciate that, and I really, really appreciate your the care of you. But I know my limits, and if I was absolutely exhausted that I couldn't, I would postpone, or we would catch up, or I would cancel the stream. But I don't want to do that. I don't feel that bad. I am like my voice might say otherwise, but that was because I was speaking for 6 hours yesterday. And then that is something about me is I never stop talking. You guys know that. So that is nothing surprising that I never stop talking. So if eventually I stop talking, probably I'll be okay. Don't worry. I'll be just fine. I Tomorrow is already kind of Friday for me. So I only have 2 more Thursdays to go. So this Thursday and the next one, I think, and then I start only working 3 days a week, and I'll be okay. So we will be all right. Court is almost starting in about 8 minutes. Um, all we know so far is that the courtroom is packed. Apparently, there is no one more seat uh, empty in the courtroom. Everything is packed. Zach is testifying right now. So, the first person that we are going to hear from this morning in court is Zach himself. And um, defense might rest today. I mean, I don't see anyone else that can be a witness for Zach. So, okay, so I've just got a confirmation. Feed is going to come up about 7 minutes past 10 Eastern, and apparently it's about to get crazy because you guys know Zach has taken the stand, and we're going to hear straight away from him. I think because that's the only thing I know so far that has been confirmed. Again, I hope again our friend Zio comes on soon because I want her to take the stream because my internet might be changed soon, and I don't want that. I did told them like they needed to get done like because they needed to swap the cables from the old connection to the new connection, and if they've done that then restored my current internet and they can just hook up the new one, and then I can just turn off the old one and put the new one to use. So hopefully that won't affect anything on the stream. Good morning, Pickles. How are you doing? Good morning to you. Hope your morning is going all right. And everyone else's as well. Make sure that you guys are warm, and because I've heard that it's very cold yet again in America, and it is well. I'm a little bit biased saying that it's cold or not cold because I have a cold myself, but it's not that cold over here. Um, so I should not be complaining, but I am sick, so I can complain about it. No, I'm joking. So, and yeah, oh yeah, I hope that you are better as well, Pickles. I think you gave me your call. I think now I know you gave me your sickness, and that's why I am. Um, and well, oh, you're not good. Oh, I'm so sorry. We can both be sick, so we are both kind of almost out of commission. Um, and that I think we should both have the day off today and just curled up in bed with the blankies and sleep it off. Maybe I don't know. I don't think I can sleep at the moment, knowing that trial is ongoing and things are happening. Um, I don't think. Yeah, I would be able to sleep right now. Not after as well. The 4 coffees that I've had, and well, all the cold medication that I've been taking. Because actually, I do need to take some more. When court starts, I will go get some more. 1 second. My apologies. Oh, my apologies for that. So. we just start waiting for court to start. Thank you very much, Pickles. Absolutely. I mean, you take care. You have a rest, or if you are working, I'm so sorry. I know the feeling of working while is you are ill. It is not um not yeah. So sorry, I just got a notification that jury is watching Zach on a stand. This is about court. Uh, jury is watching Zach on a stand. Not sure they are blinking. Oh my days, that must be. I know it is miserable. I am so sorry. It is horrible. And then the thing is, with at least with my workplace, is you can call in sick, right? They don't do anything, but you have a percentage of how much sickness you can take, and then if you go that, no, we are not missing Zach taking the stands, Pickles. We are just on a court mandatory half an hour delay. So feed should be in about 10 minutes. Um, I do, oh my days. Hang on, 1 second, 1 second, 1 second. Oh, so, Kathy Russon from no, we are not missing Zach, guys. We are not missing anything. There is no feed. Feed is not up yet. It's still 3 minutes for until at least the feed is gonna go come up. I will share the screen. Hang on, so you guys can trust me. There we go. See, the feed is still not up yet. We're still on a half an hour delay from court. So don't worry. There you go. See, it's not we're not missing Zach. But I know because there I on Twitter X, I follow people that are inside of the court. So they are tweeting about things. So Zachary Hughes is taking the stand in this defense today. But what can he say? He admits to killing Christina Parcell, but says he did it in defense of her daughter, who was being essayed at and exploited at the time. But we know that the judge ruled that that could not come in. So what is he going to say? So Zachary is on the stand right now. We have a court order, 30-minute delay in this trial. The stream will come up at 7 minutes past 10 a.m. Eastern. So that's what's happening. So we are not missing anything. In about 10 minutes is going to start and we're going to hear it. So no one is saying still what someone what is saying, what is not saying. So like literally they are um keeping it very quiet right now. In terms of tweets, they are just like tweeting that it's crazy, tweeting that it's absolutely a madhouse, but they're not saying exactly what it is. So to keep everyone on the edge of their seat to wait for exactly what is happening. So I know. I was like, this is crazy. This is madness. We want to hear Zach. I will be glued to the screen with you guys and we'll be hearing, listening to it. I just want the feed to come up now. Because, yeah, see, the feed is still not up. It is there. It's 1 minute and 10 seconds to go. So, well, you guys cannot see that part because I'm slightly in front of it. But anyway, you guys trust me anyway, don't you? I hope so. So today, today work, and we not talk about work because work was a crazy madhouse. Um, so it was absolutely a crazy day. Glad that tomorrow is Thursday, and I am off. And on Friday morning, I'm gonna. See, Fid kicked in, but we still have about 7 minutes to go. Because or at least that's the time he's gonna take the stand. I don't know, so we'll see. But court should start soon. I will make sure that the audio will be almost perfect or very good or as close good as I can get it. So definitely we'll do that for you guys. So we're just getting that sorted and checked out. So I'm trying kind of check the outside of my house because Nightbot is here. So I just got home from work. Hopefully So it will either take over for me, or gonna see if our friend can do it. But I think she might still be asleep. Bless her, she does need her rest. Um, but it's not too bad. I think with all the tablets and everything else that I've been taking, everything is pretty numb right now. So um, there's still no movement from court, both live and both. All right, sorry about that. My apologies. I think they are working on the internet. As I said, I am hotspotting from my phone to the computer right now, so hopefully that will fix. I apologize about this. Um, Hopefully it won't affect much. We did not lose anything, so don't worry. We are back up and running. The feed is still not live. So hopefully, fingers crossed, it will be okay. So can you guys hear me? Please just say something in chat, if you are hearing me, if you are still there, because I don't know if I'm talking to myself. Yes, yes, awesome. Sorry, I just have to update this one. All right. Okay. Sorry about this. My apologies about it. Um I guess they have disconnected the old internet, and now hopefully the new one will come in, but they I don't speak English. Let's just say I don't speak English. So uh, hopefully, like, we did not miss a beat. Court is still not here yet. I need to stop using my phone now, so the hotspot doesn't break, and we lose internet again. Hopefully that won't happen. So definitely apologies for that. Exactly, Maria. I don't no hablo inglés. No, no sé qué que diga. So it just been, like, again, a crazy day. Like, what else? What other day was not crazy in the true crime addicts world? That's which day is not crazy. Um, so we just a few minutes away from court starting. We are live with the live feed, so we should be all right. Let me just check 1 second. One thing. Sorry, just trying to figure it out. Sorry, guys. Just trying to figure it out what exactly is happening because now our old internet has gone down and the new one is not up yet. And Nightbot just got home and apparently they were sitting in the van. I was like, guys, I need the internet. I live with, like, for not for the internet, but yeah, you know what I mean. Internet is a very important part of things and of life, and I we can live without it. I'm not saying I can't, but would be very difficult, and would be nearly impossible because everything that I do is online, and not even probably getting cash out could go without being online. So it's just and just a matter of fact that I can't, I think I might be addicted to the internet. Um, so it's just, I think we should be any minute now. Literally, 1 minute, the camera's slightly moving in court, and yeah, I might have to step away for a minute when the court goes live, but I'll make sure that the sound and everything is fine, and I'll be in chat anyway. Um, okay, so it's 7 minutes past 10 now. We should be going live now. Court. They said 7 minutes past. So where are they? The diction to oh, there he goes. I can see a judge in the corner lurking away and coming in. So yeah. Oh, where's the judge? Come on. Let's get the show on the road, judge. I need to stop. Like, you know, when you're addicted to something, you cannot stop doing it. And I keep going to my phone to do, like, check Twitter or whatever. And I can't do that right now because of I'm using that internet for the computer. And I just keep doing it. Oh, sorry, we don't have the counter today because I'm trying not to use too much internet stuff right now because of the situation. I mean, we already had a crash, so we don't want any other crashes. So just trying to limit resources at the moment. Due to the volatile internet situation, because I was like, I did ask the company to come as early as possible, because I do work with the internet in the afternoons. But now they showed up was about half 11. I mean, was about half 11, 12, 12, half 11, 12 o'clock, and it's 3 p.m. now here. So they've been at it for a few hours. It is a big job, but like, and I understand that they have to have their break and all, but I want the internet and I want the court to start too, because I've been talking for too long now. And I'm running out of things to say. I mean, I don't know. We might be in deliberations today for all we know. I don't know. We might get closings as far, but then they might do the charge conference today as well. So that will be something that we won't listen because again, it's outside of the presence of the jury, and we don't listen to anything outside of the presence of the jury. So it might even be a short day, like yesterday, for all we know, because it seems that this court it is kind of playing with us. And here we go. We have movement in court. Um, Judge is in a bench, waiting for the jury to come in, and I think we already still no sound. So it's not gonna have sound. And Zach is back on his blue suit. So he has two suits, a gray suit and a blue suit. And I think he interchanges between those two. Uh,
So there's still no sound. It won't be any sound until the jury is in the room with everyone. So, and then that's when the sound is going to kick in. So there might be a possibility that today might be a small day as well, because of the simple fact of the defense not have that much of a case anymore, unless they're going to put all the witnesses on the record. But then again, that they were supposed to go and they did not come. But then again, that will be outside of the presence of the jury, and that will not be televised or streamed. So we might have a very short day again. Um, so the trial should start now. Oh, I bet he is a bit more tense today, Lois. I mean, he's about just to take the stand about in the trial that he's accused of unaliving someone, and he cannot tell it the why that he unalived her, but still decided to testify no matter what. I don't know what is he going to testify about, because if he cannot say, because otherwise there's going to be a objection game. Oh, sound is here. Yes, he is gonna take the stand today, Maria. He is on the stand right now on live. He's gonna go to the stand, to the witness stand, as soon as. Right, here we go.
May it please the court, Your Honor, the defense calls Zach Hughes.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Please be seated. Please state your name for the record.
Zachary David Hughes.
Zach, how old are you?
I'm 32 years old.
Are you married?
No.
Do you have any brothers or sisters?
Yes, I do.
Tell this jury about your brothers and sisters.
I have 5 brothers and sisters. One is my biological brother, Eli, and the rest are my adopted siblings.
At one point, did you have 6 siblings?
Yes, I did.
Talk about that in a minute. Where were you born?
I was born in San Luis Obispo, California.
Did you grow up in the entirety of your childhood in California?
No, I did not.
From California, where did you and your family move?
We moved to Southwest Virginia when I was 11.
While you were still living in California, did you discover that you had an aptitude for music?
Yes, I did.
What, if anything, did your mom or dad do by way of an instrument to help you learn how to play music?
When I was maybe 4 or 5, my dad found an old Gulbranson upright piano at a yard sale, and he bought it for, I think, $300 and rolled it down the street to our house. So I had an instrument to tinker on when I was young, even before I started piano lessons.
Describe, just in general to this jury, what was your, while you were in California and early on in Virginia, what was your home life like? What was it like to grow up in your house?
I had a great childhood. I have great parents. They raised my biological brother and I before we adopted in a Christian household. They taught us good values, the importance of good morals and service to others, and they supported me in every way imaginable, and I'm very grateful for them.
Zach, you may want to back up just a little bit from the microphone. I think you get just a little bit.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a little bit better. Thanks. Describe for the jury, you talked about your Christian values in the household. Describe for the jury sort of the, early on at least, the connection between your parents supporting you playing music and the Christian dynamic in your family.
Yeah, originally when I was 9, my parents started me on piano lessons our pastor's daughter taught piano lessons, and my dad wanted me to play hymns and family devotions.
You testified earlier that you and your family moved to Virginia. Tell this jury where you and your family moved in Virginia.
It was a town called Abingdon. It's right next to Bristol, Virginia, which is known for the NASCAR Speedway.
Describe to the jury what your family's residence was like. Where did you live, and sort of describe that dynamic.
We moved to a small 3.5-acre farm. My parents liked the idea of raising some farm animals and giving my brother and I the opportunity to do physical work on a farm, and just the opportunity to be close to nature and grow up understanding the value of hard work.
In 2005, did your family grow beyond just you and your brother and your parents?
Yes.
Describe for the jury how your family grew in 2005.
The church we were a part of at a time really encouraged adoption, especially for families or couples who weren't able to have kids at that point in their life or at all. And as a result of this belief in the church that it was good to adopt, there were emails that would be passed around occasionally. And there was an email that was passed around with a photo of 5 Russian siblings who were up for adoption in Russia. And my family saw these photos, and our heart really went out to these kids. At first, we thought they were all boys because their heads were all shaven for lice, and they were all wearing sort of the same kind of clothes, hand-me-downs. But they were 3 girls and 2 boys. And after a lot of prayer and thought and discussion about it, we decided we wanted to adopt these kids because essentially if we didn't, who would?
So just briefly, let's talk about these kids. How old was the oldest child at the time your parents adopted them?
She was 10.
What was her name?
Her Russian name was Yelena, but we gave all the kids American names. So her name was Grace when we adopted her.
So Grace was 10. How old was the youngest?
18 months.
We're going to come back to them in just a little bit. At some point, did you and your family move to South Carolina from Virginia?
Yes.
How old were you when your family moved to South Carolina from Virginia?
I believe I was either 15 or 16.
Where did you and your family move in South Carolina?
We moved to Travelers Rest in Greenville County.
During this time, describe for the jury what is going on in your music progression, your life as a musician, and how you're progressing.
Like I said, I started piano at 9, and when we moved to Virginia, I became increasingly more interested and motivated in it. So by the time I was, say, 14, 15, I was practicing on average 6 to 8 hours a day. We were homeschooled, so this allowed me to do this. And by the time we had moved to Travelers Rest, I was very convinced that I wanted to pursue music as a career.
You testified you were practicing a lot. During this time, did your father do anything to provide the rest of the family some peace while you were practicing so much?
Yes, I like to practice late into the night and into the early morning hours. So my dad actually built me a soundproofed room out in the garage so I could do this without waking the neighbors.
So as your musical capabilities improved and increased, while you were in high school, did you participate in any music festivals specifically regional music festivals.
Yes, many.
Did you ever win a prestigious regional music festival?
Yes, several.
Um, Describe to the jury what opportunity you were given in connection with the South Carolina Philharmonic Orchestra.
In 2011, I participated in a high school piano festival in Columbia, South Carolina at the University of South Carolina called the Southeastern Piano Festival. And part of this festival, there was an international concerto competition. A concerto is a piece for a solo instrument and orchestra. So in this case, solo piano with orchestra. And that was the Arthur Fraser International Piano Competition. And I was awarded first prize. And part of first prize was the opportunity at a later date to perform a full concerto with the South Carolina Philharmonic. And maybe a year later, we did Beethoven's Emperor Concerto.
You testified about high school and your progression as a musician in high school. I want to talk about college. When it came to go for you to go to college, where did you apply to go to college?
I applied to 5 different conservatories in the country.
Were you accepted to any of those conservatories?
I was accepted to 3.
Where did you decide to go to college?
I went to the Juilliard School in Manhattan.
The year you applied, what percentage of applicants were granted admission to Juilliard?
I believe it was 7.2%.
And you were one of those musicians.
Yes.
When you were accepted, what, if any, inducements or incentives did Juilliard give you to attend their institution?
They offered me a generous financial aid package and a merit-based scholarship.
When did you begin your education at the Juilliard School?
I matriculated in the fall of 2011.
I want to talk about what you did while you were there. While you were at Juilliard, did you have an opportunity to participate in an international music festival?
Yes, I did.
Please tell the jury about that.
There is an international music students festival in Kyoto, Japan, which is called I think the Rome Music Foundation sets it up. And they try to get music students from all over the world, from different countries. So they get a sampling of different countries, and they have a relationship with Juilliard. So an email was sent out to the student body asking if anyone wanted to participate, and I was selected to represent the States in Kyoto for this festival.
And so how many students from around the world participated in this festival?
Maybe 15 to 20.
And how many from America were selected to participate?
1.
And that was just you.
Yes.
Did you graduate from the Juilliard School?
Yes, I did.
When did you graduate?
In May of 2015.
And what was the degree you obtained upon graduation?
A bachelor's of music and piano performance.
Just briefly describe to the jury, after you graduated, what did you do in the music field for employment immediately upon graduation?
I did what a lot of conservatory graduates do who decide not to immediately pursue a higher degree. I did a lot of freelancing. I did some solo gigs playing concerts. I did some accompanying. I taught some students. And I even took on some work in restaurants to supplement my income.
At some point, were you given the opportunity to be on staff with the Knoxville Symphony?
Yes, I was.
When did you receive, or when was that opportunity given to you?
I heard about the audition, that I heard that a spot had opened up for principal keyboardist in the Knoxville Symphony, and I heard about it 3 days beforehand. So last minute, I learned a bunch of excerpts and auditioned, and I was fortunate enough to get the job in 2017.
You talked about the principal pianist. Tell the jury what the principal pianist, what that title means and what your function was.
It is a principal keyboardist, so it's basically any instrument part in the orchestra that has a keyboard I would be playing. So it could be piano, harpsichord, synthesizer, celesta.
When did you begin your employment as the principal pianist for the Knoxville Symphony?
In 2017.
When did your employment end with the Knoxville Symphony?
In 2018.
What did you decide to do in 2018 that required you to leave the orchestra? Or the symphony, rather.
I decided to enlist with the Marine Corps.
So you're a classically trained pianist. You have an opportunity with a symphony to perform with them, which is regular employment, and you decide to leave that and go serve your country in the Marine Corps. Is that correct?
Yes.
Describe to the jury why you decided to leave your job with the symphony to serve your country in the Marine Corps.
Since about my sophomore year of college, it has been something I've been thinking about, military service. And obviously there's a window of time that you're able to do that in as you get older. You hit age limits and so forth. And it had just always been something I was interested in, the service of others, service to others aspect of it. I felt like, in a sense, I owed a debt to my country and to do some military service. And I also wanted the opportunity to experience a difficult training environment. And I figured the Marines they had a reputation of being the hardest. So that's the branch I decided to go for.
What, if any, attributes of your childhood or the home environment as you grew up, what, if any, of those attributes played into your desire to join the Marine Corps?
I think the way my parents had always instilled in us a good work ethic and an important sense of just a moral duty to others, it seemed like a very good opportunity for me to further develop some of these things in myself.
You testified that initially you enlisted in the Marine Corps. Ultimately, did your journey continue as an enlisted person in the Marine Corps?
No.
Why not? Tell this jury.
I was speaking with my recruiter, and they ask you a lot of questions, just trying to figure out who you are and what aptitude you might have for different aspects of the service you're going for. And he found out that I had a college degree, which meant, unbeknownst to me, that I was eligible for officer candidate school. So as soon as they found that out, they tried to funnel me into, it's a different recruiting program, but they got me in touch with the officer selection officer and encouraged me to go the officer route.
During the selection process for officer candidate school, were you living in Tennessee at the time?
Yes, I was.
And briefly, if you would, describe for the jury during that period in Tennessee what the process was that was used for officer candidate school, or OCS, for selection.
It's a little different than recruiting. You have to go through a pretty rigorous selection process to even be invited to OCS. So you spend a lot of time with your OSO, or your officer selection officer, and it's their job to essentially train you up and get you ready so that you can pass the review board to get an invitation. So when I was living in Tennessee, I was doing a lot of training with him, preparing for this.
In Tennessee at the time, was there a board that also was tasked with reviewing applications for OCS?
Yes, there was.
And the cycle where you participated or your application was evaluated, do you know how many applicants the board authorized to go forward with OCS during that cycle?
One.
Was that your application?
Yes, it was.
Let's talk about OCS. At the time you began your journey in the Marine Corps, did Marine Corps personnel try to push you to a different area than you wanted to go to?
Yes, they did.
Describe to this jury what they asked you to do or what they wanted you to do.
As a recruiter, there are different boxes that I think you get bonuses in a certain sense if you can check, and one of those is the Marine Corps band. So when they found out I had a background as a pianist, they really tried to get me to join the Marine Corps band.
And when they asked you to join the Marine Corps band, what did you say?
I declined. That wasn't the reason I wanted to join. I wanted to experience a different side of life, and I was interested in infantry.
Let's talk about OCS. During officer candidate school and your time there, were there metrics that were used by OCS personnel to evaluate physical fitness?
Yes.
Describe to the jury what those metrics were.
There's something called the PFT, the physical fitness test, and it consists of 3 areas. It's pull-ups to failure, maximum crunches under 2 minutes, and a 3-mile timed run.
What's a perfect score on that?
You can get a maximum of 100 in each of the 3 areas, so a perfect score would be 300.
What was your score?
294.
Ultimately, were you able to complete officer candidate school?
No, I was not.
Why were you not able to complete officer candidate school?
I was dropped after the 3rd week of officer candidate school due to level 3 stress fractures in both of my tibias.
So you had broken legs.
More or less.
At the time you were forced to leave officer candidate school, what percentage of the class were you in?
I was in the top 3%.
Do you remember how many members were in your OCS class at this time?
It was more than 400.
When you left OCS, how did you leave it with the Marine Corps?
The CEO of Quantico, which is where Marine Corps OCS is at, asked me to return. He essentially told me to go home, heal, retrain, and come back.
And we'll talk about this more, but ultimately, did you return?
No, I did not.
At this time, do you consider yourself a United States Marine?
No, I do not.
Why?
That's a title you have to earn, and since I haven't completed my training, I did not earn it.
After you suffered the fractures in your legs, where did you go to rehabilitate and to heal?
I went back to Traveler's Rest, where my family is, and I stayed with them while I was healing.
And just to put a time on this, is this approximately 2019? Is that right?
This is late January of 2019.
So now you're living with your family in Traveler's Rest here in Greenville County. While you were living with your family and rehabilitating your legs, were you presented with an opportunity to play music?
Yes, I was.
Describe to the jury what that opportunity was.
Through a series of mutual acquaintances, a woman by the name of Jeanette Wynn sent me an email and asked me if I would be willing to play an inaugural concert for their church. They had just received a gift of a very fine piano, and they wanted to have this concert sort of as a thank you to the donor and to show the congregation what it sounded like.
And so you were asked to perform using the gift of the piano that the church had received. Is that correct?
Yes.
What was your response to that invitation?
At first, I was inclined to say no because I was about 6 months out of practice. But the more I thought about it, it seemed like it would be a good thing to do while my legs were healing, so I accepted.
Describe to the jury, when did you play the inaugural concert on the piano, on that particular piano?
I believe it was in June of 2019.
Were you to be paid for the performance?
Yes, I was.
Describe to the jury what the arrangement for the payment would be.
It was a flat fee honorarium for this one concert.
And was the concert well received?
Yes, it was.
I want to talk about, just briefly, you mentioned Jeanette Wynn in your introduction to the Wynn family. You first met Jeanette Wynn and other members of the Wynn family in what year? Was it 2019?
In 2019, yes.
And over time, did you develop a friendship with the Wynn family?
Yes, I did.
While you developed this friendship, did you share with the Wynn family a long aspiration you had held in the music context?
Yes, I did.
Tell this jury what that aspiration was.
Growing up, Beethoven had always been my favorite composer and something of a personal hero. And in 2020, that was going to be the 250th birthday for him. So I had this dream that I really kind of put on the back burner when I was intending to go through OCS. Well, this dream of playing all 32 of his piano sonatas in a series of concerts. And in passing, I shared this with the Winds.
And when you shared that aspiration you had with the Winds, what was the reaction of the Winds and their church members?
They were very enthusiastic about the idea.
And so their support of your dream, what effect did that have on your decision to go back to the United States Marine Corps?
Playing all of these sonatas is not something you can really just decide to do. You need a venue to present them at, so you need external support. And when I realized how enthusiastic the Winds and their church congregation were about this, I realized that there was actually a real way to do this. So it presented me with a very difficult decision, whether to go back to OCS or whether to do this passion project of mine that I didn't think I was going to ever be able to do. And I eventually chose to do the Beethoven sonatas.
Let's talk about this project. You said 32 Beethoven sonatas.
Yes.
How many pages of music comprises the 32 sonatas?
It's over 600 pages.
If you played those from beginning to end, how long would it take to get through all 32 sonatas?
It depends how fast you go, but roughly 11 to 12 hours.
To your knowledge, how many people have been able to accomplish this endeavor?
I don't know the exact number. It's not many. It's something, probably only a dozen or two pianists have ever recorded. As to how many pianists have actually done it, I don't know if there's a record of that.
So let's talk about what you did to prepare. We're in 2019. When was the first concert on this project? When was that? When were you to perform that concert? When was that scheduled?
In January of 2020.
Where was that going to be? Where was that performance going to take place?
At the Winds Church.
To prepare for this inaugural concert, where were you living?
At first, I was living with my family, and at a certain point, the Winds extended an invitation to me to live with them because they had a piano that I could practice on, and I think they wanted to hear me practice.
So let's talk about January of 2020. Did you have your inaugural concert for this project in January of 2020?
Yes.
And where did you perform this concert?
At the Winston.
Were you to be compensated for this concert series?
The concerts were donation-based, and the church and I had agreed to split the proceeds 50-50.
Did you perform that concert in January of 2020?
Yes, I did.
How was it received?
Very well.
What percentage of the project, meaning how many sonatas, did you perform in the first concert?
I played 3 sonatas in the first concert
When was the next concert?
in February of 2020.
How many sonatas did you perform in the second concert?
I think 2
When was the third concert?
in March of 2020.
How many sonatas did you perform in the March concert?
I believe 3.
Were you able to perform a fourth concert in April of 2020?
No, I wasn't.
Why not?
COVID had happened, which was making public gatherings impossible at the time.
So up until April of 2020, if you had to guess, what percentage of the project were you able to complete in those 3 performances?
Maybe a fifth to a quarter.
All right. During this time, were you working anywhere else to make a little extra money?
Yes, prior I had been working at Gianna downtown serving, and at some point I started working there again after COVID had happened. And I also took on some work with my dad, painting houses and laying brick.
So when the pandemic hit, did that put a complete end to your music performances?
For the time being, yes.
At some point, did you decide to perform outside during the pandemic?
Yes, I did.
What instrument did you use to conduct performances outside?
I saved up some money and bought what was the best electronic keyboard on the market at the time. And I needed something portable, and I also wanted something that would do justice to the pieces I was trying to play. So it was a Roland V piano.
Where did you, or how did you get the money to pay for the piano?
Through working with my dad.
So after you got the piano, did you begin to play music on the streets of downtown Greenville?
Yes, I applied for a performer's permit for public spaces, and then I started several times a week taking my keyboard downtown and playing these sonatas at various spots in downtown Greenville.
When did you start performing in downtown Greenville?
It would have been sometime in the summer of 2020.
Where were some of your most frequent locations where you perform music in downtown Greenville?
Probably the most frequent was right in front of Spill the Beans at the entrance to Falls Park, where the fountain is.
I want to talk about an evening in August of 2020 while you were performing outside Spill the Beans. While you were performing, did anyone make contact with you and introduce himself to you?
Yes,
Who was that?
that was John Mello.
Was John Mello by himself, or was anyone with him?
He was with his daughter, Aida Mello.
How old, best you can recall, how old was Aida at the time?
She was 8.
Tell this jury about the interaction you had with John Mello when he first introduced himself when you were Prince Philippines?
I didn't know who he was, but he came up and said he was a musician and asked if I'd be willing to take a request. He said his daughter's favorite piece was Claire de Lune, and I know that piece really well. It's a favorite piece of mine, so I played it for her.
What, if anything, did you observe about Aida while you were playing Claire de Lune?
Like I said, she was 8, so she was pretty young. I had taught a lot of kids before, so I had experience with kids that age and their attention spans, which tend to be very short. So I was really impressed. I could see her out of the corner of my eye, and she was just enraptured from start to finish. She wasn't running around. She wasn't on a device. She was just completely caught up in the music, and that made a big impression on me.
After you played John Mello's request, before he left, what, if anything, did he give you?
He gave me a business card.
Did you use it to make contact with him after that first meeting?
Yes, I sent him an email.
Why did you follow up and begin to communicate with John Mello after that first meeting?
I got the impression from a few things he said and from the card that he was in the rock and roll world, which that's something I had never had much contact with as a classical musician. And he seemed like a great conversationalist. He was charismatic and outgoing, and I thought it'd be interesting to get coffee with him at some point.
And did you meet with John again after that night in August of 2020?
Yes, I did.
I want to talk about the period between the time you met John and Aida Mello in August of 2020 until the beginning of October of 2020. During that period of time, how many times did you physically meet with John Mello?
Maybe 6 or 7 times.
When you met with him, was he by himself or was with Aida with him?
With one exception, Aida was always with him.
Tell the jury what the activities you and John and Aida would do together in that period.
We'd get coffee a few times. I saw them and Aida spontaneously because I was performing and they walked up like the first time. We got pizza once. We went to an art gallery, things like that.
Tell the jury what your impressions were of Aida as you got to know her in the late summer, early fall of 2020.
They were extremely positive. She's a really special kid. She was definitely mature beyond her years, like I talked about. She could hold a conversation with adults. She looked you in the eye. She seemed really cultured, like she'd had a lot of exposure to different places. She'd traveled like almost as much as I had. She was always telling me about trips she and her dad had taken, and it was just very evident to me that she was a very healthy, loved child. She clearly loved her dad, and it was obvious that he had done a great job raising her. And I was convinced that she was a happy, healthy kid, and he was a great father.
Let's fast forward to the beginning of October of 2020. When is your birthday?
October 2nd.
On your birthday, October the 2nd, 2020, how did you celebrate your birthday?
At this point, Aida had visitation with her mother, Christina Parcell. So this was the one time I saw John where she wasn't with him. And John wanted to show me some of his favorite taco stands out on White Horse Road. So we celebrated my birthday together and went to a couple bars, had dinner, ended up getting tacos at the end of the night.
At the beginning of the night, what was John's mood?
Very festive.
by the end of the night, had his mood changed?
Yes, it had.
Describe what his mood was at the end of the night.
Towards the end, at one of these taco stands, he became very pensive and even distraught. And he started to tell me about really grave concerns he had about his daughter, specifically when his daughter was with her mother, Christina Parcell. And he essentially said that whenever Aida's mother had visitation, he just never could rest easy until he got Aida back. And that he just didn't trust her, and he thought that she wasn't responsible and that she might even hurt her at some point. And I mean, frankly, it kind of, I mean, the mood of the evening took a big dip because of this. It was clear that he just was terrified about the danger his daughter was in, and this made a big impression on me.
So when you were with John on your birthday of October 2nd, 2020, where were Aida and Christina Parcell?
I believe they were on a road trip to see family, maybe in Alabama or somewhere farther down south.
When was she due back to Greenville?
I believe the next day, or in the next couple of days.
When she returned, where were Aida and John going to go?
They were going to go to Italy.
Did John tell you that?
Yes.
When John told you that he and Aida were going to go to Italy, what did you think about that? What was your reaction to that?
I thought it was great. I knew at this point that John's parents were Italian, and Aida, I thought, stood to gain a great cultural experience from it. And I just thought if I had had the opportunity to travel and live in Italy when I was 8, I would have jumped at that. So I was really excited for both of them.
Did they go to Italy?
Yes.
So in October, John and Aida Mello go to Italy. Tell this jury what you're doing in October, November of 2020, musically and otherwise.
At this point, musically, I was still performing on the streets of Greenville, and I was also talking with someone who curated a museum of historic instruments downtown, the Sickle Music Museum. This man was Tom Strange, and we were discussing the possibility of revamping the Beethoven project I had been planning to do that got cut short by COVID by essentially doing the concert series again throughout 2021, but this time recording them so that we wouldn't have to deal with the issue of gatherings with COVID going on.
And did you and Tom Strange solidify a plan for resurrecting the Beethoven project?
Yes, we did.
Just generally speaking, describe for the jury sort of the intensity of the schedule, the intensity of the lead up to that project.
Yeah, so as a classical musician, at least, just because you've played a piece doesn't mean that like you know it forever and you're never going to forget it, and it's never going to cost you any more work. It would be like you may have run a marathon once before in your life, but if you haven't trained for a year, it's not going to be easy for you if you go and try to do it again. So I was going to have to relearn all of this repertoire because I had only been playing certain of the sonatas downtown. And with the recording schedule, I was going to be meeting with him. There was going to be other people and other equipment involved. So essentially, I was going to have to commit to a schedule where we'd meet more or less once a week to record one sonata a week throughout 2021 and stick to that schedule. So it was going to be strenuous and a lot of work, and I knew this going into it.
And when was the first recording set to occur on the project with Tom Strange?
I think around January 2021.
And beginning in January, how many performances on the project? What was the time frame on the remaining performances on the project?
Again, it was roughly one a week. These sonatas are not all the same length. Some are short as like 12 minutes. Others, one lasts about 45 minutes. So depending on the piece, we were allocating enough time for me to get ready.
All right, so let's talk about from, again, October to April of 2020. John and Aida leave in October. Between October and April, describe to the jury what the communications were you were having with John Mello, the frequency of the communications. Just tell them about it.
Like I said, I was excited for them. I was excited for Aida to be able to have this experience. Based on what John had told me about Aida's mother, I thought it was good that there was distance in between them. And our communications had died off a bit after they left. John is interesting. He's also a lot. He's a very dramatic person. And it was a bit of a relief to just not be running into him downtown all the time, because I had a lot of practice I was doing, and sometimes I didn't have time to hang out as much as he might have wanted to. So our communications petered out.
Were you relieved in some ways that your communications with him had slowed down or stopped?
To a degree, yeah.
All right. In April of 2021, did your communications with John and the frequency of them increase dramatically?
Yes.
Why did your communications with John increase dramatically in April of 2021?
Like I said, our communications had petered out, but they hadn't completely ceased. So he had let me know that Christina Parcell, Aida's mother, had been filing, I think, some stuff with the family court in Greenville in order to try to get her daughter back. He was very worried that she might succeed in doing this for reasons I've already spoken about. And in April, he sent me a message, and it was clear from the text that he was very upset, just saying that, Zach, they took Aida. What am I going to do? Something about along those lines.
After he told you in April of 2021 that they had taken Aida, did he begin to tell you in greater detail what his concerns were and more information about his concerns?
Yes.
What happened next?
At this point, I found myself in kind of a conundrum because, like I said, I had appreciated having some distance from John. But by the same token, I was becoming increasingly more concerned about his daughter, Aida. So while I might have wanted to not continue communicating with John for the sake of his daughter, I felt that I had a certain sense of responsibility to help him with what he was dealing with this custody battle for his daughter's sake. We began communicating probably every day, at least by text, often by phone calls. I was giving a lot of time towards hearing what he had to say, towards trying to help him in any way I could. Some of the things I did to help him were, first, he needed counsel. He needed a lawyer in family court. So I was calling a bunch of lawyers in Greenville, trying to find someone who could help him. And by helping him, help Aida. I ended up cleaning his house in Greenville. He had left it with a tenant who absolutely trashed it. It was like nothing I'd ever seen. Like the air was hardly breathable. So I was buying a dehumidifier, getting cleaning supplies, hiring Mikey Manigo, who testified last week, to help me clean out his house so that he would have a place to show family court. that he had a home that would be a safe place for a little girl and him to be living in. I told him when he came back, I'd pick him up from the airport. But notably, while we were having these conversations, he began to tell me in much more detail what his concerns were about Christina Parcell. And, well, in order for you to understand what my reaction was to what he was telling me, you need to know what my experience was with my oldest adopted sibling, Grace. So when we adopted these kids, we really didn't know much about them.
Objection, Your Honor, may we approach?
Sure.
So, guys, this is what they were trying to, and they're gonna send the jury out very briefly. Oh, sorry, hang on. I was just trying to make sure that the sound was good. So what is gonna happen is their siblings, when they were younger, they were CSAM'd as well. So it's not, I don't think it's that, because he wanted to bring that his experience in dealing with people that have been CSAM'd, right? That he wanted to bring that in because he had experience in dealing with that, so it would bring and open the door for the whole thing to come in.
Please take the jury back to their wonderful room.
So they're gonna just send the jury out because they can carry on discussing this, because Zach wanted to bring so jury is out. State says that the line of the questioning that they are trying to backdoor the CSAM stuff materials in by Zach, talking about his adopted siblings being essayed, and so the judge says he's not going to allow Zach to talk about the siblings being essayed, so that is not coming in. Good morning, happy hump day. It is Wednesday. I'm feeling a little bit under the weather, so it's okay, don't worry. We all have our snarky days, and it's okay. I have my snarky days. It's absolutely fine. You can be as snark as you want. It's absolutely fine, darling. um I don't know, he gives me a little bit of a weird vibe, to be fair. Not, I don't know if it is creepy or not, but it's just a little bit unease. Oh, the cameraman was having a little bit of an issue there. So I don't know, but what I don't understand is this testimony right now has been a bunch load of nothing, in my opinion, because all they talked about was his education, how good of a great pianist he was, how good of a person he was, that he was trying to get into the Navy or corporal or corps or whatever he was, and that he had the injury, and talk about how good at piano he is, that he went to Juilliard. Yeah, exactly. Like literally, we started in 2000 and whatever it was, and we barely got to 2021 when exactly things started happening. And he talked about John Mellow's friendship, right? And even he said they was trying to get away from John Mellow because he wanted too much or was creeping too much. So even he was a bit uncertain about John Mallow itself. So I I don't know. It's just, I don't think he was very he wanted to be friends with John anymore. Hang on one second. Okay. So oh yeah, it was like John was definitely whining a lot. Like, I'm not gonna say that Christina was perfect. I am not saying that. I'm not saying that Christina was the perfect parent around. She probably did, and we all know she did a lot of things that she shouldn't have done. That is true. That is out there. But the truth is, no one deserves to be in a life like she did. So, what are they trying now? I think their defense is they're going down the route that Christina was a dangerous parent, even though they cannot bring the CSAM stuff in, and saying that I am the kid, and sidetrack. They are saying the kid's name. Kids is underage, so I thought we cannot say the kid name, but he's just been blustering the name all around. But anyway, carry on. So they're going to the route that the kid wasn't safe with the mom. Okay, fair enough. Without saying exactly the specific reason for it, but also that doesn't prevent again him unaliving her if the kid was not that danger at the time of the unaliving, because like sadly yes they might have been in danger in other times, but as long as the kid was not being threatened at the time of the unaliving, the killing is not like a justified killing, a justified unaliving. So because the kid was at school, so it was not in immediate danger. So, and the thing is, Zach went there to unalive her. Not the case that he was there, something was happening, and then he did it. So he created the opportunity for the unaliving to happen. So I don't understand what defense is he trying to portray, because is one that doesn't make sense in my head. Or am I wrong, guys? What do you guys think? Because in my humble opinion, the the guy is just because he hasn't even said that he unalived her, but the defense attorney did in the openings yesterday, saying that my client admits to unalive Christina Parcell, but tomorrow or one in a day or two is gonna tell you why. Well, we are now on a day or two, and we need to know why. Um, but so far I have like the only thing say was the kid was in danger, but the kid was not in danger at the time of the unaliving, and I hope the state does asks that if at the time of the unaliving was the kid at home or was the kid at school, and then we're gonna hear that the kid was not there, unless Zach lies, and then they will impeach him with the truth. So I was like, something is off in this whole thing. So why would you admit to like, because if it was me, right, on the stand, excuse me, if it was me on a stand or about to be on a stand and accused of unaliving someone, right, and the reason why I did it couldn't come in, I would either take a plea if there was one available, or I would not take the stand and incriminate myself even more. I would just like, yeah, no, that is not for me. But why did he not take that option? He had that option. Bluntly, oh, we coming back? I thought I was gonna talk for half an hour, but not. I'm very happy about that. No, maybe. I don't know. We'll see what the judge um says or does. Because honestly, I just don't understand the line of questioning of this whole thing. But one thing I know, I am hungry. Of course, I'm hungry. And when am I not hungry? So, um, yeah. Oh my days, that looks horrible. Sorry, I'm just looking at the picture on Twitter that shows, the singer Ariana Grande, and she's so skinny. Wow, that is crazy. How skinny she looks. Oh, the judge. Did the judge just appointed like come here for? Like I'm doing the what the judge did, right? But you guys can't see because I don't have the camera on. I'm great. Oh god. So it's just like again, they're approaching the bench. We'll see if. But I thought we only could go when the jury was coming in. Probably the jury is coming in. So, do you guys think that the defense has any more witnesses today? Are they gonna arrest today? What's happening? Do you guys know? Do you guys think John Mello is gonna testify, even though the C something cannot come in? Do you think that he's still gonna testify about probably the how dangerous Christina was? I haven't heard anything of it, but um, yeah, because this case, I can't access the court docket and I can't see the information. Like sometimes some dockets have their witness list, but this one it's one that doesn't. So it is very hard to predict what's happening. Sorry, yeah, okay, we're back at the seal. So I was just yawning and yeah, and we're back at the Great Seal. So I'm just carry on like there's nothing online. What's happening? Everyone is being such. It's either something big happening or literally nothing happening at all. And there is noise coming from through this. So I think we have jury, and I think we might have gone into the trial again for the second part of the morning. Maybe that was the break. Don't know. We'll see.
Please continue.
May it please the court. Zach, where we left off, you were telling this jury about your oldest sister, Grace.
Yes.
Continue.
Thank you. I don't say this lightly, but my oldest sister, Grace, was the most evil human being I've ever met in my life. She was 10 when she came into our family. The Russian government didn't tell us much about the kids, so we weren't aware of any, if any, behavioral issues there may have been. And there were many, but specifically with her. I would describe her without reservation as an affectionless psychopath. It wasn't that she was immoral, it was more that she was amoral. She didn't have a sense of right and wrong. Her emotional compass was seemingly non-existent. She was just dead inside. She was a masterful manipulator and deceiver. She could lie at the drop of the hat for reasons that might involve her personal gain or just for the heck of it. She would invent the most absurd, crazy, gruesome stories just to get a reaction out of people. And she could talk about this stuff with the same tone that you might talk about making a sandwich. And this from a girl that I knew between the ages of 10 to 14. It was incredibly disturbing. And the things I learned about that type of personality have stayed with me my entire life because I've never met someone like this since. And with one exception, I had never even heard someone describe another human being like this. And one of the things that is so dangerous about someone like this is, she was literally like a vampire who would just suck the goodness out of other people around her. She could be very emotional, and she would fake these emotions in order to elicit a response in you, a sympathetic response. And if, for instance, you were accusing her of doing something like stealing or hurting one of her siblings, she would weep and just beg you to believe her and say, no, I didn't do it. And then if you would present her with irrefutable proof that we knew you had indeed done this, it was like a mask would just fall off her face. And I mean, she'd just look at you with shark eyes. And no matter how many times we would go through this cycle with her, where she would deceive us and betray our trust and hurt people in our family, she would always reel us back in, because there's something in normal, good people that wants to believe that someone like this can change. You want to believe that, there's redemption for someone like this and that they might change their ways and become a better person. And she knew that. And she would use that in order to ingratiate herself again and regain our trust, only to betray that trust again harder than she had the first time. And this happened dozens of times, and it created an incredible amount of strife in our home. She could manipulate my parents and drive a wedge between them. She was just an incredibly intelligent person and incredibly evil. And having met someone like that, it made me able to understand, and even though I didn't want to, accept the fact that people like this exist, whether you want to believe it or not. And if you trust them, you are only ever going to get hurt by them again. You have to forgive them at some point. And that was a very difficult thing for me to do. It took me years, but eventually I had to accept an apology from this girl that I never got and was never going to get. And I had to do it for myself. But I would never trust her again. That would be insane, for my own safety or for the safety of others. So this is an experience which I think is somewhat unique. I think most people have not met someone like this. And I mean, we might watch true crime documentaries or things like this, and we know that technically these people are real, but they exist on Netflix or in someone else's lives, and we never once believe that it could be someone we know, or that it could be someone living next door, or that it could be someone that our children play with, or someone we might allow to look after our kids. So knowing this is essential to understanding my reaction to what John began to tell me about Christina Parcell in April and May of 2021, after Aida had been taken back to Greenville. He started describing Christina Parcell's character and her personality. And as he was going through various points, he kept saying, Zach, I know you're not going to believe me. Like, I know this sounds overblown and dramatic, and you probably think I'm exaggerating. And under other circumstances, I would have, because John does, he's a big storyteller. And, when people are talking about their exes, like, everyone thinks their ex is the Antichrist. So, of course, I was sort of predisposed to be biased against what he was telling me, except for the fact that point by point, everything he described about Christina Parcell was exactly the same as my sister Grace. He told me that Christina Parcell was a master manipulator. He said she can lie at the drop of the hat and you'll never know it. He said she was incredibly charming. He said she was incredibly intelligent and talented. He used to say she was smarter than he was, but that her biggest fault was that she was lazy. And she had this arrogance combined with her laziness that was essentially born out of the fact that she knew she never really had to work too hard at anything in life. And she could even sacrifice trust with people and tell them lies that could easily be found out, because ultimately she was completely confident in her ability to reel someone back in, no matter how bad she had burned them before. And he could have been describing Grace to me because I knew this behavior. I had lived through this behavior. So at this point,
I'm sorry. When he was describing these features to you of Christina, had you ever told him about Grace? Did he know anything about Grace?
no, I don't make a habit of talking about Grace to people. One, it's incredibly difficult to speak about, and two, most people, having not met someone like that, it just doesn't really land most of the time. They don't understand what you're talking about. So no, John had no idea that I'd had this experience with Grace, which made me realize that there was no way he could have possibly invented this, because no one would get it right point by point by point unless they had met one of these people. And that was the first thing that really raised a huge red flag with me and made me think that despite the fact that he can exaggerate and overblow the truth, and he's often not very believable when you listen to him, I was convinced at that point that he must be describing something true, because no one would know how to describe it so specifically and accurately if they were just making it up. And I was right to believe him. So in addition to this description of her character, and one last thing about Grace and Christina by correlation, one thing Grace was she had an addiction to doing was not merely stealing from you or sucker punching one of her siblings just to assert dominance or doing other terrible things to her siblings. She would recruit her other younger siblings to do these things for her. She would get off on making little duplicates of herself and training and enlisting her siblings to act as proxies for her, so that she wouldn't actually get in trouble, because she knew that we all had our eyes on her because of her behavior, and we knew we couldn't trust her. So if she even had 2 minutes with one of her younger siblings where no one was within earshot, she would tell them, hey, Mom's going to go check the mail. I just saw the mail truck go. When she's doing that, I want you to go run into her bedroom and go into her jewelry, or go and get this for me and we'll split it. Go and get that food that Mom said we can't have till the weekend or something. So she was an incredibly corrupting influence on anyone around her that she could exert her influence on. Again, I called her a vampire who sucks the goodness out of others. This is an incredibly appropriate metaphor, because that's what vampires do. They're intelligent, they're dead inside, and they eventually kill the people around them unless they find someone who might be useful to them, and then they create a duplicate of themselves that they can control. And this is exactly what Grace would do. So when John was telling me all this, I realized that there was an incredible danger that what Christina Parcell was a future preview of what Aida Mello could potentially become if she was left in this woman's custody and was raised by her. And the facts have borne out that I was right. But
Sustain.
We'll
instruct the jury to disregard the last comment.
Zach, at some point was Grace actually removed from your family?
yes.
Describe for this jury why, or the circumstance or the event that prompted her removal from your family.
It had been 4 years of what I've been describing. She had been sent to different girls' homes around the country, many of which had records of never expelling a single student, and she was the first for many of them that they expelled and sent back to us. And it finally just got so bad that we realized she was going to be a physical danger to our family. I discovered a diary that she had made where she described in detail my parents having their eyes gouged out and dying, and how once my parents were out of the way and dead, she would be able to assume her role as rightful queen of the country. So she just had these psychopathic delusions of violence and grandeur. And we called the SS and asked them to remove her from the home.
We're going to come back to that in a second, or in a little while. You testified about things that John told you about Christina, um, did he also provide you with other information about Christina that informed your opinion of her or what you came to know about her?
Yes.
What were some of the documents or other pieces of information that John provided you?
No objection, hearsay.
No, we're not offering it for its truth. We're offering it to show what he knew. It's State versus Vic. I've cited, Your Honor, we are not offering it for its truth.
Overruled.
Go ahead.
He offered me, among other things, three very pertinent collections of information. One was the photographs that have been discussed that I sent in mailings to various people, along with advertisements from an escort website, which were connected with these photographs. These photographs were of Christina Parcell in various stages of undress. And John told me that they were prostitution advertisements from her previous career as a prostitute. And looking at these photographs, there was no doubt in my mind that that's what these were. And I don't say this in any way to try to shame. It's simply that, I mean, who said it? Like pornography, you know it when you see it. Well, I think the same can be said in terms of these photographs. They were not cute, sexy, intimate photographs that someone might send to someone they're dating or something. They were lewd and tasteless, and there was a very clear element of advertising, a commercial element. So when I looked at these, there was a vacant, arrogant, almost derisive look in her eyes that reminded me so much of my sister. It was a look that said, I can get you to do whatever I want because you want what I have to offer you. And coupled with this was a deposition from 2016 that Christina Parcell had given.
1 second. Let me show you, Zach, what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 46. Take a look at this.
Yes, this is the deposition.
All right. This time, the defense removed Defense Exhibit 46 in evidence.
State objects.
Not hearsay.
Not here.
Right, so this has taken an not expected turn to, I don't know, I don't want to say the worst, but what the actually it's just like have you got the links, Toxic, for because I played one yesterday, but I could not find any other one. But because oh my days, this is crazy. I oh my days. It's like if you have the links, Toxic, either DM me or post it on chat. Oh my days, this is crazy. I hopefully because like I'm sorry, I am on a guilty side now. I have left I don't know where I am to going to the guilty side because this is just wild and a crazy wild goosebumps. I thank you, Toxic. Appreciate that. I this is crazy. This is too crazy to oh, we're looking at the blank wall now. Awesome. Because it's just like so. He literally, Zach is just literally now compared the victim to his sister that is crazy and is trying to manipulate. So what we've heard so far was gave his background with the music. He met John Mello, father of the daughter. We all know who John Mello is in this play. We don't need to explain that. John brought this daughter to see Hughes perform in the streets. They struck the friendship. He saw Mello
and his daughter several times. Mello began to tell him concerns about his daughter's mother. He can't go into details because of the thing. So all he knows is things that he heard from Mello. It's not actually things that he saw with his own two eyes, right? Yes, he might have seen the photos, but up until a point, he only heard what Mello had said. Then he tells the jury that about his oldest daughter, sister, sorry, from Russia, Grace, that she was, in a quote, she was the most evil human being I ever met in my life, and then compares Grace to Christina in great detail of maybe things that he overheard from John Mello describing. And then they tried to tiptoe around the abuse Grace allegedly committed to the younger siblings, but the jury, the judge, and the attorneys struck that. So, did like I this witnessing, right? It is absolutely crazy. I don't believe a word. Like, I believe in some things, but I don't believe in others, which it is absolutely crazy that now we're bringing a sister that has nothing to do with this trial, comparing the victims to the sister, to try to make a reason that is justified to unalive someone and poke her 31 times. That is how it sounds like. So I think the one that got manipulated here was Zach and not Christina trying to do others. I mean, I don't understand why defense attorneys victim blame so much, because it's an easy target because they cannot defend themselves. Um Sorry if you hear the tap in the background. It's just Nightbot doing the dishes, I think, all cooking. So it's just crazy. I don't know why people think, like, the defense attorneys think that it's justified to um oh, you don't hear it. Oh, good. That's good. That's saying that it's a good mic. It doesn't pick up that, but it picks up my voice instead. That's good. So I don't know why do they think that it's a good thing that they like trying to victim blame, and then the victim can defend themselves anymore. But I hope the jury sees beyond his force, because now I am stopping believing of anything that Zach is saying, because I I think I am on a camp of guilty. I was very on the innocent or not guilty or hung jury side up until now. His testimony only made me go further into the fact of that he's guilty, and that he's just trying to come up with something on the spot because he can the see something cannot come in, and they are just coming up with the craziest unheard of thing ever of trying to compare the victim to the to his sister. So I don't I don't know, because like the reports, you might be right, case one. I'm actually like, because the jury is very locked in, apparently, from reports from court. The jury is very locked in into what Zach is saying. um I don't know. I hope they don't. Same. I hope they don't either. I vamos, but you might be right. But the thing is, don't forget that we still have the cross. They can be very in love with Zach right now, saying, "Oh, he's so cute and everything is innocent." But wait until the cross. I'm expecting too much from the cross, but the cross can be the they can actually talk more about the unaliving than actually everything else, because so far, oh, Judge is getting up. I think they are going for a break. So I think the cross, they're going to talk more about the unaliving and the maybe the relationship that he had with with the victim, which was nothing. Talking about the fact that if the kid was in fact in danger, was it in danger at the time of the unaliving? And the jury, no matter what like they think, they should always go by what the law says. And um I mean, they so hopefully, um yeah, hopefully they will um like look beyond that. Sorry, 1 second. Sorry, just to see how is texting me. I think she just woke up. Uh, Hang on. If I know how to spell. Um so I I don't like, I wonder as well where the sister is, but I don't know. Because if she was removed from them, I don't know if she went back to Russia, if she's still in States. Maybe she's even has a different name. Maybe we even heard from her. But if she was this bad as he says that she was. But I don't know. We need, well, we've got it. So like we need the vampire. Like, do you know um if do you guys think if that she will testify in the rebuttal case? So um so the testimony is carrying on right now. We're still on the half an hour behind, but apparently the testimony is carrying on after the sidebar. Um so now we get to the John Mello showed those pictures actually that Zachary Hughes saw of Christina Parcell in the birthday suit, along with the advertisement for the Lady of the Night website. Then John told Zach that they were Lady of the Night advertisements, and that Christina had been a Lady of the Night. So basically, is just sorry. So it's like everything that Zach is saying is he learned through Mello. So Mello was the big one that was absolutely, again, like Toxic was saying, manipulated Zach and made him believe in all of this. I don't know if the victim was any of this. We can't ask her because she's not here anymore, because he poked her 31 times. So then he mentioned the 2016 deposition that Christina Parcell had given that John Mello showed him, presumably in the family court case. But the defense tried to get that admitted, state objected, sidebar, and then the jury was sent out of the room, so we don't know the outcome of that. So then the state argued that the defense is trying to elicit the testimony from the victim, Christina Parcell, via her testimony from 2016. And that's, I think, where we are right now. So I just know. I don't know. I think I am on the guilty side. What about you guys? Where are you right now? Are you on the guilty side, or are we still? Oh, case one. This with the vampire part was that Zach was trying to paint a picture of his sister Grace as being a vampire thing, like a vampire very out for the Red Sea. Um, I must say guilty, toxic sin, still guilty. I am on the guilty side now. I was on the fence. I did not know. I yesterday I left not knowing emotional vampire. Like that. I love that. Emotional vampire. That is funny. Um so we yeah, I was yesterday left with very confused, very not knowing where I was in terms of the guiltiness of him or not. But today I am definitely on the guilty side. I think this is what the attorneys say, and like people say, if you think, if you're not sure that testifying is going to help your case, you shouldn't do it, because right now the jury might like being agree with him or might not. And right now, if I was on the jury, I would not believe him at all. I would absolutely not believe him. um oh yeah, I think sadly some of us have met some vampire witnesses and some vampire alpha, the red marks, the red water. So it's just, I just absolutely unbelievable that I don't think this testimony is helping him out at all, in my opinion. I mean, what you guys, is it helping? Is it not help? Have moved your verdict like it did to me? Are you guys still on the fence? Do you still need to hear more from him? Do you need to to listen to read to li- sorry, Nightbot is just handing me some food as thank you. It did my favorite of all times, the rice and the scrambled egg. But now Court is on break, which is awesome because we always need, actually, because the thing is, I don't know how long this break is. It could be half an hour, it could be 10 minutes. I don't know, because we are not privy to that. So, hmm. I mean, we could listen to something, but I don't know how long it is. Let me just check. Because I got sent a video, but it is about 20 minutes. Okay, it's about 20 minutes, but I don't know how long this break is. It could be half an hour, it could be 10 minutes, it could be 5 minutes. So we could kind of start. Oh, hang on. It started playing already. So there is a really great friend of mine that I found in this Life of to Crime called Gossip Roman Indomendo. She does a video almost every single day about any cases that are going on and everything. And she is awesome. She's amazing. You guys should check her out. And she did um a video about John Mello. I think I've heard it because it was about like a month ago that she did it. I know, I love her. I did a collab with her and absolutely loved it. And ever since we still keep chatting and everything. And she is hilarious, Kathy. Exactly her. That is exactly her. So what I'm gonna do, because my food is here, I'm still gonna keep an eye on the feed, because I don't know how long this break is. It could be half an hour, it could be an hour, it could be 5 minutes. But I have the feed on my phone, and I'm gonna play Kathy's video. I'm sure she will be fine. I'm giving her credit. I will still text her about it. No worries. But she did a video about John Mello. I need to my adjust the volume because she's lovely, but she's like me. We are loud. So we're gonna just watch this. As soon as Court is back, we'll swap back, okay?
Okay, y'all, look. First, you know what you need to do. Please like this video and subscribe to the channel. If you have not watched parts 1 and 2 of this series, please go back and watch part 1 and part 2 of this rose petal case out of South Carolina. Here's the thing. Part 3 is unhinged. I mean, okay, look. Full disclosure, parts 1 and 2 were a little bit crazy. I know you thought my brain was ticklish. I know you was like, Kathy, say what now? Say what? It was part 3 was so crazy I pulled all my hair out. Yeah, that is exactly what happened. It's not true that I'm getting new braids installed tomorrow. But look, in part 3 of this rose petal case, we find out more about John Mello. John Mello is the father of the child in this case, also the ex-boyfriend of Christina Parcell, the dearly departed. Okay, she's departed. I don't know how dearly she was. I don't know. I don't know. And I thought I had a team in this case, right? I was like, okay, team John and that little girl. Then I was like, ooh, wait, team the victim, Christina Parcell. Now I'm like, are all of these people terrible? Is all of this just like a made up thing? Is there a conspiracy theory afoot? I have no idea. Additionally, let me just add, in part 3 of this case is where I first introduced Jen Wood from down there at the Fitz News. In case you don't know, this whole rose petal case comes out of South Carolina by way of Will Folks. Y'all know how I feel about Will Folks. I have a very, very intense fake feud going on with him. I don't know the man well enough to dislike him. So I can't say I really, really dislike him, but I really, really, really enjoy having a fake feud with him. It's kind of one of the highlights of my week. Anyway, so Jen Wood down there at the Fitz News. When I first heard about her, I was like, oh, so Will Folks just gonna go out here and try to replace Mandy Matney? Mandy Matney is irreplaceable. And so I may or may not have made up an unflattering nickname for Jen Wood before I met her and found out what an entire delight she is. I now consider her to be one of my friends, but back in the day, I didn't know her. I didn't know her. Also, I had no idea that the internet reached all the way to South Carolina. So when I was trash talking her, it never occurred to me that she would hear it because I have manners. I talk behind people's back the way the Lord intended. And so when she reached out and was like, your coverage was hilarious. And I was like, girl, what'd I say about you? Oops, I'm sorry. Now listen. If you do me wrong, I'll talk bad about you to your face without an apology. But that Jen Wood, also that Callie Lyon, and that little fetus boy Dylan down there at the Fitz News, they are all perfectly wonderful human beings and adorable. But I may or may not have called Jen Wood discount Mandy Matney or DMM for sure. But look, we're going to overlook that. We're going to overlook that. Please grab yourself a cup of coffee and enjoy this throwback episode of Lunchtime True Crime, where we talk the Rose Petal Murder Case, Part 3, John Mello. Friends, welcome back to Lunchtime True Crime. Oh my gosh. Listen, this is what you need to understand about this case. I have not watched everything all the way through the whole series and then I come back and break it down one by one. No, I'm learning every week, every episode. I'm learning new things about this case. What I learned today has blown my mind. I may have judged everyone all wrong. Okay, look. First things first, hit the like button. When you come through the door, first thing you do is just say hey, you get your fork for your lunch, get your napkin and everything. Then you hit the like button and then we can get right into it. We need to talk about John. None other than John Mello. This is the baby daddy. John Mello is the father of Christina Parcell's 9-year-old daughter, right? And I'm like, oh, this poor guy. He found out that his ex-girlfriend was doing terrible things and abusing the child, and he whisked her off to Italy. I do not know why Italy, but he's whisked her off to Italy. Who is scratching at the door? Dang dogs. Okay, they're not barking, but now they're just scratching at the doggone door. So look, he's whisked this child off to Italy for her own protection. And I was like, whew, thank goodness there's a good father like him in the picture. And then I found out the rest of the information. Batten down the hatches. I can't talk today. I'm so excited. Okay, John Mello says, send an email to discount Mandy Matney. This lady named Jen Wood. Jen Wood works for Fitz News over there with Will Folks. And after Mandy Matney left, they got Jen Wood. Jen's all right, but she's no Mandy Matney. She's discount Mandy Matney. But anyway, so discount Mandy Matney started getting emails from John Mello. And it's like, okay, good. She has a good inside source. And we can find out everything from his point of view about the case. Only John might be doing too much. John might be doing much too much. He sends discount Mandy Matney, aka Jen Wood. Can we just call her discount Mandy Matney? Do we have to call her by her name? I mean, respect would dictate that we call her by her name, but she's DMM as far as I'm concerned. Discount Mandy Matney. So John Mello, the father, I mean, he is the father, but he's like the he's the protector of this young child, started sending emails to DMM over there at Fitz News to be like, girl, I got to tell you the whole story. And so DMM was like, well, yes, sir. Let me get my pen. Go ahead and tell me your whole story. So he's like, okay, to protect my child, I had to take her back to my homeland of Italy. And I was like, oh, that's why he went to Italy. That makes perfect sense. Okay, he's going to take his child over to Italy and they're going to live safely tucked away with his family, and the child will be safe from her mama, who was a Pedialyte, right? Okay, great. So I'm like, okay, tell me more. And so then DMM was like, so he was like, oh, other people who support me will also be sending you messages. And she was like, okay, great. So she stopped getting messages from John Mello and started getting emails from his supporters. Only it turns out he might have been all the supporters. She doesn't say it, but she says it. This is him. She's like, all the email messages are like ranting and raving and sound exactly like him, written from different emails and different people in the same voice, using the same kinds of words that he always uses. Okay. Maybe he was just trying to drum up support for his case. I tried to give this man the benefit of the doubt. Also, DMM don't seem that bright. I mean, I could be wrong. I am 100% willing to be wrong. But Jen Wood, okay, girl. So Jen is like, I started getting messages from him that were increasingly unhinged. And I was like, well, he's in a stressful situation and some terrible things have happened to him. DMM, why don't you just go back and give us his history and tell us the whole story? And she must have heard me thinking, because she was like, so what I'm going to do is go back and give you the history and tell us his whole story. And I'm thinking, okay, he was born in a small village in Italy 63 years ago. Turns out he was born in Massachusetts. Sir, what you're not going to do in this case is just flat out lie to us from the jump. You just going to lie about where you was born when public records are publicly available and we can see that your behind was born in Massachusetts. Does he have an Italian accent? Have we heard him talk? Does he sound like a masshole when he talks? I need to hear him say something publicly and on the record, not just to the press. Okay, but first, he married a nice lady named Linda. And I was like, okay, that's good. Young love. I love young love. That's so sweet. He marries this lady, Linda, and they both were super into music. And they opened this bar because Linda's daddy was like a doctor or something. He's like, you kids, you crazy. Here's a little money for you to get married and for you to open a bar. And this bar became a very like prominent hangout for all like the musical, artistic type folks. Okay, great. They're having a lovely time. Everything is going great. Only John starts physically abusing his first wife, Linda. So all the people at the bar, listen, you know, them drunks got opinions. They was like, I take Linda's side. I take John's side. So it kind of divided the bar. The two of them continued to run the bar. Only some nights Linda would work and some nights John would work. So on the nights John would work, all the people who liked him would show up at the bar. And on Linda's nights, all of her fans would work. And they would figure out who was working based on whose car was parked in the parking lot. Great, fine. But then there started being charges that he physically abused her. That's not John, sir, because you know this is all public record, right? Because she called the popo and they came over there and he threw a lamp at her and he did all these things. Okay, this is not good, but they're going through a contentious divorce. That is not an excuse to throw a lamp at somebody. Okay, but then there are other claims of physical abuse and the divorce dragged on and was uglier and uglier and uglier. Finally, Linda was like, look, I'm going to give you a little piece of money and you go ahead and take the money and go. I'm going to take this broken down bar and I'm going to fix it up and I'm going to name it after myself. It was Linda's something or other bar. So everybody can know if you was Team John, don't be coming up in here. This is now the Linda bar. And so everybody was like, okay, we will continue to rot our livers over at Linda's place. And all the John fans, they're going to have to rot their livers someplace else. Meanwhile, Linda got herself a boyfriend. Like you do when you're young and cute and divorced and you always up at the bar. You know, she was meeting her some menses and the men's who was trying to get them some free liquor or thought Linda was cute or whatever. They were like, hey, Linda girl. So John started threatening like increasing levels of violence against Linda's boyfriend and threatening physical attacks, threatening to blow him up, just like he was known to carry lots of guns, increasing levels of physical attacks. Threats. He didn't actually do it, but threats. And then when he would go into the bar,
Guys, sorry. Sorry to interrupt, lovely Kathy. Kathy, I apologize. Forgive me, but things are getting wild in the trial. Whenever we get back, they're still not back. Don't worry. I'm keeping an eye on this trial. So apparently, Zach just told the jury that Mello was concerned about the child with Christina, and also that Bradley Post was way too kid friendly, and then there was an objection, and then John Mello apparently asked him, Zach, if he would kill Christina for 5,000, and alive Christina for $5,000. Zach said no because he did it for free. Because sorry that I added that last part, but that is absolutely yeah, absolutely crazy. Also, next break, if I'm still here in the next break, because our lovely Zio might take over soon. I have something very new to show you that Zio has worked for us. She did for our channel, which is amazing. She did a song on Suno, I think it was Suno, but it is amazing. But let's listen to Kathy before the court gets back, because they should be back any minute now, hopefully, and then we'll get to it.
periodically, he was known to tase people for fun. Call me crazy. Now, no matter how much alcohol you've had, and no matter what a good idea it seems like, tasing people does not seem that fun for the taser or the tasee. Like, if you get tased, that's obviously not going to be good for you. But if you're tasing people, I would think that's an extreme measure because you were very upset. Not just like, oh, we're having a great time, let me tase you. That's not a thing. And then he was sending out mailings in the mail, calling his ex-wife a lady of the night and whatever. Okay. So all the neighbors, all the friends, the people at the bar, everybody is filing restraining orders against this unhinged Massachusetts man, John Mello. And I'm like, oh, okay. So he might not be the most credible source of what was going on over in his ex-girlfriend's house, but that's okay. Eventually he was like, I have found love again. I found wife number 2, and I'm gonna go with my new wife and I'm gonna do good things. He married a lady named Christina. And everybody was like, great, he found new love. He's gonna leave first wife number 1, Linda, alone. And they were going great. Everything was fine. They get married. And then, money was a little bit tight. And so their gas got turned off. Okay, that's unfortunate, but that happens sometimes. John did not take it well. And so he called the gas company and was like, yeah, I know I didn't pay the bill, but I'm gonna need y'all to turn this gas back on because we was enjoying the cooking and the heat and the hot water stuff. And they was like, yeah, right. We gonna need our money first. And they were like, he was like, we don't have none of that. But what I would like is for you to turn my gas back on. And they were like, yeah, sir, that's not how that works. We're gonna need you to pay the past due bill and then we will turn your gas back on. And so he was like, okay, I have a better solution. And so he started filing threats, writing threatening letters to the people at the gas company, including threats to blow up the entire gas facility. Sir, you can't, that's, I don't know if nobody told you. Like, look, legitimately, maybe nobody ever said to him, when you're upset, you can't threaten to blow up the gas company. Not just like the guy on the phone. Everybody gets frustrated with customer service. Oh my goodness, I know how frustrating it could be. But you can't threaten to unalive them. You can't threaten to blow the place up. He threatened so many people in his neighborhood, so many people in the area. Eventually, he must have come up with the money because they got his gas turned back on. But so many people were under threat of this man that they formed a Facebook group called
Sorry, I keep interrupting Kathy, but things keep happening in court. So, and I want to tell you guys. So now apparently Zach testified that Mello asked a few weeks later, if he would kill Christina for $10,000. Zach said no, not for money. If I thought that the only way to save the child was to unalive Christina, then that would be why. So there is the why. of unaliving Christina, but that still doesn't grant that you could just unalive someone, especially if the kid was not in danger at the time of the unaliving. Because again, kid was at school, so she was not at danger at the time. And if she was at the big danger, and the kid was not even at home, you could have called the police and reported it, but they didn't. But anyway, the court is still not back yet. I think I let me see. It was about like more than a half an hour ago, and they're still not live, which is crazy. Oh, so let's carry on with Kathy.
Melodrama. What? Okay, first of all, how do I become a member? Just because I want to read and be all up on the who's who and the what's what and in the know. But like, what, sir? You have threatened and had these increasingly unhinged tirades against so many people that there's an entire Facebook group about you're crazy? That's bad, sir. I don't, that's not good. So then he gets together with Christina Parcell. Okay, great. Maybe third time's the charm. He didn't have kids with those first two ladies, as far as I can tell. But now he had a baby with Christina. By this time, he's in his 60s and Christina is in her like 20s. So she's young. She probably doesn't know about his unhingedness. I wonder if she could tell, because it's hard to hide this level of crazy. And something tells me he was probably not hiding it that good, but maybe she had poor judgment. So she gets with this dude and he's sweet and he's nice and they have a baby together and then they break up. And he's just like, oh, no. No, what you're not going to do is take my child away from me. And so when they broke up, he was like raging a crazy custody battle, including all kinds of threats and saying that like people are out after him, people are out to get him. And then he's just like setting up other people to look guilty. Sir, did he plant them bunny pictures? I'm not saying, but I'm allegedly for entertainment purposes only. Did he put the bunny pictures? Was she really just like good with the kitties and stuff? And then he planted the pictures that she was doing terrible things to the bunnies and the kitties and the whatever else. I have concerns. Okay. So, his anger kept getting bigger and bigger and crazier and crazier. And he was known to do increasingly outlandish things to get back at her, including, but not limited to, going to the press to say, in my custody battle, everything is unfair. And you know what else is happening that they're not investigating? She did domestic violence against me. And the police officer that they sent to investigate it, she had an affair with him. And the people at Child Protective Services, they were corrupt too. Discount Mandy Madney, can you investigate them? And everybody was like, nah, boo-boo, you're a little bit crazy. And so he was like, you know who else needs to be arrested? Christina's sister, because she was involved and there's drugs. Did you know there was drugs? And so now I'm like, wait, all the accusations about the buggery and the Pedialyte and all these terrible people, all that is coming from John Mello? Is this just more melodrama? Are terrible things really happening? Or are they just happening in his mind? Does he have that Lori Vallow Daybell disease where he's just like delusional and he thinks people are out to get him and he's just like next level crazy? I do not know. These people? Oh, South Carolina. What's going on? Is South Carolina the new Florida? I'm not trying to shade any states. Exactly. Okay, so sometimes I shade states. Texas, hey, Texas, I see y'all. Ohio, y'all got some things going on. South Carolina, y'all about to be Florida level. Because I also heard this week about a dude who killed 6 members of his family in some sort of Green Pond massacre in South Carolina. Do they not have laws? What is happening? I can't. All I can say is I cannot with y'all South Carolina. So we have to find out, Is Linda Mello, wife number 1, safe? Is Cassandra Mello, wife number 2, safe? Christina Parcell, the girlfriend and the lover number 3, whatever. She clearly is not safe because she is unalive over there in a pool of rose petals, and they put the nice musical dude up to it. Oh, turned out at one point, John Mello wanted to work for some like musician guy as a producer, and he interviewed John, and he was like, yeah, no, you're not a good fit for me. And then he proceeded to harass this man like forever, to the point that they had to call the police. He was saying like, oh, this dude is a Pedialyte and this dude does this and does that. And I'm like, I'm sensing a theme. The buggery is new, but it may not be real. It might have been faked by crazy John Mello. And John Mello is like, I was just trying to protect my child and take her back to my homeland of Italy. Sir, your homeland is Massachusetts. I'm scared. Should I even post this video? Will I be safe? Will John and his melodrama come after me? I don't think I can hide behind the bookshelf, which is very sturdy, and then I can throw the books on the bookshelf at anybody who comes to get me. Oh my God. I don't know when Fitch Files is dropping the next episode of this ridiculous shenanigans called the Rose Petal, Rose whatever murder case. I'm nervous. John Mello is innocent until proven guilty in a court of law, and I'm sure he is a delightful human being who does not know where I live. I live in Kansas and nowhere near North Jersey, and that is all. Team John, y'all listen. If I go missing, it was John Mello. Okay. Hopefully there's another video up tomorrow. If not, y'all know what happened. Be safe out there and enjoy the rest of your lunch. Bye.
I love Kathy, guys. She is amazing. She is so incredibly funny and good, and she's amazing at what she does. Excuse me, sorry. There was a bit of movement in court, so I've been keeping an eye on it anyway. But she's hilarious. She's absolutely hilarious. We did a collab a few weeks ago, which was an absolutely pleasure to do with. And I want to do another one just because I loved her so much. And it's just, we got to talk and we gossip, and it was an absolutely pleasure to work with her and to get to know her and now forge that friendship with her. And there's a lot of great people out there in the true crime world so now while the court is still not back yet, because I don't know how long else it is going to be, I wanted to show you another thing. So Zio, our lovely modern friend of the channel, has created a song for our channel, which I am thinking of using as the intro song for streams. So I am sure you guys are gonna love it. So I'm gonna play until court starts, just to keep us a little bit busy.
She's a Portuguese soul in the UK, rolling dough at the bakery day by day. Sugar on her apron, flour on her face, but when evening comes, she steps into a darker place. Grab the keys to the car for that Costco run, loading up on snacks before the work's all done. 'Cause once she's home, it's time for the show. True crime on YouTube, spotlight aglow. Late night trials and conspiracies. She's digging for truth for the world to see. Documents on Discord. She's on the hunt. In the hush of midnight, she's on the front. Got her boyfriend by her side. Together they host this chilling ride. Nightbots watching, chats alive. Everyone's hooked, ready to die. Her days are sweet and filled with bread. Her nights are dark, deep in her head. From morning glow to midnight fires, she dances between the day and trials. Late night trials and conspiracies. She's digging for truth for the world to see. Documents on Discord, she's on the hunt. In the hush of midnight, she's on the front.
Oh, come on. I thought that they were gonna come back and I I would like turn it off. Oh, come on. I thought that they were gonna. And I forgot to do it because I was showing it to Nightbot. But the second they are back, today's not my day, guys. Forgive me. I know it is really, really great. I loved it. So I know I just need to work on the intro again, to see what like images to put with it. If you have any ideas, let me know. There's some background noise. I just said that if you have any ideas of what kind of background, like pictures or anything, could I put that? Let me know.
Now, just for the purpose of the record, you sustain the state's objection. Is that correct?
I did as far as that.
Yes, sir. After, Zach, after you read the deposition you referenced of Christina Parcell, what did you come to conclude or believe?
I believed that based on various things she freely admitted to in her deposition, that she had a history of using and manipulating men in order to get money and in offering sexual services in return. She admitted to being a pornographic actress and producing a film in South Carolina where she rubbed her feet on a man's penis. She admitted to using sugardaddyforme.com, where she sought out romantic relationships with older men with a clear emphasis on it being a trade, essentially a reciprocal thing, where she was seeking out to be taken care of financially. She said that she had a general disinterest in having children at the time, which is why that she gave up custody of her daughter to John Mello when her daughter was very young. Her lawyer took it.
Your Honor, I'm going to sustain the objection.
Okay.
You can ask him, like we said, as far as just the effect it had on him, not the specific details.
Understand.
Move on.
Zach, a little while ago, I asked you about documents that John gave you in addition to details he provided you information. We talked about the deposition. Let me show you Defense Exhibit 56. Let me show you Defense Exhibit 56. Is that also a document that John Mello gave you?
Yes,
Did you read it?
I did.
Or this time the defense removed Defense Exhibit 56 in the evidence?
State objects based on the same objection we had in the prior, the prior issue. I think Your Honor's ruling was that he can talk about how it had an effect on him, but not to go into the details.
Your Honor, this is a separate exhibit. It's different than the deposition. It's just a few pages. I'd be happy to argue on this.
I'm going to allow this to come in.
Okay. Thank you very much, Your Honor. This is, so again, I will renew my motion to enter Defense Exhibit 56 in the evidence. And it's admitted. Is that correct, Your Honor? Zach, take a look at Defense Exhibit 56. Would you, for the jury, let me look at it. Let's do this. Let's see. Zach, this is an affidavit of a man named Alex Fields. Is that correct?
Yes.
And I just want to go over this affidavit for you, or with you. Based on your understanding of this affidavit and your communications with John Noah, how did John become aware of this information that led to this affidavit?
John posted an ad on Craigslist asking for information about a woman named Christina Parcell, aka Caroline Warren, and he provided photographs to identify her by.
Is page 2 of the affidavit this advertisement on Craigslist?
Yes.
Okay, let's go to page 1 of the affidavit. Would you please read the second paragraph of this affidavit?
I was at Hall's Chop House in downtown Greenville, South Carolina, when a woman approached me. She said hello and proceeded to ask if I was looking for a date. She said something to the effect of inviting me to bed for an amount of money and that we would not be rushed at all. When I refused her proposition, she proceeded to offer me narcotics. I refused and ended the encounter at that point.
Would you please read just the first sentence of the third paragraph?
There is absolutely no doubt in my mind that this woman is the woman that I saw on Craigslist.
And that, again, the woman in this advertisement on Craigslist, who's that woman?
Christina Parcell.
Zach, I want to talk about other information John Mello had provided you. You heard testimony from investigator Dan Bell. Do you remember that testimony?
I do.
And do you recall in the state's case in chief, Dan Bevel, both in direct examination and cross-examination, testifying that he had met Christina Parcell in his official capacity before he began his investigation of the letters that were sent?
I remember.
And isn't it true that John Mello shared information with you about interactions he had had with Dan Bell?
Objection. Your Honor, I need a curative instruction on that.
Yeah, I totally disagree, and I'm happy to argue.
Um, I know I just used caps, and I apologize. If Pickles is listening to me, I apologize. But I am not gonna say anything because I want to see your reaction in chat. But you probably can guess what just happened in court. Something very, very spicy just happened in court, and I am dying to. I wish, in a way, we had cameras so I could listen to each and everyone to see each and everyone's reaction. Literally, when I saw this tweet, I banged on the table and scared Nightbot with the little bit of a strength that I have. So, and by the way, case one, I really hope your pipes don't burst because that's yeah, 8 degrees Fahrenheit or 8 degrees Celsius. Either way, it's cold. It doesn't I mean, but yeah, I'm not gonna say how much it is in UK because you guys would literally hunt me down. I'm joking, but uh, yeah, this is wild. Court is getting wild. Now we are just waiting for things to progress, but whatever happened is just, oh my days. Oh, there is a lot of stuff. Okay, it's just the kitchen sink. That's good. Well, that's good in a way that I hope it doesn't bust your pipes, but the you oh well, okay, Fahrenheit there. Never mind then. I responded myself. So Celsius is the other measuring temperature apart from Fahrenheit. So yeah. Uh do you guys want me to say or not? Because this is killing me. Oh, well, almost unaliving me. Today I keep saying the wrong word all the time. Do you guys want me to spoil it, or do you guys want to wait half an hour for to hear it? Because I can say, and you don't have to wait. Or Court is coming back. Ooh, -14. Wow, that's very, very cold. Um oh, outside. Oh no, we're back. I am not gonna say anything. Oh, are we back? Are we not? Yeah, we are back.
Thank you for your patience. I just had to pick up some legal issues with the attorneys. Y'all are gonna get your steps in today. Please proceed.
So, Zach, you testified about information that John has provided you related to concerns he had about Christina Parcell. especially in conjunction with Aida Mello. We talked about the time period April. I want to move to May. In May of 2021, were you and John Mello continuing to communicate about the situation?
Yes.
In May of 2021, what, if anything, did John ask you to do for him?
Given the extremely grave nature of John's concerns for his daughter, especially while she was in the custody of her mother, Christina Parcell, and potentially being exposed to her mother's boyfriend, Brad Post, who John believed was a pedophile and is a pedophile.
Objection.
Sustained. I instruct you to totally disregard the last comments made by this defendant.
And Zach, you would just, could you just tell this jury what John asked you to do?
Yes. Given his concerns, John asked me that if I believed his daughter was in grave danger, would I be willing to kill Christina Parcell for $5,000?
What did you say when he asked you that?
I was shocked and insulted by the request, and I gave him an immediate and unequivocal no.
So he offered you $5,000 if you would kill Christina Parcell, and you said no.
That's correct.
At some point, did he revisit that subject?
Yes.
Did he make you another offer?
Yes, he did.
How long after the first offer did he make the second offer?
I'm not certain, but I would say maybe 2 or 3 weeks later.
Tell this jury about that.
He was becoming increasingly more worried and distressed about the safety of his daughter. I was as well. The more I learned about this situation and everything, and a lot more than what I've told you, I was also.
Sustained.
What was the second offer?
The second offer, he asked me again, if I became convinced that his daughter was in danger, would I be willing to kill Christina Parcell for $10,000?
What did you, or how did you respond to that offer?
I told him, John, there's no amount of money that would ever tempt me to do something like this. And I told him I was insulted that he even thought that would be something I would consider. So I told him I would never do something like this for money. I told him the only way I would ever consider taking action like this is if I was absolutely convinced that his daughter was not only in danger, but that the only way to rescue her from that danger would be to take Christina Parcell's life.
Let's talk about what else is going on in your life in May of 2021. Tell this jury what you're doing with the music project with Tom Strange, how that's going.
We've been at the project recording the sonatas in the museum, like I talked about, for about 5 months. This, of course, I was doing in conjunction with all the help I was trying to provide John and Aida. So the music project on its own would have been incredibly stressful. And with everything else, I was just approaching burnout. Honestly, I was having a really hard time meeting my deadlines. And I was worried that the quality of the work I was doing was going to be going down. And I was just at the point where I needed a vacation, honestly.
And we're going to get to that in just a second. Tell the jury about your compensation as it relates to the music project with Tom Strange?
It was just an arrangement of a flat fee for all 32 sonatas. I was going to receive $5,000.
And if you broke that down on an hourly basis, how much were you getting paid per hour for that project?
Probably less than $1, but it was a labor of love.
During this time, were you also doing other things to try to make money to support yourself, or was it?
Yes, I was giving some outdoor concerts on the Wynn's lawn, and these were donation-based, so people were supporting me financially in that regard.
You talked about needing a vacation at the end of May. Describe a little bit more to the jury the fatigue and why you believed at the end of May that a break would do you some good.
Well, I needed a break. My nature is usually to just try to push through stuff like that. I can push myself too far. So I was not necessarily seeking out a break or a vacation, but I was definitely at the point where I needed one for the sake of my work, for the sake of my health.
Did you get that break?
Yes, I did.
Describe for the jury how that came about.
Like I said, John and I were communicating pretty much every day at this point. Much of it, if not most of it, about Aida. But I was also mentioning to him what I was doing, certainly times when he needed me to do something and I would have to say, I can't, I'm practicing, I'm recording something like this. So he told me, I think he said, like in the rock and roll business, we say you have a monkey on your back, like the project is starting to own you and you just need to step away from it. You're too close to it and you've been in it for too long. So he suggested that I come and visit him in Italy.
Did you take him up on that suggestion?
Yes, I did.
Initially, what was your reaction to that offer?
Initially, I didn't want to. Like I said, it's my nature to just kind of push through things, but with some more time, I realized that some time off from the piano would probably do me good.
So when did you go to Italy to visit John?
I think in either the very last days of May or first days of June, 2021.
Who paid for your travel?
I did.
When you arrived in Italy, where did you stay?
I stayed at John Mell's apartment.
How long were you there?
Between 3 and 4 weeks.
Do you remember where in Italy you were?
Yes, it was a town called Rovigo. It's not too far from Venice.
When you were visiting in Italy, where was Aida Mello?
She was in Greenville with her mother.
Even though Aida was not in Italy, while you were in Italy, did you have an opportunity to see Aida?
Yes, I did.
Describe for the jury what that opportunity was.
John had video visits ordered by the guardian ad litem, who you've seen before, Vanessa Cornwell, to have video visits twice a week with Aida. So he, even with the time difference, was always setting timers and alarms and making me set timers and alarms to make sure he wouldn't be late for these visits. Like he lived for these visits every week. So often it might be 11 p.m. or midnight in Italy, but that was when Aida was free. So that's when they'd have their visit. And I would often be within earshot to where I could hear their conversation. Often I would be able to observe the screen of his phone or computer so I could see Aida's face, her disposition. And on one occasion I said hi to her.
What did you notice about her, or what did you conclude about her while you were watching Aida during the visitations?
So John had been telling me for weeks, Zach, Christina's killing my little girl. Like, I can see the spark dying in her eyes. And again, when I first heard that, I thought, aren't you being a little dramatic? Like, I hadn't seen her, but it just seemed a bit much. When I saw her in these visits, I didn't feel that way anymore. She was not the same little girl that I had known in Greenville when I first met them. She had put on a great deal of weight, probably about 20 pounds, which is roughly a quarter of her body weight. For an 8-year-old girl, that's a lot in a short period of time, but it was much more than that. It was her demeanor. Her spirit was just, she was morose, she was depressed. Like that spunky, precocious, lively little girl that I had met was just not present there. It was a complete change in character. And I mean, John would ask her how she was doing, and she would always try to give a good response. Like, she would try to smile and say, "Oh, I'm fine, Daddy," and try to put on a good face. But it was clear that she was doing that because she didn't want to worry her dad. She didn't want him to realize how poorly she was doing. And it just reminded me so much of myself when I was a little older than she was, with what I've previously described with Grace. It's this, you internalize things. Like, she's a strong person. And she was trying to be stronger than she was probably ready to be at that age. And despite the stoic, strong exterior she was trying to put on, I could just see that she was being tortured. Like, she was drowning. And him saying that the spark was dying in her eyes was absolutely accurate. I could see it, I could hear it in her voice, I could tell it in her demeanor.
So when you came, let me back up. When did you leave Italy to return to Greenville County?
At the end of June 2021.
When you returned to Greenville in June of 2021, based on everything that you knew and had been made aware of, and I want to start in June. What, if anything, in June of 2021 did you do to act on what you knew?
I had described the mailers that I had put together before, and the state has talked about them a lot. All of these mailers contained information that I believe had been put out publicly and by Christina Parcell's free will. So this was all information that had been available publicly, and that, to the best of my knowledge, was true. And I began to send these mailers to Christina Parcell and her boyfriend and people in the neighborhood for a threefold purpose. I wanted parents around that neighborhood to know that their children were not safe around her or around Brad Post. I wanted different people associated with this, such as the guardian ad litem, the police, to have access to this information so that they would have all the evidence that I was looking at that clearly demonstrated that Christina Parcell was a danger to children and her own daughter. And I also wanted there to be social pressure on Christina Parcell, because something, again, about people like Grace and Christina Parcell is the facade that they erect around themselves and the image that they put forward to the world is so important to them. They're narcissists. And it is a facade. It's completely untrue. But I was hoping that it wouldn't be worth it to her for other people to see her for what she was. in exchange for her trying to fight to have her daughter.
You sent multiple mailers beginning in June and going into July of 2021. Is that correct?
Yes, I did.
Did those mailers and the effect those mailers had do anything to alleviate your concerns?
No, they didn't. If anything, Christina Parcell and Brad Post just dug their heels in deeper.
After the mailers were sent, do you know whether or not they had any effect on? I want to talk about after the mailers were sent. Did you learn of a video call or about a video call that John, who was in Italy, had with Aida, who was in Greenville?
Yes.
What did you learn about that video call?
Shortly after these mailers would have arrived, John described a call to me where he said Christina was, at the end of the call, she took the phone and turned it towards her face, which she usually did not do. And he said she was more angry than I've ever seen her. And he would often talk about how you would never see her angry, like she was very good at controlling her emotions and not showing if you had made her angry. And she took the phone and didn't say anything, but just slid her finger across her throat as if that she was threatening that she was going to have him killed for what she believed he was doing.
After the mailer, or the last mailer, did John share with you any information he had received via email?
Yes, he described. Well, he didn't describe it. He sent it to me. An email he had received from someone he knew in the biker community, motorcycles. And Brad Post was also involved in the biker community, or at least tried to be. And this email was from this acquaintance of John, telling John that Brad Post had been going around essentially asking for someone to, quote, put the hurt on John Mello, and that he was offering a lot of money to make this happen.
So now was Bradley Post that wanted to unalive Mello to put the price on his head. I honestly don't believe a word that this guy is saying. So like in a couple of minutes, the bombshell is gonna happen. The bomb is gonna explode in court in the way that you guys are gonna be holding your chairs, sofas, drinks. Be careful if you are drinking tea, coffee, water, diluted juice, alcohol. Be careful not to spill it. Just say.
I'm going to sustain the objection. That's to your side.
Zach, we talked about the fact that you testified that you sent the mailers, you've explained why. I want to talk about something else you did for the purpose of acting on a concern. Take a look at what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 47. that an affidavit that you completed for the purpose or in connection with the pending family court litigation between John Mello and Christina Parcell?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, this is defense counsel's version. This is already in evidence. The state put that in. Zach, let's talk about this affidavit.
Is that the one from September?
Yes, Your Honor. Yes. Zach, why did you draft this affidavit?
I was extremely concerned about the danger that Aida was in, and I wanted to try to provide the family court with information about my opinion and my observations about her that would hopefully cause them to return Aida to John so that she would no longer be in danger.
Did this affidavit, well, let me back up. To whom did you send this affidavit?
I had it notarized, and then I think I scanned it and probably emailed it to John or left it with his family court attorney, Samantha Larkins, at the time.
One second.
You guys better be ready, because it's gonna come. It's coming very soon.
Let's move on. So that affidavit was, I believe, September the 21st of 2021. Is that correct?
I don't remember the date other than it being in September.
I'll show it to you.
Yes, the 21st day of September, 2021.
And you testified that after you submitted that affidavit, that did not do anything to alleviate your concerns. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Did you take another step to try to act on your concerns for Aida?
Yes.
And did you take that step at the end of September or beginning of October?
Yes, I made a phone call to Child Protective Services, and I told them that I was a neighbor. So I told them that I had seen Aida being verbally and physically abused by her mother. And again, I made that up. That's not true. But I said it because I wanted to give Aida an opportunity to have FaceTime in person with an agent from DSS away from her mother, where she could tell them that her mother was sexually abusing her.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained. You are to disregard the last 9 minutes from this witness.
Zach, let me ask this. You talked about Child Protective Services. Is that in South Carolina, is that called DSS?
I think they may be part of the same entity. I'm not sure.
And so did they do anything to alleviate your concerns?
No.
Did that surprise you at all?
No.
In fact, you testified earlier about Virginia and Grace did you and your family have interaction with the DSS in Virginia
Yes, we did.
over Grace?
Yes, when I discovered the journal, I had mentioned before about Grace's plans to murder my family. We called DSS and asked for her to be taken out of the home. And they did this. And after a few weeks of hearing Grace's stories and lies, they took her side. They failed to recognize what they were dealing with her. And they tried to have my parents put in jail and the rest of me and my siblings put in foster care. And we eventually had to sue them. And it was about a 2-year-long court battle. And that left an indelible impression on me, just as to how even experts can be wrong sometimes. And when they are wrong, it's so dangerous because everyone believes them because they're the experts. But sometimes you know what you know, and you know it's true. And even if an expert might think differently, it doesn't mean they're right. And DSS did a lot of damage to my family in those 2 years.
So ultimately, Grace was removed from your family. Is that correct?
Yes.
Your other Russian siblings were not, were they?
No.
And in fact, Faith, one of your Russian siblings, has been in the courtroom all week. Is that correct?
Yes.
So you testified to this jury about the information you received from John Mello about his concerns. You've testified to the jury about the documents you consulted about those concerns. You testified to the jury what you came to believe. You testified to the jury about the mailers you sent, about the affidavit you submitted, and now about the call to DSS. After you had done all these things to act on your concerns, and nothing had been done, tell this jury in early October of 2021, what's going on in your mind? What are you thinking?
I was still in the middle of this music project, so I had a lot on my plate there just professionally, and of course I was continuing and even increasing my support to help John save his daughter, Aida. And since June, when I had returned, I had been absolutely convinced that Christina Parcell was sexually abusing her daughter.
Let's go. I mean, take the drill.
And there it is. The second bombshell of this morning. So not once, but twice that Zachary Hughes gets that in on the trial. Twice. I knew I was telling you guys that I was not saying that it was nothing that late. Twice. Like literally jury's out of the court. Is absolutely wild. I'm getting updates, live updates. So basically what they've said is they send the jury out to lunch until 2:00. I can't imagine it is. I hope you were not drinking anything, Lois. I did warn you guys. I did give you plenty of warning that not to drink anything, not to probably eat anything, not to choke as well. But I told you, ew, absolutely insane. Absolutely. Oh my nice moment. That is no. So obviously this now what I'm gonna say good. What I'm gonna say is happened outside of the presence of the jury. The jury is not present anymore. So basically case one, what happened was that the judge said that some abuse was not committed. There was not no one to mention it, no one to talk about it. But twice Zach just said on the stand that he believed that Christina was doing things to her kid that he shouldn't do. So twice, when they got told several times, and there was motions and hearings and motions and hearings about this, that could not come in. And now, literally twice, Zach gets that in his testimony. So now what's happening now that we are looking at the feed is the judge has sent the jury to lunch until 2 o'clock Eastern, so we'll be back at 2:30 Eastern. And what is happening now is that the state is not going to ask for a mistrial. They can't, because double jeopardy is attached to it. So the state cannot ask for a mistrial, as jeopardy has already been attached. So if they ask for a mistrial and it's granted, Zachary Hughes will walk. Literally, he cannot be tried again. So state doesn't want a mistrial. Which person? The prosecutor, he was just saying, Your Honor, come on, like, kind of like, let's go back, because he hasn't been that long ago. Well, let's just go back and see if I can boost it out once.
And since June, when I had returned, I had been absolutely Parcell was sexually.
Hang on, so I'm just gonna boost it to see if we can hear it. Be careful, it might be loud. Just be careful, it might be loud.
Using her daughter.
Let's go.
That Christina Parcell was sexually abusing her daughter.
Let's go.
I did not make what he said. He yelled something, Your Honor. So, yeah, that just happened. I need to turn off the booster so I am not deaf. Yeah. I cannot understand. I did put it twice. I cannot understand. We can try it again if you want to. Just let me know and we can go back. But so that just happened. Yeah, it's so now obviously the judge is saying that this is directly in violation of his ruling, literally, that is just it. So that's the state doesn't want to ask for mistrial, but is asking to strike Zachary's entire testimony and not to have Zach again on the stand. So literally, the judge can, I don't know if he is gonna go back and just completely strike all that Zachary has said. Nothing of that will come out, and it will come into the trial. And yeah, but that's what the judge is in chambers right now deciding. There's still not much more information, so the judge is still I don't know if he's still thinking, if now they are all on break, because now he said as well that to go to lunch to at 2 p.m. So they will be back at 2 p.m., which is right now is 1, correct? So they will be back in an hour. For us, they will be back in an hour and a half. So it's an hour and a half break like we had yesterday. So absolutely, like, so the prosecutor literally just screamed objection. Jury was sent out. Off camera, the state asked the judge to stop use from carrying on to testimony, and now the judge is taking the lunch break until 2 p.m. Eastern, 2:30 for us. It could be, but toxic. That's what we were discussing. Is that if it is, jeopardy is attached, so the state cannot ask for a mistrial as jeopardy has already been attached. So if they did, Zachary can walk. They cannot charge Zachary again. So if
like, I mean, I know it is up to the judge if he is, yeah, he goes for mistrial, but the state is not gonna ask for one. It's just the state is asking for the entire testimony to be stricken, to Zach not carry on testifying, and for him, for that to absolutely finish and not be in anymore on the trial. So that's where we are right now. I told you it was gonna get spicy, didn't I? I told you guys. So yeah, it happened. So that is just, I mean, the one thing the judge said they could not do, they go and do it. I did say this yesterday. I said yesterday, right? One, we found out that the judge was not gonna allow anything of the, one second, anything of the sesame to come in, right? I said they are gonna try to cause a mistrial. I even tweeted that out, and the Pretty Lies and Alibis liked it, and we got to talk a little bit, and I said they're gonna cause a mistrial. They're gonna do something, or he's gonna get it in one way or another and try to cause a mistrial. And what happens today? Both me and Toxie are right. So that day that both of me are right, uh, it is a big day. So I was like, I can imagine that the prosecution is very, very, very upset right now. Um, uh, Absolutely crazy. Um, I just don't understand why they did not follow the rules. They how like I know that this is basically their case, all of it, but oh, I don't know. I could not understand what was shouted. I think case one was like, I think it was objection, something like that, but he shouted it, and I could not understand what he said. Okay, what's it? So I couldn't not really understand what it was said, but um yeah, because I was like, I think, but that was from the judge, wasn't it? Case one, that he said that, okay, let's go, or let's go up here, like to come up here, because literally the prosecutor screamed his head off, something, kind of an objection to what was going on. And then the judge said, okay, let's go, like come to the bench, don't cause like a big scene in the courtroom, or more than I already did. Let's try to sorry if you heard that. Let's try to go back again, see if we can make it again. So it was, the judge is there, it was around here, hang on. Like, and even Zach seems like, okay, I've done it, I've done my mission, I've done it. Hang on, again, be aware that we might be loud, guys. Just might be aware it might be loud. Oh, hang on, let me try to turn down a little bit to see if it gets better. Hang on, let's try this again.
Absolutely convinced that Christina Parcell was sexually abusing her daughter.
I could not make out. Ooh, let me try to put the closed captions to see if it picks up. Hang on, let's go from here.
Middle of this music project, so I had a lot on my plate there, just professionally, and of course I was continuing and even increasing my support to help John save his daughter, Aida. And since June, when I had returned, I had been absolutely convinced that Christina Parcell was sexually abusing her daughter.
Let's go.
He said that's something, Your Honor, and then the judge says, let's go. I don't know. I cannot understand. Did anyone make up? And because the closed captions was not even working, so that was not. So I don't know. I cannot make it again. We can keep going over and over and over it, but I don't think it's gonna get ahead any better. Yeah, it's something yawner is like that's. Oh, I could not get it. Because it's just so probably mumbled and. Oh yes, I. Oh, this is live 30 minutes ago. I think is the judge just going to decide about what's happening. So because we are half an hour behind. So yeah. So I think court is gonna come back about 1:30. But I vamos. Oh my, I know. It's absolutely insane, isn't it? Um I he is not happy. Apparently, another person that is inside of the courtroom has been texting me and saying that the prosecutor is pissed and that they don't want a mistrial, but they want like something to happen. Could the attorneys be facing now a fine or a contempt to court fine type thing? Um Sorry, just finishing replying. Ooh, excuse me. So I was just like, could they face now an attempt to court? Because they told them several times, this is not to come in, this is not to come in. You guys have not to come in. But then he came in twice. If it was once, okay, slip of the tongue, objections, be stricken out outside of the record, okay, carry it on. But now, twice is done on purpose. Twice is something wrong. Twice is you've done once, you did it. Yet twice, you're not going back. So that is absolutely insane. So I mean, what we can do is again, I'm gonna put about 2:15 Eastern because I don't know exactly what time we are coming back, but it's in about an hour. As always, we're gonna watch some parole hearings, pardon stuff, things, so I can go and rest a little bit. And I need to take my medicine and maybe get a bit of a shut eye. So we're just gonna listen to some revocation and parole hearings today. That's gonna be what we're gonna watch throughout the break today. Yes, I'm already sharing. It's playing. Let's put this to the start. Well, we have someone driving. I hope not. Be another case of driving and in court.
To order.
Ooh, sorry. Thought that was
Okay, I'm gonna call the parole board to order. Time is 9:06. Today's date is 10/17/2024. My name is Pete Freeman. I will be the acting chair. To my right is Ms. Ledoux. Joining us on Zoom is Mr. Prater. Would staff here at headquarters introduce themselves?
Riley Haggard.
Okay, would staff with the subject introduce yourself, please, ma'am? Please unmute. Can y'all hear me?
Okay, we unmuted.
Sir? Okay. Is anybody in the room with you?
No, we're in the car.
No, sir. No, sir.
Okay. Well, Mr. Turner, state your name and DOC number for the record.
Damien Jermaine Turner Sr., DOC number 397549.
Okay. And do you have your parole questionnaire with you?
Sir?
Parole questionnaire that they brought you to fill out. Is that it?
Yes, sir.
Do you understand your rights?
Yes, sir.
And you wish to proceed today without an attorney?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, Mr. Turner, I'm speaking on your behalf today will be Miss Kimberly Turner, your wife, and with Kimberly is Jasmine Smith, the owner of the bar where the incident occurred. They will speak at the proper time. I will call on them. First thing I'm going to do is I'm going to read the violations against you. You're to plead guilty, not guilty, with or without a statement. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and we'll give you time to explain what happened afterwards. Right now, I just need a guilty or not guilty, with or without a statement. Okay, you were engaged in criminal activity as evident by your arrest on 6/28/24 for the charge of battery of police officer, felony, resisting an officer, 3 counts misdemeanor, and aggravated battery felony by Homer PD. Case number 24, felony 874267, aggravated battery. The Assistant District Attorney amended the Bill of Information in this case to charge the defendant with criminal mischief. Case number 24, misdemeanor battery on a police officer, and count 2, disturbing the peace by fighting. The ADA amended the Bill of Information in case number 874972 to change the defendant and to charge the defendant and count 1 with criminal mischief and count 2 with disturbing the peace by offensive words. You were arraigned and entered a plea of guilty to case number 874267 as amended and 874972, count 1 and 2 as amended. The court sentenced as follows. Case number 874267, you were sentenced to serve 6 months in the parish jail with or without hard labor with credit for time served. Case number 874972, count 1, you were sentenced to serve 6 months in the parish jail without hard labor with credit for time served. Count 2, you were sentenced to serve 6 months in the parish jail without hard labor with credit for time served. The court ordered that the sentences are to run concurrently with each other. How do you plead to those charges?
I plead guilty to those charges, sir.
Would you like to make a statement?
Yes, sir.
Okay, at the proper time, I'll let you make a statement. All right, and then the other one is that you were $756 in arrears on your supervision fee. How do you plead to that charge?
I plead guilty to that charge.
Okay. All right, Mr. Turner. Your case is let's have the people speaking on your behalf go. Ms. Kimberly Turner, your wife.
Yes, sir.
Hey, Ms. Turner, what do you all want to tell us about your husband?
Well, sir, I believe my husband was really trying to get his life on track, and it just was a big misunderstanding between family members. And he really was trying. I even brought him to places to apply for employment, and he was trying to get a TWIC card to get employment.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay, Miss Jasmine Smith, I think you're with Kimberly. What do you have to tell us, Miss Smith?
I actually was inside the bar, and I was told that the police said that he had a weapon in there. He did not. His nieces actually came into the bar and started confusion with him. As he tried to leave, they attacked him.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. We appreciate y'all showing up to speak on his behalf. Okay, Mr. Turner, your case has been assigned to Mr. Prater. Mr. Prater, would you lead us in the questioning, please, sir?
Mr. Turner, tell me, you had a statement to make about that. Tell me about what was going on at that bar.
Yes, sir. One of my partners that came in from town, and I ain't seen him over like 15 years by me being incarcerated. And when I had made it home, you know, he heard I was home. He came by, Me and him and ride to Thibodeau, and on the way back till he dropped me off at my house, we passed by the bar. Now the bar sell food there. So we had pull up at the bar to get some turkey or some hot wings, and he had got some ball food. So the processors waiting on the food get done. They told him it'll be like 25 minutes. He go into the bar, and when he go into the bar, I'm sitting in the car, and like 5 minutes after the fact, I went in the bar behind him. Now I'm wrong from putting myself in a high risk situation. I'm wrong for that. I take responsibility for myself in a high risk situation. But so far as engaging in activity like fighting and all that, I never was no aggressive. I never laid my hand on nobody. My teeth been knocked out. My other teeth have been shifting. I'm 270 pounds at the incident. If I'd have put my hand on somebody, I wouldn't have been the one that went to the hospital. I was the only one who went to the hospital when the battery on the officer came about. I was in a police car, and I spit out the window, the blood out my mouth. I spit the blood out my mouth, so that's how the battery came about. They had signed affidavit on their own will because they knew they were wrong from jumping on me. I didn't lay a hand on either one of them, you know. I wasn't drinking. I just had one side in there, wait on my food to get done, which I ain't had no business doing that. You know, I apologize for that, from being back in front of y'all. I hope y'all got some kind of leaning on me and let me back to society, because I get back out of society, I can pay y'all real. I just ain't got a job and pay for the incident. And my boss had told me when I made it out that I get the job within 2 months. I give y'all money. I owe y'all on what you call them. I've been looking for a job the whole while I've been out there. And that Monday, I had got a job. I seen my parole officer that Wednesday, and I told him about it. But before that, I told him about me in the TWIC card situation, me trying to get the TWIC. And they keep denying me, and I asked him, can he help me get a TWIC? He told me I had to do my own footwork. I ain't got no vehicle. I can't go to Lake Charles. The hours my wife worked from 6 to 4, it's hard for her later to bring me to Lake Charles to get my court minutes to get me a TWIC. So that made me reach out to my parole officer, ask for help. You know, I ain't trying to throw nobody under the bus. You know, my life is in jeopardy, my freedom in jeopardy, again, behind my innocence. I'm the victim of the situation, you know, and I apologize about it. I'm totally sorry about it. But I have changed. I have changed completely around. When the club owner had called police, she had said that she wasn't calling police on me. I was a victim about my past history down here in Homer. Soon when they seen me, they put the cuffs on me because of my past, you know?
All right. Mr. Prater, you have any other questions?
Yes, sir. I'm kind of troubled by not so much what went on in the bar. Of course, you shouldn't have been in the bar, and you admit that. You say you weren't drinking. I was kind of wishing you were drinking with the attitude that you had with the officers, and that's where my main concern. I looked at all of the videos, looked at all of the body camera video, which was a lot of time watching all those, and then I read your letter that you wrote about, and the letter you wrote is not accurate as compared to the video about you having a mouth full of blood and spitting out the window. It was apparent what you did. It was apparent that you spit intentionally, and it's even on the video. It's got the officer that goes over to his car and gets a towel to wipe his face off. And that doesn't sound like just spitting out the window. You were talking fine before you spit. It was apparent that the sounds that were made, that you were attempting to get enough to spit, and that you spit because you were mad. And then when you got to the hospital, some of the things you said to the female officer and wanting to fight at the hospital was unacceptable. How do you explain all that? We got men and women out there wearing uniforms, deputy sheriffs and police officers, state police troopers. We got people out there that giving their lives for not much money, and then we have to put up with somebody like you, and you're on parole, and you're supposed to be behaving, especially behaving, because you've already messed up a time or two or many times, and then you given a chance to behave, and you act like this towards people that were being nice to you. Explain that.
I was just in a rage, I was in a rage because I've been jumped on for nothing but I wasn't no intention to spit on the officer. I had spit out the car window. It wasn't on him, sir. And so for the female officer, I was telling her that she arrested me and the ones who jump on me is right there. I said, arrest them while arresting me, and I'm the one being jumped on. I be hitting my face with a bottle. I apologize about that, but I could promise you, if I can't get an opportunity, it would never happen or nothing like that against her. I was raised. I've been hit in my face with a bottle. You know, my face was swollen. You know, and I apologize about that.
We're talking about once you even got to the hospital. You never did even get any treatment at the hospital, did you?
Yeah, because I was in a rage. I was mad. My face was swollen, sir. My whole face was swollen.
Well, you've got to learn somehow how to control yourself a little bit better. The officers didn't have anything to do with your face being swollen. And yet you treated them and spit on them and cussed them and threatened to beat them and were completely uncooperative to them. And that's not appropriate for somebody that's on parole, especially. It's not appropriate for anybody, but especially somebody that's on parole is supposed to be on their best behavior. I don't have any other questions.
I have questions.
I did review all of the file and the body cam images. I have no questions.
Okay, Mr. Prater, are you ready to vote?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
I think, Mr. Turner, my vote is to revoke your parole because of violation of rule number 4 and violation of rule number 10.
My vote is also to revoke based on the same information.
My vote, I concur. I vote to revoke your parole for violating condition number 4 and number 10. So your parole has been revoked today. Good luck to you. Signing off at Terrebonne Parish at 9:21.
Good afternoon, everybody. Can you hear me? Are y'all able to hear me? Are you able to hear me? There we go. I can see my little button. Okay. Good afternoon. I'm going to take over for True Crime Addict today and let her go to bed. She needs to get some sleep. I'm going to go back over here and then see what else we can find while we're waiting. Good night, Katya. Go to sleep. Hi, Lois. So nice to see you. See what else, what kind of trouble we can find while Katya's away. I know. Get the heck in the bed. I feel so bad for her. She does not feel good. See what else is live right now. Okay, Lois. Let's see what. Uh-oh. There we go.
You were also asked
13 days in this trial, my goodness.
about the Instagram business.
Good night, Katya. Get some sleep. Okay, so I have the other trial pulled up behind, and as soon as they're back from lunch, we'll switch back over to Zachary Hughes. And then in the meantime, we'll just see what's going on in Monica Simontilli's trial. 13 days in. Right? I haven't looked into this one at all. Trying to cover up that logo. Is it that one? There we go. So much drama. So much drama.
In your timelines, you included, in order to be able to show the dichotomy, the public posts versus the photographs that you recovered from the defendant's iCloud, for Apple iCloud records. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. In any of these public Instagram posts, did you find anywhere where the defendant posted about her trip in March to Las Vegas with Robert Baker?
No, I didn't.
Anywhere
Denise.
in those public Instagram posts, did you find any posts by the defendant regarding her trip in May?
The Zachary Hughes trial's on lunch, so we are over here watching this love affair at a living trial with Monica Simontilli. Apparently she's on day 13. I don't know anything about this trial, so we're just hanging out over here until they get back.
At the end of May with Robert Baker.
No.
I have nothing further.
Any recross?
We want to just on two issues, if I may. You talked about Officer Davis messages from the morning of January 23rd all throughout the day, correct?
Yes.
On Viber. And there's also messages on January 22nd. As you've already shown in... This graph shows that there are messages every day in January between March.
Yes.
And there are actually more messages on nearly every other day other than January 22nd and 23rd. Right?
I'll allow this. Yes.
On the IDMSS issue, the app for viewing the home surveillance cameras, there's a connection that you said continues from approximately 4 p.m. continues until 5:15 p.m. correct? That's what you've put to you.
Ongoing log entries of that IP address, yes.
Right. There can be a connection, but not necessarily video being streamed, correct?
I don't know.
Well,
Hi, Jean. We are waiting for the Zachary Hughes trial to come back up. They're on lunch right now. So we just kind of skipped over to see what's happening in Monica Simontilli's trial until they get back from lunch. Nice to see you.
To stream it, yes.
so there has to be incoming data downloaded to stream video.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So
I called you Jean. Joan. It looks like Joan. I'm sorry.
the app can be connected, but it could be running in the background, right?
Absolutely.
it doesn't have to be that, well, let me just, the act can be connected, but it's running in the background. So let's actually look at some of these entries where there are connections to the home IP address going up to 550, right? And this is the same exhibit we referred to, I believe, I'm sorry, it's 613. This is the full log, the AT&T records showing data downloads, connection with Monica's phone.
I believe for the record that's 614.
Thank you so much. The 614. Got myself. Now you said there's a connection with high bandwidth, particularly towards 4 p.m. Right?
Yes.
But there's actually a connection with high bandwidth only at 4 p.m.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to the...
Well, I need to address the point that there's a connection beyond and up to 5:15. So I'm going to show you those connections.
Same objection.
I'll allow this to go to 5:15, but again.
Right. We've already looked at the connections at 4 p.m., 4:05, and 4:25. I'm not going to go over those again. Right. But it is true that there are connections a bit later. Right? And this is showing the connection at 4:25. There's no data downloaded, it's 0. Right? This is the last one we talked about. There's no data downloaded. Video cannot be streamed.
Same objection, Your Honor.
Let's look at the next one. There's a connection here at 4:30.
Do you guys want to stay over here and watch this, or do we want to go back over and watch the parolees? Let me know what you guys want to do.
If there are 0 bytes downloaded, video cannot be being streamed, can it?
I would say with 0, there's no video coming in. No.
Right. There's also connection at 4:55. Again, 0 bytes downloaded at 4:55. Video cannot be being streamed with the home security cameras, correct?
And that would also be after the DVR box was removed as well.
Right, so we know the DVR box was removed when the killers, Robert Baker and Chris Austin, left the house, correct?
Yes.
And that was at 4:53 p.m., correct?
Yes.
Because we see the Porsche driving away at 4:53 p.m., correct?
Right.
You need the DVR to view the home surveillance cameras, don't you?
Yes, without it, you would have no endpoint, essentially, to stream data from.
So the DVR, sorry, continue.
I was going to say the phone could still attempt to make a connection, and that may be why we see additional log entries here beyond that point in time. But there's nothing to receive information from.
So the DVR has been ripped out, impossible to be viewing the home security cameras.
Right.
So these entries, 4:55, and the entry at 5:15, no possible way that home surveillance cameras are being used then, are they? Nope. So even though the connection continues until 5:15, absolutely not evidence that any home security camera footage is being reviewed.
Right.
No further questions.
Anything further, other people?
No, thank you.
Thank you, Officer Davis. You're excused.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You may call the next witness.
Call Deputy Miguel Valderrama.
You could please face me and raise your right hand. Do you solemnly state the testimony you may give in the cause now pending before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Please have a seat and witness stand. the record, say and spell your first and last name, please.
Miguel Balderrama, Miguel, B as in boy, Alderrama.
Thank you. Sir, can you tell us how it is that you're employed, please?
I'm a detective with LA County Sheriff's, currently at Major Crimes Metro Detail.
And how many years have you been so employed?
A little over 26 years.
Where were you assigned back in October of 2018?
I was working overtime in this courtroom as bailiff of record.
Joan, thank you so much. I'll
What
let
were
her
your
know.
duties as the bailiff of?
Joan with the 199 says, hope Katya feels better, and thank you, Hio. Thank you so much. Thank you for allowing me to hang out with you.
For that calendar day.
Want to direct your attention to the dates of October 2nd and October 3rd of 2018. Let's start with the October 2nd date. You were assigned to this courtroom.
Yes.
Okay. And do you recognize defendant Monica Sementilli seated over here?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And can you identify her for the record?
She's sitting at the table with a beige suit.
Also showing you what's been previously marked as People's 14. Do you recognize this individual?
That's the individual that was a co-defendant on this case.
Robert Baker?
Yes.
Okay. And on the day of October 2nd of 2018, were you responsible for bringing the defendant and Robert Baker into this courtroom for court appearances?
Yes.
And subsequent to the court appearance, were you also responsible for returning them to the courthouse lockup?
Yes.
And that would be part of the normal job of a bailiff performing security functions for the courtroom
Yes.
with individuals that are in custody?
Yes.
Okay. And did you follow certain protocol in order to keep the defendant and her co-defendant at that time, Robert Baker, separated?
Yes.
How do you do that?
Well, first they were both classified as K-10 at the time.
What's that mean?
So they were dressed down in orange jumpsuits, and they're both waist chains and leg chains.
What does that mean in terms of how they're kept?
A high security prisoner. So they're kept separately, no communication within them too. And then, of course, when you come into the courtroom, you have to separate their chairs as much as possible.
And was there also a sergeant supervisor who was assisting you in this courtroom that day?
Yes.
Who was that?
That was Sergeant Bob Westfall.
Okay. And was he also in the courtroom with you on October 2nd?
He was assisting me.
Okay. Did he also go into the lockup with you at some point on October 2nd and October 3rd?
Somewhat, I opened the door and he was at the threshold between the 101 courtroom and then the 101 lockup. So he was between the open door.
Okay. And once the court appearance was done in this courtroom, what did you do with respect to the defendant and Robert Baker?
So it was a quick matter, calendar matter that day. I initially escorted Robert Baker first to the door, and then my sergeant caught him at the threshold, and he immediately ordered him up to the stairs. It's just a second floor landing. So the lockup facility is on the 10th floor. We're actually on the 9th floor, so there's a landing that Robert Baker was sent to.
Okay.
As soon as he was staged at the second floor landing, I came back in and then escorted Sementilli into the courtroom lockup.
Okay. So at this point, Baker is supposed to be at the top of the staircase leading to the 10th floor lockup.
Yes, but he was lingering on the second floor landing. He wasn't listening to my instructions because I ordered him all the way to the door.
Were you directing him, commanding him to proceed up to the top of the stairs?
Yes.
And what did he do at that point?
He was lingering around the stairwell on the second floor landing.
Okay. So he did not obey your instructions?
No, and also Sergeant Westfall was also ordering him
and he was still lingering around until I entered the courtroom with Cemetery.
With defendant Sementili?
Yes.
Okay. And once you took defendant Sementili into the lockup, what happened at that point?
So then I took lead in front of Cemetery, and then I ordered Baker to the end of the doorway on the 10th floor.
Okay.
And at that time, then he followed my instructions and went to the end of the door. And then I stood in the second floor landing. Then I ordered Cemetery to come up the stairs. So at the same time, I could keep an eye on Baker, and I could keep an eye on Monica as she's coming up the stairs.
Defendant Sementili?
Cemetery.
Okay. And then, did you take any particular position between the two as you came up the stairs?
Yes, I wasn't between them both, so I could keep an observation on both Baker and Cemetery.
At the same time?
Yes.
Okay. And at some point, did you also order the defendant Sementili, to do something?
I had her come up to the stairs
Towards you?
Towards me. When Baker was up by the door facing the wall, then I ordered a Cemetery to come up the stairs to the second floor landing, and then I went up to Baker so I could open the door.
Okay.
Still keeping an eye on both inmates.
Okay. During this time, was there any communications between either, between the defendant and Robert Baker?
Yes, there were. Baker was talking to Cemetery. Hey, we got this, Mercedes, we got this. I wasn't really paying attention to that because I was looking for hands and basically trying to get them escorted to their lockup.
What did he call her?
Mercedes.
In your report, did you indicate it might have been Madonna?
It could have been.
Is that what you wrote in your report?
I gotta look at my report to refresh my memory. It's been a couple years.
I'm going to hand you a set of reports. You can review them. That is you.
Memory's refreshed.
Okay.
On page 4, I indicated it was Mercedes, we got this. And I put in quotes.
Okay. Did you indicate previously, though, you thought it could have been also Madonna?
Objection, leaving.
Oh, possibly.
Okay. So Baker was saying to the defendant, we got this.
Yes.
Okay. And at this point, were you still maintaining the distance between the defendant and her co-defendant at that time, Robert Baker?
Yes.
And what did you do?
I told him to stop talking, and then I went up to the door to open it, because Baker was actually, he was in cell number 8, which is the actual door, the lockup facility. Right as soon as you open the door to the 10th floor, his cell was right immediately to the right. And then Cemetery was all the way down the end to cell, I think it was locker number 2.
Okay. And is there a recording of this incident?
Video recording?
Yes. That you've reviewed?
Yes, but that wasn't discovered till the next day,
Yes.
the 3rd.
But there is a recording regarding, we're talking about October 2nd still, yes?
Yes.
Your Honor, I have a set of 3 video recordings. May they be marked collectively on a CD as People's 163?
Yes.
Thank you. And they will include October 2nd and October 3rd of 2018. Let me show you the first one.
So I found a little bit of background on it. It looks like it says when famed stylist and hair care executive Fabio Cimentilli was found unalived on the patio of his home in Woodland Hills, California on January 23rd of 2017, the crime was assumed to be a burglary gone wrong. So it looks like they figured out somewhere down the road that it was her. Fabio Cimentilli was a larger-than-life father of 3 who made a major name for himself in the hair industry. He was 49 years old. He used to tell stories and would engage people for hours. Looks like friends who visited Fabio and Monica described the welcoming atmosphere, full of friends and family gathering for food and drinks. Monica was my fancy friend. Everything she touched was elegant, and her home was elegant. When Monica Cimentelli urgently texted in 2017 asking her to come over, she rushed to the house. Yeah. Oh, the stern. Oh, yeah. I'm sorry. Yeah. Let me not associate that word. Let me not associate that ever again. You're right. I won't ever say that like that again. Oh, looks like cameras going on.
Baker up to the end of the hallway.
And that's another bailiff that
The
just
bailiff that came out of 102.
So we just saw Baker go up the stairs in
Go up
orange.
the stairs, yes.
You're still in the courtroom at this point. There you
I'm
are.
walking in right now. So Baker is up in the second floor landing up the stairs. I separate myself between both co-defendants.
And that's the defendant coming up the stairs behind you?
Yes, it is.
You're kind, Joan.
Now, the following day, October 3rd, were you
That fisheye camera,
again
yeah, odd
working
angle.
as a bailiff here in this courtroom?
Yes, I again was working overtime that morning in this courtroom.
Okay. And according to your typical protocol, the next day around 7:40 in the morning, what did you do?
So normally I come in and the courtroom's empty. I do a security check, basically go through every section of the courtroom, jury box, the audience, and basically check to see if any bags or anything was left over. Then I make my way into the lockup. I check the cell before any inmates get there, because in the morning we do the calendar, and then we get the inmates for the either Department 101 or 102. So after that was cleared, I walked up the stairs and I checked all the railings, and that's when I noticed on the railing on the second floor landing, going up to the 10th floor lockup, there was a little baggie rolled up, and we call it a kite.
What's a kite?
Kite is a way inmates communicate between themselves. So it could have been either narcotics, or it was all rolled up really tight. So I saw it on the inside portion of the railing, on the bottom portion of the rail as it going up.
Going up the stairs?
So I immediately called my sergeant, which was Bob Westfall, and I told him, if you don't mind checking the video cameras for the day prior.
Thank you, love. I appreciate
to
that
see
so
if
much.
anything was
Thank
placed
you.
At the time when Baker was going up the stairs. And that's when he discovered he actually not placed one, he actually placed 2 items.
Okay.
So that's when he came into the courtroom. We found the other one.
Okay. So
Show you the second video, also dated October 2nd, that's contained on the CD Exhibit 163.
So it looks like at some point investigators decided her and another man named what did I see his name was? Robert Baker. And apparently they were having an affair behind the husband's back. And it looks like they discovered that they were trying to run away together, and that was their way to, cop up an elaborate
Tell us what we're
scheme.
seeing here
So the
in the
bottom-
video from October 2nd.
So the bottom of the screen is actually the 10th floor lockup door. We're looking toward the stairwell as you're going up the one. And the railing that's concerned is the one to the left, on the top of the portion. There's Baker, and he places something on the bottom of the rail, the inside portion of the rail.
With his right hand.
It's right in. He's looking back.
This is where you said he was lingering and you were directing him to continue up the top of the stairs.
Yes, and that's, he goes to the top
Oh,
of the
so he
rail,
was trying to
inside
kite
portion,
a
places
message to
second.
her.
Which you couldn't see from your vantage point at the
No,
bottom.
that's why I sent him all the way to the door, because there's nothing to put on the wall. It'll be obvious.
That's you coming up?
That's me coming up. That's when he's talking back to, Senator.
And that's Baker speaking back to her?
Yes.
Okay.
So I ordered her to come up to the stairs and go to the right side of the wall. As I was keeping an eye. Because the door is immediately, as you walk inside, it's his cell number 8. So I immediately placed that there to still see her.
Okay. So you went back on October 3rd to watch this video once you noted the first item at the bottom of the stairs.
Yes.
Which then gave you information regarding the second one at the top of the stairs.
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to show you a third video. This one from October 3rd.
That's my sergeant, Bob Westfall. And he pointed
I
to
agree,
the
Joan.
upper
She looks
portion
way
of the rail
shady.
and discovered the second item. I was taking photographs till the end.
Wow, this is crazy. Looks like Robert Baker has already been sentenced. But he is supposed to, if he has not already, testify in this trial, so I don't know.
Your Honor, I have an evidence envelope. It has the name Gable on the front and number 191 and 192 written in red pen. May it and its contents be marked, please, as People's 164.
Yes.
Detective, I'm going to
Your
read.
Honor, the defense is going to object as to People's 164 on grounds that the contents are hearsay.
Overruled.
No, hearsay, it's right on
this,
video.
LAPD evidence envelope that appears to have other envelopes inside. Can you open the envelope, remove the contents, and tell us what you find inside?
Okay, Joan, we'll be here.
Well, I could tell you, these are the items I booked under the LA Sheriff's file number. So they were probably rebooked under the LAPD since it's an LAPD case.
Okay.
I know that for a fact because I identify my writing.
Okay.
I put the earn number, I put EV2, I actually did the sticker, and my name's on the sticker as evidence.
And there are two envelopes that are rolled up inside of the LAPD envelope, correct?
There's two, evidence 1 and evidence 2, and it's also correlates to my report that I actually authored.
Okay. And you mentioned a URN or an earn number. Is that the way the Sheriff's Department tracks cases?
Yes.
Okay. So when you write a report on a matter, you would write up the report with a unique case number
that would also be related to any evidence recovered on that case?
Yes,
Okay. And so anything that you would recover, such as a kite, that would generate a report as well as evidence item numbers.
Overall.
yes,
Okay. And in this case, you had
That was a
two
terrible
separate
objection.
items that you booked, correct?
yes,
And that's why you have two separate envelopes. You labeled one as evidence 1 and one as the other as evidence 2.
yes,
And did those correlate to the numbers in your report under that unique sheriff's case number or URN number?
yes.
Okay. If you could open up the envelope with respect to evidence 1 and tell us what you find inside.
I have a plastic bag with a red envelope.
And it's in some kind of plastic wrap?
It's a plastic wrap.
Was that the same plastic wrap that was covering evidence 1 when you found it at the bottom of the stairs?
Yes.
Okay. And what do you have there that you've removed from the plastic wrap?
So it was the red envelope I found inside the plastic bag that was tightly rolled up. It was partially torn, so it does say Angeles County Sheriff's Department. Has the annex number. It has in parentheses 501-6191, which I'm assuming it's a booking number. And then it has written in pencil 3300 and 18U, which is the module at Men's Central Jail, and then that's the 18U is the bed, the bunk, where this person is assigned to.
Okay.
There is paperwork inside, and this is the exact paperwork I found, and it was like,
You said there was a number on the exterior that you thought was consistent with a booking number. What was that number?
it's 501-6191.
If I show you your paperwork again, did you include that number actually on the front of your report?
Yes, and I associated that with inmate Cementil.
So that was the defendant Sementili.
Cementil, yes.
That would be her booking number.
That is her booking number.
Whereas the module with the unit number, that correlates with the booking location or where Baker was being held, correct? At Men's Central Jail?
That's correct. In the face page, I put message to jail in module 3300.
Okay. So is there something inside of that red envelope?
It was 2 pieces of paper. It was like puzzle paperwork. On the back side, it had numerical numbers just written on the paper, positive, negative. And same thing with the other one. It was another puzzle paperwork. And then the back side, it had some numerical numbers, positive, negative.
Showing you the first page from evidence 1. Was this the item number that you recovered from the railing at the bottom area that we saw on the video?
Yes, that's one sheet of paper.
Did that appear to you to be some type of coded communication? Bless you.
Overruled.
Yes,
Do you commonly come in contact with items such as this when you're working in the jail facility?
yes, and I also work gangs. I was an OSS detective, and that's how normally Mexican Mafia and different inmates communicate on different messages.
Showing you the second page, again, does that appear to be some type of coded communication?
That's what it appears like.
You could return these to that red envelope and then to the evidence 1 envelope. that you booked it under. And you're placing the plastic wrap over it as well. Appears to be some type of a plastic baggie.
It resembles a booking bag that normally people get in the jail facility.
Okay. Let's look at evidence number 2. Is this the envelope into which you booked a similar kite that you recovered, that we saw on video number 3 from the top of the railing just outside of the 10th floor lockup?
Yes, I have my, I printed the report number, which is the EARN, a uniform report number. I have my name, I booked this piece of evidence, and I also put a little narrative paper containing numerical cipher message recovered from the top railing leading to the 10th floor lockup. In this,
Numerical what message?
I put
Cipher.
numerical cipher message, basically.
Encoded?
Encoded message.
Okay. You could open this envelope and again describe to us what's inside the envelope.
And this one was a smaller plastic baggie, and it was tightly rolled up, and it was containing one sheet of paper. Both sides were actually same type of numerical cipher, which is positive and negative numbers on both sides.
Thank you. Showing you the front side, one side. Again, does this appear to be similar to the other evidence item that we looked at, which is some type of numerical code?
Yes.
And on the back side, again, same?
Yes.
Okay, I'm handing this back to you. If you could again place this coated kite into the plastic and the envelope that you booked it to. And then if you could place both of those sheriff's evidence envelopes back into the LAPD booked envelope. Have you done that?
Do so, no, ma'am.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Let's take our morning recess for 15 minutes. The admission applies. See you back here in 15 minutes.
Time that he appointed me to go there, and both times something came up where they had to go to the hospital because of their sicknesses. I mean, it wasn't nothing that I was trying to do. I only had been home 2 months trying to get myself together, trying to get a job, trying to do everything. And every time I called him and I told him, hey, look, finally the guy.
Pass on the day reporting center, but you have criminal conduct, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
And I'm prepared to vote.
Okay, Mr. Prater, do you have any questions?
Well, you just get kind of tired of getting lied to sometimes. Something happened out there as a parent. She stood still. The lady stood still and let them take pictures of her and let the medical folks, look at her and all that business. And what about a gun? Did you have a gun?
No, sir. Even you can see in the statement, even the guy's mom stated she never seen me with a weapon. They never caught me with no weapon. I turned myself in when I found out that I had these charges. And the woman, she only called the police because the niece wasn't with her son. She got a kid with her son too. I never had a problem with them people. I mean, the woman was in court, the guy was in court, all of them was testifying on my behalf that I didn't do nothing. I mean, Denise even admitted she hit her nose on a car. I never caused no.
Yes, I appreciate that. I don't have any other questions.
Yeah. All right. Okay, panel ready to vote?
Yes, sir.
Do you vote first?
Based on the preponderance of evidence, including pictures and police reports and the guilty plea in court, my vote is to revoke your.
Mr. Prater?
Yes, sir, I concur. I vote to revoke it parole also. Number 4, criminal activity, and that's good enough. Revoke.
Yeah, and I'm gonna find guilty on number 4 and number 8. I also vote to revoke. Today your probation has been revoked and the parole has been revoked. Mr. Thorne Dexter, good luck to you. We're signing out at Plaquemine Parish Detention Center.
He didn't even.
They're voting on my first technical.
Oh my goodness. So he was revoked, didn't even have a chance for the family to respond or talk or take that into consideration. It was all business. No feelings over there. They were standing on business. Let's check in over here. 106 Central. So we should be about 23 minutes out, 24 minutes out, something like that. It's definitely sad, Lois, right? It's definitely sad. Toxic, did we go over and stream snipe allegedly while she's covering Delphi? People have so many opinions about the Delphi case. Wonder if they're going to do something else. We definitely could, right? We definitely could go see her for a second. Let's do that. Let's go in.
Current Indiana State Police. The Indiana State Police asked them to bring me in if I didn't have a ride. I told them that I could take myself there, and I did. I met with them that very same day, and that was actually March 3rd. That was on a Friday, and then on March 6th is when they brought him in and questioned him, and actually before they even did probation violation.
Her audio is so bad, and I'm sorry.
No, she won't strike us.
What?
I gotta tell her it's me in a minute. I think you're being
Hey,
streamed.
Kimmy C123.
She said what?
By who?
By me.
It was an obstruction of justice, is what they had brought him in on.
Oh,
and it was because he was a felon and he had guns.
girl, I was about to get mad. I thought somebody was talking crap. I was like, they about to stream snipe me. I'm a stream snipe them and talk crap. Okay, that's fine. It's true crime addict. Okay, you're good. I was like, what?
That's funny.
So,
That's
Hey, Toxic.
funny.
I think
This is high toxic.
you need to know that too.
That was funny.
One other question for you. This inmate says that Ron Logan confessed to him while they were jailed together. You know Ron Logan before he died. Is he the kind of person that would have confessed something this terrible to a fellow inmate, both incarcerated together?
I think, once you're off of alcohol, you dry out a little bit.
Oh, that was funny. She was like, what? I was about to say somebody's talking crap. Let's see. Still waiting. Yeah, that was funny. It made me laugh. She did. I know. She just wasn't having it. She did. She was like, I'm about to stream them. Hi, vamos. ¿Cómo estás el día de hoy? We're just waiting for them to get back from lunch. We watched a little bit of the Monica Simontelli trial, but she also went to lunch. And then we were watching the parolees, but they kind of have stuff going on in between. So now, ¿tienes frío? Está bien frío acá también. Texas is real cold today. Real cold. I'm not liking this 17-degree weather in Texas when, next week it's going to be 80 or something. Oh, you ain't going to get banned from over there. You don't get banned from over there. Oh, look, somebody's up. Oh, they're like, you can wait. Negative 14 Fahrenheit or Celsius? That's crazy. My Spanish is okay. My Spanish was learned throughout the years. I had full immersion. It was great. It was beautiful. No, I couldn't either. No. Nope. No, thank you. Everyone says, hey, Toxic. So is everybody home because of the weather today? Everybody just had to stay home from work. I know Mr. Speculating in Allegedly's chat, he was home today. And I've seen a lot of people kind of hanging out, a lot of people going live, doing their thing. See what other trouble we can find here on the interwebs while we're waiting. Something that won't get us banned. You're always home, Joan? What did you have for lunch? Now I'm curious. I'm hungry. I was thinking about a grilled cheese, but it's so starchy. And then I was thinking about potatoes and they're starchy. So apparently I have some need to be on a starchy path today. There's a lot of drama on today. Oh, that sounds so good. I'll take 3. I'll eat 2 now and then I'll have to share one with the pups. I have a wolf and he won't let me eat by myself. Is your medication acting up or you just having an off day or what's going on, darling? can't be giving away the tacos to the pups. And you can ship that to me here in Texas? I'd love that. Yeah, probably so toxic. When I have those days, I literally lay down and I don't get up until I feel better. Sometimes you got to do what's best for you.
Okay, the parole board is being called back to order at 10:14. My name is Pete Freeman. I am the acting chair, along with Ms. Ledoux to my right and Mr. Steve Prater, who is joining us on Zoom. We're here for the parole hearing on Travis Hogan. Would the staff at the prison introduce themselves? Anyone there in with you, Mr. Hogan?
My name is Lieutenant Johnny.
Okay, Lieutenant Johnson, you have any remarks you want to make with regard to Mr. Hogan?
No, sir.
Okay,
Wow.
thank you for having us today. Okay, with the subject, with Mr. Hogan, will you state your name and your DLC number?
Travis Centel Hogan, 554681.
Okay. Okay, Mr. Hogan, the way this is gonna go is that we will ask you some questions. Then we're gonna let your speaker speak. Ms. Deborah Jackson, aunt, who is in favor, to Shanta Vaughn, sister, who is in favor. Both will be speaking. We have Tamika White, who is in opposition, 21st JDC victim coordinator. Michelle Starks with Tamika, 21st JDC felony supervisor, and Scott Perilou with Tamika, 21st JDC district attorney, who will be speaking. I will let Mr. Perilou as the DA speak last before we start our questioning of you. Okay, Mr. Turner, first off, tell me what you did to get yourself into prison and why you think we should consider letting you out today.
Well, I can't.
Can you sit back so we can see? Okay, right there. That's good. That's good. Go ahead.
Well, I came to prison at a young age, just trying to be down with people or whatever. But since I've been incarcerated though, I changed. I really changed throughout my incarceration. And I just ask y'all that y'all give me a second chance in my life, my friend.
Does he look sincere to y'all?
How long have you actually served in prison? It's kind of confusing.
23 years and 9 months.
23 years and 9 months on a 25-year sentence. Okay. All right. Okay, so we're going to let the people speak that are speaking on your behalf. Is that all you want to say at this time?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Miss Deborah Jackson, your aunt, Miss Jackson.
Yes, sir.
Wait, Miss Jackson, you're still on mute.
Good morning.
Good morning, Miss Jackson. Please state your name for the record and relationship to the victim. To the subject.
My name is Deborah Ann Hogan Jackson. I'm Travis' aunt. I'm his mom's sister.
Okay, what do you want us to know about it, Mr. Hogan?
I just want to say that I feel like he should have rehabilitated himself. He was such a young age of 14 years old, and he have a good family, good support system. His mom here, we homeowners, we work in a nursing field. We just miss and love Travis, and we really think he should have a second chance at this point. And I'm sorry for the victim.
Appreciate it, Miss Jackson. Okay, now we'll hear from Miss Tashanta Vaughn, your sister. Miss Vaughn? She's not on? Okay, well, if she gets on, we'll okay, we'll come back to Miss Vaughn when she gets on. Mr. Paraloo, I'm gonna let you speak, but if there's something that you want to come back on, because the DA is supposed to speak last, if there's something you want to come back on after Ms. Vaughn speaks, we'll allow you to speak again. So, Mr. Paraloo? So he's not on? Anybody from his office on? Okay. Well, let's go on and start our interview. And then if these speakers come in, we'll let them come in and speak when they get on.
Because we are trying to figure out what is going on. This poor man is asking for a second chance. His aunt's there to tell us he needs a second chance, but nobody's there on his behalf. And then we are still waiting over on the Zachary Hughes trial. It's day 6, so we've been sitting here waiting for lunch to be over, which should be in about 9 minutes or so. So nothing really, just kind of hanging out.
3 armed robberies and kidnappings and 2 forcible rapes, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Why do you think why should we let you out early? Convince me, because I'm gonna be a hard sell. You better explain to me why I should let you out a year and a half early. What good's that gonna do?
So I had enough time to actually get my life right. Like, I wasn't a bad person. I was just with the wrong crowd at the wrong time.
Do you know what I hadn't heard you say, Mr. Hogan? I hadn't heard you say a single time about the victims and how you ruined their lives. You're going to be getting out, okay? I know it's been 24 years you've been in jail, but you're going to be getting out, and you're going to look back, and I know you lost 25 years. They lost their whole lives. It's like a murder sentence for them. They can't ever go anywhere or think without getting out, being scared or being nervous, anxious about something else happening because of you. And I hadn't heard you mention them. What do you think about the victims?
I'm sorry for what happened. I wish that I can give their life
That
back.
man's face in the
sorry.
camera so you can see.
I was 16 years old. I was just trying to with the wrong people at the wrong time. So I'm not no bad person like that. Like, I was scared for my life too, but at the same time.
Yeah,
Because
I agree.
the people that I was with was way older than me.
Yes.
Like, I'm sorry. I'm sorry for the victims. I'm sorry that it happened. I wish that I could take it back.
Mr. Chairman, I don't have any questions. That's it.
Okay, Ms. Ledoux, do you have any questions? Both of them on? Okay, let's go on and hear from Tashanta Vaughn, your sister. Ms. Vaughn, what do you want to have to say about the subject?
Good morning. What I have to say is, I'm gonna piggyback off what Travis said. He's not a bad person. Travis never got in any trouble prior to that. Also, I feel like he said that he was with the wrong people. They did it. They told him, from my understanding, if he didn't do it, they was gonna do something to him, and that's something that they made him do. But like I say, Travis is not a bad person at all. Like, he never been in school trouble. In school, he was bullied and coerced into doing that.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Vaughn. Do we have the DA?
And that's all I have to say.
Okay, we're also going to hear from Mr. Scott Paraloo now, DA in the 21st JDC. Mr. Paraloo?
Exactly. He'll be piggybacking off of the felon.
Hey guys, good morning. My name's Taylor Anthony. I'm an assistant DA. I'm employed by Mr. Paraloo. He's tied up in another meeting, so he asked me to step in. I spoke with him and reviewed the matter that's before you guys this morning. And on behalf of the DA's office, I just wanted to note, I've listened to some of what was said by the defendant and some of his family, and To me, just as an assistant DA, there's a concerning lack of empathy and also a lack of acceptance for what he's done. You know, I just heard from, I believe that was his sister that said they made him do this. And, you know, I review the police report, I review the proceedings that were before the court. And, you know, this man raped a woman in downtown Hammond in a parking lot. No one made him get on top of this woman. No one made him take this woman's dignity. And, you know, he has an opportunity before you guys this morning that the victim does not have, because in many cases, especially cases of sexual assault, this is something that this woman continues to live with every day, will never leave her. It cannot be taken away from her. So no one made him do this. These people were robbed and raped at gunpoint in a downtown Hammond area that's less than a mile from Southeastern Louisiana University. And it's just a horrible crime. And I'm hearing a lack of accountability and acceptance from the defendant.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Taylor, for joining us today.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Well said. Well said.
I have a few questions, Mr. Prater. You were finished, correct?
Yes, sir. I'm through.
Okay. Have you ever taken sex offender treatment?
Since I've been incarcerated, I was not eligible to participate into no kind of programs because I said I had too much time and my time was flat.
All right. So did you have any classes, any victim classes, anything like that?
They said I was not able to attend any programs that the facility had because I had too much time.
All right. Okay. A lot of parish jails do that. Okay.
Yeah, they sure do.
And it's understandable. They try to get them to the people they think are getting out right away. Okay. You know, I just want to note you do have victim opposition. You have strong law enforcement opposition. We even got some letters in from some of the law enforcement with their opposition. And you have good family support. We got some letters from your family and they're supporting you. Is the panel ready to vote at this time?
Yes, sir.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Prater.
Yeah, my vote is that he be denied parole and that he serve the rest of his time. This is a horrible, horrible sentence. I mean, horrible,
Joan,
excuse me, horrible, horrible crime.
Have fun sewing, love. We'll be here.
Ms. Lynette?
Mr. Hogan, I want to commend you. For my report, it doesn't look like you have any disciplinary reports. And
there we go.
That is excellent. I understand you have not had the opportunity to take many classes. We do a risk assessment score for sex offenders, and your score is one of the highest I've seen. My vote today is to deny parole. But I hope you understand that you're going to have some challenges when you hit the street if you have not taken any classes to help you with your sex offender offense, okay?
Okay, my vote is the same, but I'm also going to recommend that you be moved to a place where you can take the sex offender treatment. You definitely need to get that before consideration for release. So today your parole has been denied by a vote of 3-0. Good luck to you, sir. And we're signing out at River Bend.
Thank you.
Sorry, Miss Lady, you was late. He's not going to just let you go in there and talk. You were late. Stay in jail. Do not pass go. Yeah, he violated a woman straight there in the parking lot. Some of these people do the most vile things, and then they're like, oh, I just think I should get out now. I've done enough time. You know, I should not be made to sit in here any longer and do any more time because X number of reasons. It is traumatic. It's like he said, it's basically a death sentence for her because she has to live with that for the rest of her life. But you went out and you didn't take any classes. You didn't try to better yourself in any way. No disciplinary reports over the time, but yeah. Yeah. I can't see a woman trying to force a man into doing something of that nature in any way whatsoever. So, what I can never find the one that she has for the logo. I think it's this one. So it is 1:30 Central. Should be 2 p.m. Eastern. So 2:15. Oh, wait, what? Now they changed it. We got another 45 minutes. Oh my goodness.
Sources to work on it. Then they reach out to us. So to see if we'll take the case. Robbery Homicide Division in 2017 had about 100 detectives assigned. And all the detectives have specialized in either robbery, homicide, sex assault crimes, or surveillance. So we have the resources and the time to work on bigger and more complicated cases.
At the time, then, who was your partner?
Detective 3, Barry Tellis.
When you're assigned and take over the case, is this a partner kind of relationship where two of you take over together as partners?
Yes, we worked side by side through the whole case.
Now, when did you first became involved on March 7th, 2017? Is that correct?
Correct.
And was the current then detectives Parcell and Verna? Does that ring a bell?
Correct. It was Parcell and Berna.
So how do you get up to speed on the case from your inception of when you come on?
Sure. So they came up and we met with them at the in our office, and they explained the case. We learned about Robert Baker and his DNA being found at the crime scene. We learned that he was a 296 registrant. He had about 10 years of military service. We learned that there was another suspect that went in the house with him that was still unidentified. We learned that there was a secret affair, love affair, or affair, I should say, between Monica Semitelli and Robert Baker, and that he was her racquetball coach. And they told us that they had set up and started surveillance on them. And at that point, they decided to withhold the information to Monica about the DNA, which we thought was a good avenue to take.
Why did you think that?
Well,
what was your next steps and when you came in based on the information that Parcell and Verna gave you as far as your strategy?
Sure. So once we took the case, we said, yes, we'll take the case. We gave them some directives, what we wanted. We told them we wanted to continue with the surveillance of Monica and Robert. And we wanted them to not tell them that the case was reassigned to us. We wanted them to maintain the impression that they were still working it as a burglary gone bad. And we did not want them to reveal the DNA results. We wanted them to continue to trickle it out. And that was at our direction when we wanted more to come out.
Why did you decide that?
Well, the plan was to, while they were doing that, at our end, we were gathering more information, social media, call detail records, all that kind of stuff. So we're writing search warrants and getting all that stuff. And we're trying to learn so we could learn the background better. And we did that. So ultimately we would, at the end, we would tell them that the DNA all came back and it was all negative, just before we arrested them.
And again, why would you tell them that? Well, why was that the plan?
Well, the plan was that for that exact operation was when we knew Monica was scheduled to go out of town to New York and I think Canada. And so the plan was to inform her then that the DNA finding all came back and none of it was relevant. It didn't lead to anything. And that the insurance would be released. We did that in hopes that we would get more of a digital trail of their communications to see how they responded to that.
At that time, when you first came on the case, then were you aware about the defendant's requests to be cleared for the insurance money?
Yes, yes.
Did you ever personally have a conversation with her about insurance money or clearing her at any point?
I didn't have a conversation with her, but I was present when Detective Parcell had a conversation with her.
Okay. And that appeared from what you saw to be a concern of hers to be cleared in order to receive the insurance money?
It was a concern. Oh.
It's overruled. Go ahead.
It was a concern.
Now, you said you wrote a lot of search warrants. What type of search warrants were you involved in? And you don't have to go through all of them, but what did you do as far as your work?
Well, I think I wrote about 34, 35. So basically, social media, the gamut of social media warrants, a lot of warrants, once we got their devices, to get into those devices and forensically analyze them. Encrypted app warrants for WhatsApp and Viber, warrants to go into the house and various houses the day of the arrest. Every warrant we did, yeah.
As of March 7th, when you came on, had some warrants already been done?
Yes, Valley Bear Homicide had already completed maybe about 7, which included call detail records and various things like that, which they gave to us. So we had a lot of information right at the start.
So were you able to review what had already been done as far as warrants and get up to speed on the case?
Yes, and that's what we spent the first few weeks doing, just going over their results and reviewing video that they had pulled, surveillance video and stuff like that.
So were you able then to review the videos, and I'll go through them from the Target parking lot? Did you review those videos?
Yes,
Did you review the videos from the Rouse parking lot?
yes,
And did you review videos from LA Fitness?
yes,
Did you review the surveillance videos that show cars coming and leaving on January 23rd, 2017 from the Cemetery Street right there at Oakdale and Queen Victoria?
yes.
Okay. Did you review interviews of people that had already been interviewed?
I'm sorry, say that
Did
again.
you review interviews of some individuals that had already been interviewed?
Yes,
Okay. And then you did your own interviews?
not on all of them, but, and some of the other detectives in our unit, since we have a lot of detectives to work with, did interviews as well.
Now, you knew at that point then that GND, the group in the Valley, had already been surveilling the defendant and Baker.
Ooh,
for
she
quite
looks
some
so
time, correct?
annoyed.
Yes,
And so you knew that
She
they had
looks
spotted
so
them out
annoyed.
around town in February and into early March before you came on.
correct.
Did you stated that you continued that surveillance. What unit did you use?
We used a unit that's organic to RHD called the Special Investigative Unit or section, which is SIS.
And what do they do?
They do clandestine surveillance for all the detectives at RHD. If we have a suspect or a possible suspect, we'll ask them to follow them, and they'll ask what our concerns are so that we can get what we're looking for. It could be as simple as trying to find out where they actually live. It could be finding other cars. It could be hopefully finding a suspect that we don't know who it is yet. And oftentimes they'll go out and get surreptitious DNA samples for us to match the existing evidence, things like that.
So right away, then, did you engage this additional unit, SIS, to continue the surveillance?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And then we'll hear from them later, but did you get feedback from SIS that they had spotted them out and about around town subsequent to you coming on the case?
Yes, they would periodically update us and on things that they had noticed. And also, it was not just all physical, it's mostly done by digital, through phone pings and through trackers on their cars.
And did you have trackers placed on their cars, or were they already there?
They replaced them. From G&D had already put them on, and then we replaced them with ours.
Now, speaking of the trackers, did you have a tracker on the Ford F-150 owned by the Cementilles?
Yes.
Now, that Ford 150, at some point, did you determine that it had traveled to Las Vegas on March 23rd, 2017?
Yes.
What did you do to follow up on that trip?
That one, I believe, was at the Videra. And I believe on that one, we reached out to a detective in Las Vegas, Mog, and he retrieved all the video surveillance from that hotel for us. And we also looked at her iCloud and Robert Baker's. I don't recall where we got the photos, but we also got photos from either Monica's iCloud or Baker's Dropbox that coincided with that trip.
You're in our CD of a video, be marked as 165.
Very good.
So the CD, the video that you got from the Vidara, you spoke to someone in Las Vegas?
Yes, we spoke to Las Vegas Metro Detective Cliff, I think his first name, Mogg, M-O-G-G.
Thank you, Toxic. I could definitely use some coffee.
I'm gonna play this video for you. All right, and then what are we seeing in the video?
Sorry, is there a date? There is.
Must be.
There it is. The video is dated 3/23/2017. Is this the Vidara Hotel?
Yes.
Okay, 1424, is that the defendant walking up to the desk?
Yes, it's mine.
Everybody in chat having tea and crumpets, or coffee and crumpets, or whatever goes with coffee. Oh, look at her longing for the old days. She's looking at that hotel thinking, I remember that day. What a lovely night.
And then you see another individual. Were you able to see that? Join, we'll be back in a few minutes.
Oh.
Yeah. There's an individual wearing what looks like possibly jeans, long leather jacket.
Yeah, that's Rob.
When you say
It's like,
Rob,
can you hear me?
who's that?
Rob, yeah. Baker.
So is this then the check-in desk at the Vidara Hotel on 3/23/2017?
Yes.
Right, Lois? What is this, the Lotus? I didn't even see what they said, what hotel it was. Ooh, cookies. I love that
And
movie.
again, the defendant walking across from the lobby there at 143409.
Yes.
What area is this right here at 1434?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
Ooh, toxic. That sounds delicious.
Elevator bank.
Yes.
And at 143441, was that the defendant and Baker getting on the elevator?
Yes, it was.
Going up. Was this in 23? Because those cameras need an overhaul, if that's true. What is he covering up there?
Do you know what Baker is doing there? If you know it, 1435-36.
I only assume, I don't know for
Okay.
sure.
What in heaven's name was that?
And that's obviously a compilation of videos that was put together showing different angles of the
Ooh, look at her smirk.
time frame when they checked in.
Yes.
Okay. Did you also receive from Cliff Mogg, the detective in Las Vegas, a invoice from the stay at the hotel,
Yes, we do.
as well as the user activity log for check-in?
That sounds familiar, yes.
I mean, Mark, it's 5 pages collectively, it's people's 166. It is an invoice in the name of Miss Monica Cementilli for the Vidar Hotel. Okay, and then this on the screen here. Is this the invoice then that you received? It's got the date of 3/26/17.
Yes, I don't see the name of the hotel. But,
Okay. Well, is that here it says Aria, which is part of the Vidar.
Oh, okay. Yes.
They're connected.
Yes.
And then showing a total then. The name
She's
of
a bit of a
Monica Cementilli
personality, isn't she?
with her address, correct?
Yes, yes.
And then a total for this particular stay of $763.72.
Correct.
And that's on page 3. Page 4 and 5, then is just an activity log depicting her actual check-in to the hotel at 10:41 a.m., correct?
Yes.
Okay. And do you have a stipulation also? If that could be marked as people's 167.
Very good.
Let me read it.
Please.
It's stipulation regarding Vidar Hotel and Spa video and documents. Monica Cementilli and Robert Baker stayed at the Vidar Hotel and Spa in Las Vegas, Nevada from March 23.
Oh my gosh, it
March
was Las
26,
Vegas, where the Lotus
2017.
is. I thought it looked like the Lotus.
From the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department obtained surveillance video, reservation records, and payment invoices from the Vidar Hotel.
That's what I see on my side, Joan. Is it behind? All right, 1 second. Let me refresh this. Oops.
October 12th and 13th.
We'll go to 1.25. We'll catch up to the live.
Ladies and gentlemen, as I stated at the outset of this trial, I am sole judge of the law in the case, while you, the jury, sit as the judge of the facts. And part of my role is to make determinations about what evidence can and cannot be admitted and presented to you, the jury.
Zach, before we broke for lunch, we were in the time period of end of September, beginning of October of 2021. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And Zach, you testified before lunch about 2 offers John had made you to kill Christina Parcell. Do you remember that?
I remember.
And do you remember, after the second offer, telling John something to the effect of, you would never do that for money, you would only do that if you believed it was necessary to rescue Aida?
And if I believed there was no other way.
At the end of September, beginning of October 2021, did you conclude that you had to rescue Aida and there was no other way?
Yes, I did.
Let's talk about what's happening in your life in the beginning of October 2021. And specifically, I want to talk about the status of the music project you had been engaged with Tom Strange in the City Hall Museum. I also want to talk about other employment opportunities. So tell the jury what was going on in your life on that front at the beginning of October.
At the beginning of October, I was just coming off finishing the project at the museum. We finished in September at some point, and as I mentioned before, my birthday is October 2nd, so I had arranged to play a private home recital at the Wynn's home, where I would play the last 3 piano sonatas of Beethoven on my birthday. So these are very, very difficult pieces of music, and some of the greatest pieces of music ever written, so I was very preoccupied trying to give my best to these pieces. And shortly after that, a friend of mine reached out who had done some work performing on cruise ships. There's an organization called Lincoln Center Stage that recruits conservatory-trained musicians to form either a piano quartet or a piano quintet to play classical concerts on cruise ships. And they had a pianist drop out at the last minute, and long story short, I interviewed for this job and got this job, I think on October 12th. But it was about that time, maybe a little earlier.
Where were the winds on October 12th and 13th?
They were in Europe.
And ultimately, did you take Christina Parcell's life on October the 13th?
Yes, because I believed it was absolutely necessary to save Aida, and I was right.
Objection, Your Honor. Sustained. I ask you to disregard the testimony that you just heard.
I want to talk about the timing. You've alluded to it a little bit, but I want to be more specific. October the 13th, describe for the jury why you felt that was the time, why you believed it, or why it was necessary to do it on October the 13th, specifically, or in this period of time.
I had been wrestling with this since June. As I previously stated, since the end of June, I believed Aida was in complete and grave danger every moment of her life that she was living with her mother. And the other things that I had tried to do to save her from that were not working. So I was having this incredible wrestling match within myself for these months, feeling that I needed to do something to save her, and yet feeling this incredible reluctance to do the one thing that I knew would save her because of how terrible I knew it would be to do it, even though I believed it would be right. So by the time October 13th rolled around, I had been grappling with this for a long time, and I was experiencing a tremendous amount of guilt that I had waited as long as I did, because I should have acted sooner, and I didn't do that. So I had come to the realization that I had gotten this offer to go on this cruise ship, and I would have been leaving the country for a long time. Essentially, it was now or never. I had an opportunity to save her from a danger that I knew she was in, and that I knew was not going to cease. And I just couldn't go on with my life and leave her to drown. I mean, I had a great life. I had everything. I made money doing what I loved. I was going to be going to the South Pacific to play concerts for rich people on cruise ships. I mean, but how could I go and enjoy that and know that I was leaving a kid to her fate, a kid who thought that I was her friend? I would never have been able to look at myself in the mirror again if I had done that. So, specific to October 13th, I believed that there would be a period of time at the house when Christina Parcell would be alone. And I wanted to make sure that absolutely no one was there. Not Aida, not Lutina, not Brad Post, because again, this was not about revenge or retribution or anything. I wasn't angry. The only thing I was feeling that day was pity. And I wanted to make sure that no bystander or no one else would be involved in this, which could have happened if someone else was there.
Let's talk about that. So, once you concluded, believed absolutely this was what you had to do, did you go about planning?
Yes, I planned very carefully to make sure, one, like I said, that no one else would be involved in this. And two, I knew that if I tried to do this and failed, it would only be worse for Aida.
And consistent with the court's instructions, why did you believe it'd be worse for Aida?
Because I believed that if I was discovered doing this, it would connect me to John Mello. And I believed, and I still believe, that he's a great father and he is Aida's best shot at having a happy and safe childhood.
Let's talk about the planning. Did you get a gun?
Yes.
At the time, were you also carrying your own firearm?
Yes, I had a concealed weapons permit at the time, so I generally would always be carrying a 9mm concealed weapon on my person for personal protection.
Did you get another firearm for this?
Yes, I did.
What type of firearm did you get?
It was a .22 caliber revolver.
Where did you get it?
At a gun show.
Where was the gun show?
It was here in Greenville.
How long before October 13th did you get the 22?
Maybe a month or a month and a half earlier.
Did you also get a knife?
Yes, I did.
Where did you get the knife?
At the gun show.
At about the same time?
It was the same day.
Let's talk about what else, what other planning you did. Did you obtain gloves?
Yes, I did.
Do you remember where you got the gloves?
No, I don't.
Did you obtain any chemicals?
Yes, I bought some paint thinner because, again, I didn't want to be connected to this because I wanted to make sure this would actually do something to save Aida. So in case a glove had broken or I had left a fingerprint or something, I wanted to be able to clean it with the paint thinner.
Zach, let's talk about your bike and what you did to become familiar with the area of Canebrake leading up to October the 13th.
I had looked at a route I would be able to take from the mountain house that I was staying at on back roads to avoid traffic cameras. So maybe a few days beforehand, I looked at Google Maps and I figured out how this route would lead.
Let's talk about October the 12th. Did you originally plan to do this on October the 12th?
Yes.
Zach, consistent with the court's instructions, describe to the jury why you didn't do it on October the 12th.
I woke up that day and I just felt such reluctance, and something in my gut told me it wasn't the right day. And I waited one more day.
Let's go to October the 13th. You testified earlier that you wanted a plan in part to prevent or minimize danger to others. Remember that?
Yes, I do.
Did you have information about where people would be on October the 13th?
To a degree, yes.
How did you get that information?
From John Mello.
What did he tell you?
He told me when Aida would be at school, and he told me that he believed Christina had a job interview at some point that morning.
So let's talk about that morning. The evening of October the 12th, where did you spend the night?
At the Mountain House.
You woke up on the morning of October 13th and you left the Mountain House, is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Do you remember approximately when you left the Mountain House?
It was much later than I meant to. I think it was about 8 or 8:15 in the morning.
When you left the Mountain House, in which vehicle did you leave?
In my Ford Ranger.
What was in the back of the Ford Ranger?
My bike.
That bike right there?
Yes.
And just for the clarity of the record, this is a state's exhibit. I don't have the number that was in the case. What else did you put in your pickup truck in addition to the bike?
I brought the gloves, and I put this in a backpack. I brought the paint thinner and the gun I described, the .22. I brought a knife, and I brought a box that was made to look like a gift wrapped box, and a bunch of roses that I had bought the day before.
Talk about the roses in a minute. When you left the Mountain House, where did you go?
I drove to a road that runs parallel, very close to Canebrake.
When you got to that location, well, before we go further, describe for this jury the ride in your truck from the Mountain House to this location, what you were thinking, what you were feeling, what was going through your mind.
Like I said, I had wrestled with this for months. I had come to the point where rationally I knew that the only way Aida was going to be saved from what she was enduring was for me to take this route. I knew that. But there's another element, a human element, which is just so reluctant and revulsed by the idea of taking a human life. So I had prayed a great deal about this. I had prayed like I'd never prayed before, because even knowing that logically this was the right thing to do, it didn't satisfy that emotional and human aspect where I felt that I needed permission to do this. And I was so terrified that somehow I might be doing the wrong thing. Like I knew that it was right logically, but the emotional aspect was just reeling against this idea. And more so because she was a woman. I was raised to always protect my sisters and mother, and I opened doors for women growing up. So this idea was just repugnant to me, even though I believed it was necessary to save a child. So on that morning, I had prayed earlier, a few days earlier, and I had felt that this was the right thing to do, no matter how terrible and difficult it was going to be. So like I said, I didn't feel anger. I felt pity because I realized that this was just the only way to save a child. And it felt like a foregone conclusion because I knew that I had a duty to do this to save a child. So physically driving my truck there, I was experiencing a level of anxiety and physical illness that I had just never experienced due to stress before. My hands were shaking. I was in a cold sweat, and I was fighting the urge to vomit before I even got close there. a few times I thought I was going to have to pull off to the side of the road because I could hardly keep my truck straight. My hands were shaking so badly.
Hi, case one.
But the whole time I was just thinking, if I don't do this, if I turn back, then I'm consigning Aida to her fate, when I know that I could have done something to stop what was happening. So I just tried to take my mind off of it, and I tried to just go and drive a little bit farther and a little bit farther and not think about what I was going to have to do when I got there. And when I finally got to the point where I parked my truck, this feeling only increased. I knew the plan, but I was having so much difficulty going through with it. So I took my bike out of the truck, and I had a mask on and clothing that's been described already. And I just tried to focus on putting one foot in front of the other on my bike. And it felt like some runs or rucks I had been on where all I could do was focus on putting one foot in front of the other because it was so difficult to keep going. And I just kept seeing Aida's face and reminding myself that if I don't do this, no one's going to come to save her. And I kept pedaling, and eventually I arrived in front of 122 Canebrake.
We're going to talk about what happened when you got to 122 Canebrake in just a second. You described having a gun and having a knife. Initially, were you going to use the gun?
Yes.
Did you ultimately decide to use the gun?
No.
Why not?
I was very concerned about using a gun because of how loud it would be, and I didn't want to alert a neighbor or a bystander who might come to investigate and get involved. So I tried to suppress the gun by making a makeshift suppressor. And in movies, these things are made out to be like it's very easy, and a suppressed gun is just very silent, and that's not the case. So ultimately, I test fired the gun, and I had bought some subsonic ammunition, which is supposed to be quieter, but I didn't realize that on a revolver, a suppressor doesn't work because the end of the cylinder is open. And I realized just a day or two beforehand that I couldn't use a gun because it could potentially involve someone else in this if someone heard a gunshot and came to investigate.
If you had a choice, would you have rather used a gun?
I would have rather not to have had to have done it at all, but if I had to, yes, I would have chosen a gun.
Why is that?
Because it would have been quicker and more humane.
All right, let's talk about, you arrive at the house in 122 Canebrake. Do you remember about what time you arrived there?
I think it was a little after 9 in the morning.
And you arrived there on your bike? Is that it?
Yes.
And you testified about this a little bit, but tell the jury what you're wearing.
I had on black pants and a black thermal and a gray shirt over that. I had on a black beanie and a white medical mask, and I had on black gloves and a black backpack.
Do you remember how many vehicles were parked in the driveway when you got there?
One.
When you arrived at the house and you got off your bike, what did you do?
I laid my bike down in the driveway, and I took my backpack off, and I took out the box that had been gift wrapped that had an end open, and I put the .22 revolver in that box. And I put the backpack back on my back, and I took a bunch of roses, and I walked up to the door and I rang the doorbell. And I was shaking and freaking out at this point because there was nowhere I wanted to be less than at that house on that morning. And when I rang the doorbell, the door opened and a woman came to the front. And I thought it was Christina Parcell, but I wanted to make sure. And I also wanted to make sure that no one else was home. So I told her that while I was holding the box and the roses, that I had a delivery for Lutina Parcell, her sister. And she told me that Lutina wasn't home. So at this point, I realized that Christina was at the house alone. And I handed her the roses. And I took the revolver out of the box and I pointed it at her. And I told her to be quiet and to go back into the house, which she did. And I followed her into the house and I shut the door. And I was experiencing such anxiety that my body wasn't really doing what I was telling it to do anymore. Like when I realized that I couldn't use the gun, which was unloaded at this point, my plan had been to try to knock her unconscious because I didn't want to cause her or anyone any pain. That wasn't my intention. I just wanted to save Aida and to make sure that no one else who was a bystander would be involved in this or could be endangered in any way. So I tried, while she was holding the roses, to strike her on the head and knock her unconscious. But my body was fighting me because even though I knew who she was and what she was doing and the danger that was putting Aida in, I was still looking at her and I was seeing a sympathetic figure. I was seeing a woman, and I had always been taught never to hurt a woman, to always protect women and children. So when I went to strike her with the gun, my hand didn't really do what I was trying to tell it to. I essentially pulled my strike. It felt like a time I had been cliff jumping with friends. I have a big fear of heights, and there was a 30-foot face that you could jump off and jump into a deep pool of water, and when I would run up to the edge, I would try to get a running start and jump off the edge, and I just couldn't. Like, my body would stop me against my will. And I had to try to do this 10 or 15 or 20 times before I could actually get myself to go over the edge. So when I struck her on the head with the pistol, that's what happened. It didn't knock her unconscious, and I hardly struck her at all, to be honest. So I tried again, and the same thing happened. I just couldn't bring myself to strike her. And at this point, she realized that I was hesitating, and she began to try to move herself and to get away and to fight back. And during this period of time, the roses had dropped and the petals and stems had scattered. And as I was hesitating, I realized that the situation was quickly getting out of control. And if I didn't pull myself together and act soon, this was all going to end up terribly for Aida, because what was happening to her would never be uncovered.
Zach, I'm sorry to interrupt, just a quick question. You heard testimony that at this time, Christina weighed 163 pounds. How much did you weigh on October the 13th?
About 160.
Go ahead.
So I realized that I was going to have to somehow force myself to do this at any cost. So I pulled out the knife I was wearing. And even though I knew I wasn't going to be able to strike her with any amount of force, I still tried. So I started striking her, though my strikes were pulled. And I think the knife made contact with her, but it wasn't stopping her, and it wasn't inflicting anything that could be a fatal blow. And she started to fight back. She realized I was hesitating, and it became a struggle. And in this struggle, all I could do was try to overcome this resistance I had towards doing this thing. Even though I knew it was right, I still had this physical and emotional resistance to doing it. So I just kept striking her until finally we fell on the floor. And at this point, I had just tried to take my mind out of it and just try to get through this and finish it as quickly as possible, because I realized that it was only becoming prolonged, and I had to do this in order to save Aida. So I don't remember how many times I struck her. I just remember that when it finished, we were on the ground, and I stopped striking her when she stopped struggling. And at this point, I stood up, and I was still freaking out, and I was in kind of a daze. And I was just trying to pull myself together and figure out what I needed to do to leave the house. And again, I wanted to make sure that I didn't leave anything behind that would connect me to it, because then I believe John would be connected to it, and it would only further put Aida in danger, because I didn't know if Christina Parcell was the only person involved in what was happening to Aida. And she wasn't. So I quickly looked around to make sure I hadn't left a mask or a glove, and I started to pick up the rose petals and realized that I just didn't have time to do that. Again, I was concerned that a neighbor might have heard the commotion and that a neighbor might come by to investigate, and I didn't want that. So I drew the blinds and I moved her body away from the door, which had windows, because I didn't want someone to come to the door and see her. And I put my things back in the backpack, and I looked in a mirror before I left to make sure everything was in order, and I saw that she had scratched my face in the struggle. And of course, I realized that this could leave DNA. So I used the paint thinner to try to clean her hands. And then I changed my mask, and I took off my outer shirt because there was blood on it. And I put it in the backpack. And at this point, I was really worried that someone, that Lutina might come back to the house, or Brad Post might come to the house, or a neighbor might come over. So I was trying to leave the house as quickly as possible. And before I left, when I realized that I had probably left my DNA there, despite my effort not to, I prayed again and just said that I believe that what I've done is the right thing, and I believe that I did it for the right reason. But if it's your will that I be connected to this, then I will turn myself in, and I will own up to what I've done, and I'll take responsibility for it, because I believed that it was the right thing. And then I left. I exited out through the door, and I got back on my bike, and I pedaled my bike back to the truck, and I drove back to the mountain house. And I was still completely freaking out, and it felt entirely surreal. But there is a big difference in how I felt, in that as soon as I left the house, I felt the most enormous wave of relief wash over me because I knew from that moment on, Aida would be safe. Aida would be safe from the sexual abuse that her mother was perpetrating on her. And there is proof to that the state is hiding from you.
Instruct him to be quiet.
Okay, you need to stop talking. The jury.
Wow. What's the time between the live and the Law and Crime? Is that what, 30 minutes, 20 minutes? I know I said that, didn't I? I did put it up there, didn't I? I hope I did. Okay. Yeah, John Mello was arrested by Greenville County Sheriff's deputies following Zachary Hughes' testimony that Mello offered to pay Hughes to unalive Christina Parcell. Investigators with the Greenville County Sheriff's Office have made another arrest in connection with the murder of Christina Parcell, who was unalived on October 13th, 2021. According to the presser, I think. 30 minutes. Okay. Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, they have a presser up, but I don't want to leave the live in case they come back. Let me see. See if I can switch the screen.
As a result of Zachary Hughes' testimony today, don't know much more than that, but if I find out anything else, I'll let you know. What you know, Alibars, quick update. John Mello has just been arrested. As a result of Zachary Hughes' testimony today, don't know much more than that, but if I find out anything else, I'll let you know. What a crazy, crazy day in court. What you know, Alibars, quick update.
That's where they're at right now.
What you know, Alibars, we are on a 30-minute to an hour break after what just happened in the courtroom. So a little backstory. Zachary Hughes went through the morning that Christina was killed, getting to the residence, how he did everything, how he got inside the house, what happened once he was inside the house, and then said when he got home, he was relieved. He killed her because there was sexual abuse going on. There is proof of it, and the state is hiding it from you. The courtroom kind of erupts, mainly from the state side, as you could imagine. The jury absolutely shocked. Their faces, their body language, you could just read the, oh my gosh, what did we just hear? He talked over the prosecutor because at that point, halfway into the sentence, the prosecutor knew what was coming, started objecting. It got very loud. You guys will see this on the stream probably in about 20 minutes or so, 15 or 20 minutes. So we don't know what's going to happen. The judge did say he can limit his testimony in a way that does not violate his constitutional rights. The state wants him essentially off the stand. And the defense says, look, we've talked to our client. He knows your order, what he can and can't say. And essentially, we can't prevent him from saying what he's going to say up there. So we'll see what happens, but he got the whole thing out. So that's it for now. I'll update you guys and let you know what the judge rules, where we're going from here. They're going to take him off the stand. Who knows? The state did mention contempt charges, which is the least of his worries at this point. Right. Wow, day in court. This may be the craziest day of any court case I've ever sat in, and that is saying something. All right, we will see you soon. What you know, alibis, we are at lunch until 2. I can talk without whispering, so I thought I'd give you a little insight into what the courtroom was like the minute.
That's what I'm saying. Like, he just seems like he wants his story out. He's been waiting for how long to tell it? He just want to get his story out. This channel right here, I'm sure you guys already know, is Pretty Lies and Alibis. If you're not sub to her, make sure you go and do that.
Zach Hughes said not once but twice that Christina Parcell was abusing her daughter. We all kind of thought this was going to come in this way. He really doesn't have nothing to lose. If they called for a mistrial, my understanding is they could not retry him at this point. I'll double check that, but I just read something on Twitter indicating that from an attorney. So the first time he said it, there was a visible reaction with this jury. Shock, kind of shifting in their seats, and then looking at each other, and then started looking in the courtroom, kind of focusing on us in the back that have been there daily. It's a packed house, no seats available today, but they just really kind of focused on us. And we really didn't have a reaction because we know this. We kind of thought he would do this. And then the second time rolls around and he says it again. So you see, again, they are digesting what they're hearing. Maybe some people haven't put 2 and 2 together, but still you get this reaction out of the jury. And the second time, the solicitor literally yells out, and it kind of startled one woman on the jury when he did it. I was watching them really closely. They're sent out, and one listener of mine who I adore that is here, she used to work for the solicitor's office. She had a good theory. It's just something I'm putting out there because I got an hour till I have to be back up. But still, if he does this again, there's a good chance he may not be able to finish testifying. And I mean, the judge may rule after lunch, you're
Well, I say newsflash, he did it again. He definitely did it again, people. He did it again. So now they're trying to figure out what to do about it. South Carolina don't play. But at the same time, you're right. Like, why not let him talk? Why not let him talk? He's already, he knows he's going down river, so just let him say what he needs to say. Well, I saw one little head, so I thought there was an update, but apparently not. So we'll go back over here, finish what we were seeing. Beep, beep. Which one is it? There we go.
off the stand. But think about it. If he stopped from testifying, he doesn't get cross-examined.
Right,
Could this be kind of a plan to get it out there? The elephant in the room that the jury clearly sees there's something missing in this case that they don't know. And then he gets off the stand and that's it. So we'll see what happens. It's been one of those days where you're hanging on every word at this point because he said it once, he said it twice. We'll see what happens after lunch, but I will recap everything tonight. It may be a little later. I'm going to be on Courtroom Confidential with Josh Ritter live at 8. So
Awesome.
join us for that. I'll post a link for you guys. What a day in court. Just unpredictable, but at the same time, we all really thought he may just blurt it out because there's not much that can happen to him at this point, facing life in prison. All right, guys, we'll see you on the flip side of this. I may update again if something crazy happens, but that's it for now. What you know, Alibars, we are on a break because not once but twice, Zachary Hughes has told that jury Christina Parcell was sexually abusing her daughter. Now, the state said they do not want to ask for a mistrial, but would like for the judge to stop his testimony at this point, take him off the stand. The judge is back in chambers figuring out what he's going to do. It has been very crazy in this courtroom, and I will say the jury looked absolutely gobsmacked the first time Zachary Hughes said the concern was Christina was sexually abusing her daughter. Big deal. He also said John Mello propositioned him twice, once for $5,000, the second time for $10,000 to kill Christina. He said no, he wouldn't do it for money. So that's where we are. Lots of drama. The judge and the solicitor, both very angry right now. I'll keep you guys posted.
Woo! Woo! This is crazy. Oh, let's watch that little. We'll rewatch that testimony there. Hopefully they'll come back because I mean, without it being too long. Let's see what it says over here.
In May of 2021, what, if anything, did John ask you to do for him?
Given the extremely grave nature of John's concerns for his daughter, especially while she was in the custody of her mother, Christina Parcell, and potentially being exposed to her mother's boyfriend, Brad Post, who John believed was a pedophile and is a pedophile.
Objection.
Oof.
Sustained.
Brave.
I instruct you to totally disregard the last comments made by this defendant.
And Zach, could you just tell
Just
this
stick to the
jury
script, Zach. Stick to the script.
John asked you to do?
Yes. Given his concerns, John asked me that if I believed his daughter was in grave danger, would I be willing to kill Christina Parcell for $5,000?
What did you say when he asked you that?
I was shocked and insulted by the request, and I gave him an immediate and unequivocal no.
So he offered you $5,000 if you would kill Christina Parcell, and you said no.
That's correct.
At some
Yeah,
point,
Twitter is real
did
quick.
he revisit that subject?
Yes.
Did he make you another offer?
Yes, he did.
How long after the first offer did he make the second offer?
Are they coming back?
I'm not
Oh,
certain, but
Judge's
I would
head's
say
in the
maybe
screen,
2 or
but
3 weeks later.
Tell this jury about that.
peekaboo, Judge. I see you.
He was becoming increasingly more worried and distressed about the safety of his daughter. I was as well. The more I learned about this situation and everything, and a lot more than what I've told you, I was also.
Sustained.
What was the second offer?
The second offer, he asked me again, if I became convinced that his daughter was in danger, would I be willing to kill Christina Parcell for $10,000?
So you just up the ante. That's all. You just up the ante. Let me refresh it, see if there's anything else. Looks like the same there. If there's anything going on hers. John Mello's bond hearing is at 9 p.m. I may try to make it, she says. Mello is facing charges of accessory before the fact to a felony and solicitation to commit a felony and will be escorted to the Greenville County Detention Center to await a bond hearing, which it will be at 9 p.m. tonight. This is crazy. Let me move this over here so I can read it. The father of Christina Parcell's child, John Mello, has just been arrested as a direct result of Zachary Hughes' testimony that is happening today. Hughes testified Mello offered him money twice. He didn't accept the money. He testified Mello told him where everyone would be the day of. Wow. So much going on. The jury, when he said that, there's a sidebar now asking, well, yeah, that's where we're at now. Zachary Hughes just said that he felt relieved after unaliving her because there was abuse and there's proof and the state is hiding it from you. And the jury was sent out. Okay. We want to do my dishes too? Yeah, it's a really good question. It's a really good question. If he's been taken into custody, did she go to a family member? Did she go to Child Protective Services? Where did she go? It hasn't said so far. It hasn't said anything. Oh, she's singing in the rain over there. I did see that. That's all we got. 2 minutes. 2 minutes ago. We're up to date on the nose. We know what we know. Then again, we don't know what we don't know, do we? Yeah, I'd like to know too. Maybe they'll address it. I doubt it, but maybe they will. Keep an eye on that Twitter feed and see if she comes up. She's actually in the courtroom, so she gets news super quick. What is this chat saying over here? WYFF News 4. Let's look that up. WYFF News 4. See if we can see the arrest. Lots of tornado warnings a couple of days ago. Jeez. Any of you ever been to Greenville, South Carolina? I've never been there. Looking to see if I see the news on it. They said they looked it up and it was there. 12 degrees. Yeah, it's 17 here in Texas. I'm not happy with that at all. Local news. Okay, let's see. I'm not happy about it either. Let me see if I can switch the screen over and see if we can see anything over here on this news while we're waiting. I've got it sitting up here in the background. Plus, you guys are really vigilant on. If something comes up, you'll tell me.
Zachary Hughes will soon take the stand in his own defense in the Canebrake murder trial.
Defense attorney Mark Moyer admitting that Hughes stabbed Christina Parcell to death in October of 2021. Our Ray Urania joins us live outside the Greenville County Courthouse with a recap of the defense's opening statements. Ray.
Nigel, Zachary Hughes did not end up taking the stand in his own defense today, but when Moyer...
When was this? This says arrest happened Wednesday afternoon. That doesn't seem like it jives with what we were watching, but okay.
Admitted that during his opening statements, some members of the jury were nodding their heads as he outlined their defense.
Welcome back.
Because Zach has been waiting for this opportunity to tell a group of people like you what really happened, which is that he took the life of Christina Parcell. And crucially, he's been waiting and wanting to tell you why.
Attorneys say they plan to prove that malice was not involved in Parcell's death.
The prosecution said that Zach was mad. They said he had an angry heart, that he wanted to inject himself into this custody dispute of somebody he knew. But that's not why it happened. And that is not what you were going to hear about why this happened.
While the jury was out of the courtroom, Hughes' attorneys argued he acted in self-defense in the shoes of Parcell's daughter. They say the daughter was the subject of sexual abuse by her mother and fiancé Bradley Post. That defense was excluded by the judge. Moyer says the defense is taking a different approach for this case.
We could have made mountains of objections throughout this trial. And as you heard, we made very few. And we did not do it. And why is that? Because Zach wants to take the stand and tell you what happened.
Ray, what else was discussed in court when the jury wasn't there?
Carol, the defense summarized witness testimonies that they were excluded from sharing with the jury today due to the judge's order. That was done on the record.
So we know all of that. So this just says the same thing that we already know, that Joey Mello, 64, Wednesday in connection was arrested. John Joey. Investigators say, we know that part. The sheriff's office said, based on open court testimony during the trial, along with existing evidence, deputies obtained warrants. Around 1:30 p.m., deputies arrested Mello at his home in Greenville. Mello is charged with accessory before the fact to a felony, solicitation to commit a felony. Mello shared a child with Parcell. Parcell's sister testified that Christina began dating Mello in 2008, broke off contact with her and her family from 2010 until 2014. She said in that time her sister gave birth to their child. Yes, where is that child? Where is said child? We would all like to know for a friend. If that is Katya texting me while she's supposed to be asleep, she's a mess. She wants to be all up in here with you guys, and she does not feel well. She said, but her phone kept going off with notifications, so it was her diligence that brought that news to me first. It's news. Let's go back in there and see what they have to say. Yeah, they're not sure if they're going to come back today or not. I mean, melatonin would be good. Yeah. Go to sleep, Katya. Go to sleep. You don't feel good. I told her earlier, go get some rest. She said I could not bear to leave the chat alone. So I told her I would come and hang out. She makes me giggle. She loves you guys so much. She said I could not bear to leave them alone. Okay, so nothing new has come out over here. Nothing new over here. Both the Cimentelli and Zachary Hughes are both on pause. There was a non-guilty verdict in ASAP Rocky's trial yesterday too. And did you guys see that? He basically jumped over the barricade onto Rihanna, like after they like exploded. And they were like, "You can't jump over the barrier or whatever." It was intense. Let me see if I can find it. Yeah, watch this. This is crazy.
Los Angeles Superior Court, County of Los Angeles. People of the State of California versus Joaquin Mayers. Case number BA 508142-01. We, the jury in the above entitled action, find the defendant, Joaquin Mayers, not guilty of the
Not against the audience. Or not against the audience.
Hold it down, hold it down.
Hold it down, people.
Repeat again. We, the jury, above entitled action, find the defendant, Joaquin Mayers, not guilty of the semi-automatic firearm in violation of Penal Code Section 245, Section B. A felony is charged in count one of the information this 18th day of February 2025, jury seat number 9, court person. Right. Title, court and cause. We, the jury, in the above entitled action, find the defendant, Joaquin Mayers, not guilty of the crime of assault with firearm in violation of Penal Code Section 245, Section B. A felony is charged in count two of the information this 18th day of February 2025, juror seat number 9, court person.
During this trial, I watched you periodically. You did what we asked of you.
Oh, are they? It was live. Oh, on you're saying? Oh, Lord. Why did you scared me like that? I don't know why it would have to be copyright struck. ABC has 90,000 views on it. It's falls under fair use because he celebrated his court case. Oh wow. That's crazy. That's crazy. It's all over the interwebs. That's crazy how they did that. Yeah. Yeah, that's crazy. I'm sorry. I won't play it no more. They're probably going to end up not going back into court today, but we'll see. I'm watching the stream and I'm watching both of the Twitter outlets to see what happens. But nothing so far. You wasn't asleep if you saw that. Get back in the bed. All right. Who's got her phone? Get some rest, Katya. I see anything else.
For the ones who get it done, the most important part is the one you need now, and the best partner is the one who can.
Abuse. The judge ruled today that is not a valid defense, saying she was not in imminent danger.
Now, our Grace Runkle has been in court all day and breaks down how the defense is now working around the judge's ruling. Grace, a lot unfolding inside the courtroom today.
Absolutely. And the defense really got the jury's attention right away with their opening statement saying, yes, Zachary Hughes did kill Christina Parcell, but then saying it was not murder because Hughes did not act with malice. So the defense really taking a close look at the legal definition of murder in the state of South Carolina. We have that definition for you, so take a look at it. We can put it up on the screen. Now, it says that it is the killing of any person with malice aforethought, either express or implied. Solicitor Walt Wilkins said in his opening statement that Hughes acted with an angry heart, so with malice, but the defense says that's not the case.
Now, the why to a case like this is very important because it goes to the heart of the matter, and that is malice. Okay, malice is what makes a homicide a murder. And we heard from that from the prosecution's opening, as you recall.
Let's switch this over. It looks like they've got his charges posted. We're just going all over the place today. There we go. Looks like Jennifer Wood posted, John Miller's charges have been entered into the public index. Let's see what we got here. Yeah. Guess that's as full screen as it's going to get for you guys. Let me try this. There we go. Okay. Case number, case type, status, pending initial appearance. Court agency, file 219. John Joey Mello. Oh, were there two arrested? Case parties, Jared Sparkman. It just says charges for the one. Defendant. Oh, that's the officer. Okay. Accessory before the fact to a felony. General provision, violent if violent felony. That's the first one. And then the second one, solicitation to commit a felony. So they have their first bond hearing, 21:30. First appearance date at 9 o'clock. Well. If you can't do the time, don't do the crime. Shouldn't be doing the bad stuff. Still over here. Still waiting. Let's see what the chat's saying. You didn't miss anything, Kay. Nothing at all. Not at all. He caused a mess, and now we've just been sitting here ever since, trying to keep Got you from getting the strike, apparently. Kind of watching the chat over here to see if anything happens. They may end up out for the day. It's 3 Central, 4 Eastern, so we'll see what happens. Well, that's rude. I'm waiting for the Walmart receipt to present itself. It always does in trials at some point. Please provide us a clue if we should go on with our day. Yeah, agreed. The biggest failure in this case is the judge. She got 6 months in jail for contempt of court. Like that matters much. Right? So what if they knew about SA? Still doesn't give the right to unalive. Parcell was not essaying Zach. Yeah, well, some people will do whatever they have to do to provide justice for the children of this nation, and some of us don't agree, some of us do. Judge holds Zachary Hughes in contempt, sentencing him to 6 months in jail. Oh, goodness. Did you put it back in? Diana lives in Greenville, and she says it's all over the news there. Goodness gracious, I'm glad. That's scary. Can you imagine if your back was turned to it and you didn't see it or didn't hear it? It's scary. They've already got him pictures in the jail. Oh, that was September. Okay, that was from September 14th. That very first picture was from before when they were arrested. Deputies have arrested another man. We saw that. Prosecutors said
2021, attorneys for the defendant, Zachary Hughes, say they not only will have their client testify, but he will be admitting to the fact that he killed Christina Parcell.
Zach is going to testify because Zach has been waiting.
Penske is the trusted source for.
Goodness, that scared me. These commercials are always known for good jump scares. If you need a good place to buy a vehicle or rent Penske trucks for moving.
Feels good to be home.
Oh my goodness. Y'all are fired. Right. Yeah. Lois. Yeah, we saw that on the, what do you call it over here? We didn't know for sure. Well, I don't know for sure if it was true or not. It's just based on the chat. That's what they're saying. Sounds like the testimony will continue. You'll see it in 30 minutes. You won't see Hughes sentenced for the contempt, though. That makes sense. Jury's back in. Judge tells them to disregard the last comments that they heard. So we're back in, and Goodness. I mean, really, he has nothing to lose, so finding him in contempt of court doesn't change anything.
In the UK sun, she'll courtroom buzz like she's a Portugal soul in the UK, rolling dough at the bakery day by day. Sugar on her apron, flour on her face, but when evening comes, she steps into a darker place. Grab the keys to the car for that Costco run, loading up on snacks before the work's all done. 'Cause once she's home, it's time for the show. True crime on YouTube, spotlight aglow. Late night trials and conspiracies. She's digging for truth for the world to see. Documents on Discord, she's on the hunt. In the hush of midnight, she's on the front. She's got her boyfriend by her side. Together they host this chilling ride. Nightbots watching, chats alive. Everyone's hooked, ready to die. Her days are sweet and filled with bread. Her nights are dark, deep in her head. From morning dough to midnight files, she dances between the day and trials. Late night trials and conspiracies. She's digging for truth for the world to see. Documents on Discord, she's on the hunt. Portuguese pride in the UK sun. She'll solve every case till the morning comes. Daytime bakery, nighttime sleuth, our true crime addict revealing in the truth.
Yes, ma'am. Right. Right, case one. Excuse me. What other room? Oh, she has. Oh, she has verdict music. Can't be playing verdict music. Courtroom dramatics.
Courtroom buzz lights up the air. Faces tense as stories tear. Truth and lies like a tango dance. Justice here takes no chance. Gavel strikes, hearts beat fast. Witness takes stand, shadows cast. Whispers loud like wildfire spread. In this game, none's ahead. International eyes on the scene. Lines of right, blurred and lean. Arrested dreams, shattered glass. In this court, who holds the past? Lawyers dance in verbal fight. Day turns into darkest night. Every turn, heart skips a beat.
No, they're definitely back in the courtroom. I don't think it's going to be a mistrial. They're definitely back in the courtroom. Yeah, he did already admit to it. They just wanted to suppress certain aspects of the abuse. Not sure why, but I guess because they didn't want to incriminate anybody else. Didn't want to get Mello arrested, maybe. I don't know. My question though, just like we asked earlier, was I wonder where the child is. How old is that child now? No, yeah, he's not getting off for sure. Absolutely, they do, Stacy. Oh my goodness, look at your picture. E.T. phone home. She's 13 now. She's lost everybody, like everybody. I'm just glad that she's, and I just pray she's not a victim of any other type of abuse of that nature. Hello, Lois says. I hope not too. Yeah, he's gonna have to get comfy. I mean, they may let him out on bond, but it depends on what kind of a risk he is. He was arrested before, right? So pickles. Did I tell you before that your screen avatar always reminds me of that eye exam you have to do where you have to put your eyeball on the little thing and move it around until you see the air balloon, and then they like blow that thing in your eye to check the pressure. It used to be a glaucoma test way back when, but they don't do it like that now. You dipped in, dipping back out? Okay. Oh, you took that photo yourself. That's beautiful. The imagery, like the reflection on the water, is fabulous. Mom and dad, yeah. And her dad was probably not very much of a nice guy. Right? Does look like a nice animal. The picture's great though. Oh, you got to ride in it? Oh, I'm jealous. In Colorado, nonetheless. Jeez. Law and Crime Network says feed will return shortly with a ruling from the judge and then a break for the day. Okay. So we probably won't have too much going on too much longer. Yeah, they better not get bond. We'll see what happens. I guess it just depends on the severity, uh, level of the crime. Oh, make sure you start like putting some of those out where we can see them. You have a channel. You should post some of those on your post site, You have a place to do that where you could show us your artistry. We know you're talented. Okay, Pickles, have a good one. Yeah, I grew up in on the side of a mountain the first couple of years uh of my young life. Young life. It was wonderful. My mama built a garden up there. We had horses. We'd go on trails. It was a different time, that's for sure. Back in the 80s. Lots and lots of fun up there. Lois says, bye, Pickles. See ya. John Mello's been arrested following Hughes' testimony that Mello offered to pay him per report from Fox News. Yeah, we knew that part. We've already seen the charges and everything. All it says is that they are about to be back. So they held him in contempt of court. They've given him 6 months for it. And he said, okay. And then they're back up. They've been back up for a little bit now. So we should be back anytime. They said they're going to do a brief discussion and then basically they're ending for the day. Let me go check with the people that are actually sitting in the trial. Let's see. Judge told Zachary 6 months in jail, finding him contempt of court. He says, I understand. So they're not out just yet. That would be wicked. That would be wicked. Yeah, we're going to have to probably wait till tomorrow. They're probably just going to make a brief thing of it. Hopefully Katia feels better tomorrow because she missed some interesting. Isn't that what happened whenever she left the last time? Some really cool stuff happened in the last parts of the trial, and it was like wild whenever Megan Boswell's trial was there, and the forensic scientist was just like, man, and the attorney was, man. Yeah, she missed that too. Yeah, I'm sure she'll get to see it on the replays though. Everybody's talking about it. Oh, okay. Let's see. We've got a little update over here. It looks like Zachary Hughes is finished on direct. The judge called the attorneys to the bench. He's ending court for today. They're returning tomorrow at 10:30, and the court is mindful that there could be snow in the morning, so it might have a slight delay, but he is finished on direct. So we'll probably see a little bit of that before. We'll see a little bit of that before the end of the day. There's no reason to keep us on the delay if this is all going to happen. Get with the program. Well, it's not your business how they run the feed is on a delay, so you'll see the ruling here before they stopped for the day. Yeah, so let them be. They got to do what they got to do. Okay, ahí vamos. Wish you luck. Yeah. Oh yeah, she's listening. She's supposed to be in bed with her melatonin and doing all the things, but no, she's not. She's listening. Mhm. I've almost Lois says ciao. Okay, so at least we know the outcome for the day. So we're just waiting for the judge to come back, finishing the direct, and calling the attorneys to the bench, ending it for the day, and then coming back tomorrow at 10:30. So yeah. I'm gonna get with Toxic and see if they are doing anything with a live stream on John Mello's charges this evening. If they are, then I will bring together with Toxic as the gavel drops live for that. If they are going to do that. We are at 109 subscribers at As the Gavel Drops. If you haven't made it over there, go ahead and check out that YouTube channel. It's got a couple of shorts on it. We're well on our way to 4,000 members on As the Gavel Drops. It's going to be amazing. 4,000 members. We've also got our buy a document up, the Discord up, the YouTube, the X account. We're really rolling out there on social media as well. Looks like it's going to be all the updates on Twitter for that. Yep. Okay, well, now we're just waiting to catch up. They're going to keep us on delay. Everybody's upset they're keeping you on delay. Can you speed up the delay? That's why they shouldn't even just tell you what's going on, because people just don't. They don't have no respect for it. They don't have no respect for it. In the meantime, if you ever get bored, As the Gavel Drops Discord also has all of the documents for these cases, and they're all in threads. They have all of the media, all of the documents, all of the chat. They're growing trees over there in the chat. They also have a couple of creators, a couple of different announced creators that go live every single day. A True Crime Addict 8 is one of those. She is advertised in there every single day. 120 something away. Yeah. Yeah, that's amazing. Yeah, as of this morning, we're at 3882. 3882. That's great, Toxic. That's funny because the same thing is happening over here on Monica Cimentelli's live as well, on her trial as well. State of California has been sitting on that seal for an hour and a half or more. Wendy says court has ended for the day. We know, but we've got to catch the end of it. Rocky, we know Mello got arrested. Do you guys agree with what he did? I mean, I don't think he should be. I don't know that they should put him under the jail for protecting a little girl if that was in fact the case. But do you think that that's what the case was? No what, Lois? No what? Tell me. Blossom. Do you remember that show? Awesome Blossom. Oh, it also reminds me of Outback Steakhouse. They have those onion blossoms. I've always wanted to make those from home, and I watched a little video where you like take the lid off the mayonnaise and you put the onion and set it in there, and then you do the cuts all around while it's sitting on like the lid, or lid of mayonnaise, lid of whatever, but it has like a half an inch or a quarter inch up or whatever, and you cut the onion all around and then like lay it open to make the blossom. You think he did it for Mello and a relationship and possibly money? Okay. That makes sense. You guys are well in the know for me. This was my first time to read through the affidavit and everything like that today for myself. I've been following your lead. Okay, it looks like we're about 3 minutes away, so let's make this bigger and cover up that little thing there so we don't get in trouble. Boy, people do some crazy stuff for money, don't they? Slowly getting there, Toxic. How many Discords do you think have 4,000 members? Let's go look that up. Reaching your first 1,000 Discord members is a milestone. It shows you have a strong community, but 4,000 members? Yeah, that's crazy. I'm sure. I don't know. I think there's limits, but I don't know how many. I think it's 500K. If the member size limit, yeah, if you reach 500K, you have to ask to and like they're going to say no. Yeah, it's a possibility. I don't know him. Were they close? What were they? Were they friends? Work confidants? What were they to each other? The most popular Discord server in 2024 was Midjourney. I can imagine why. I have almost every friend that I have. Yeah, exactly. 500K and then ask for more space. Reach for the sky, Toxic. Reach for the sky. You can only have 1,000 friends in Discord. Nitro can have 2,000 friends. 1,000 regular, 2,000 friends, and you can have 100 servers. Hey, I know it. But you aim for the sky, girl. I just saw the judge sit down, so I'm sure we're going to be back in a minute. Jason Citron is the CEO and co-founder of Discord. He's an American-French businessman who was born September 21st, 1984. He's only 2 years younger than me, so he's just barely in his 40s, 41. Well, it's growing. 109 for four shorts is not bad. The Libra. Well, not a lot older. But fairly. Not a lot. Aren't you a 70s baby? So you know that. That's not much older. Okay, boomer. Yeah, you're only 10 years older than me. Nothing wrong with that. Nothing at all. I use Midjourney for my sticker store, my Etsy and Redbubble store, which I don't push a whole lot anymore, but Midjourney's a whole lot smarter now on AI than it was this time last year, even because last year you couldn't even put names in a like on signs and stuff. But you throw me the bird. That's funny. It's funny. Come on, Judge. We know we saw you sit down and they told us what was going on. So just let us have the bad news. Nightbot. Nightbot. Nightbot, they are going to finish up with the end of the trial in about 3 or 4 minutes. They've already ended trial for the day. So, yep. They've already ended the trial for the day. We're just waiting to get the little last snippets of it, and then we're done. Good to see you. That we were playing True Crime Addict's new song. Oh, we're hardly working over here today. It's a slow day.
She's a Portugal soul in the UK, rolling dough.
Oh, there we go. Here we go.
Day by day.
Yeah, we won't be here much longer. Go and make that girl some soup or something.
Thank you all for your patience as we go about this trial. I want to instruct you to disregard the last comments that you heard. I also want to just remind you, as I've stated from the outset of this trial, that I'm the sole judge of the law in this case. And while you, the jury, sit as the sole judge of the facts, and part of my role is to make determinations about what evidence can and cannot be admitted and presented to you, the jury, and that gatekeeping role rests solely with me, the judge on the law. And I want to instruct you that you're not to consider any testimony that I have instructed you to disregard, and furthermore, you should not even mention or discuss any testimony that I have instructed you to disregard. And I instruct you not to discuss any topics that have been ruled improper when you deliberate. Thank you. Mr. Moore.
Zach, just got a few more questions. So, after you left Cambridge, isn't it true that you rode your bike back to your truck, which was parked within the vicinity? Isn't that true?
Yes.
And then you drove your truck back to the mountain house. Isn't that true?
That's true.
After you got to the mountain house, isn't it true that you disposed of the gun and the knife in a nearby lake? Isn't that true?
Yes, that is true.
And isn't it true that the clothes you were wearing, that you burned those clothes in a fire pit at the mountain house? Isn't that true?
Yes.
I want to talk about towards the end of October, beginning of November. Isn't it true that at the very beginning of November 2021, you had obtained a plane ticket to fly overseas? Isn't that true?
Yes, that's true.
And you were going to go overseas departing from Detroit. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
And while you were in Detroit, isn't it true that you received a phone call making you aware that there were warrants pending for your arrest?
That is true.
And after you were notified of the pending warrants, isn't it true that you rented a car, drove back in the middle of the night to Greenville, and ultimately turned yourself in? Isn't that true?
Yes, that is true.
1 second, Kyle. Kyle, anything else?
Okay. At this moment, well, can I see Councilor?
Is he bonded out right now? Well, except for what he just got held for contempt, but is he bonded out right now awaiting trial, or has he been in jail this whole time? Clearly. He sits there so stoic and like kind of side eyes him a little bit. Is he? Okay. Okay, that makes sense.
I understand.
You may step down and back into your cell. Okay.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to break for the day, and I'm going to ask that y'all return at 10:30 tomorrow morning. I'm hoping that we're not going to have bad weather, but just potentially that will give a little extra time, and also for me to take up a few things that I need to do with the attorneys. I want to again thank you on behalf of the state of South Carolina and Greenville County for your service. I am so grateful for your attentiveness and abiding by all my admonitions to you. And again, I just remind you, do not watch anything on this. Do not discuss this. Do not begin deliberating until I tell you. Okay? I hope you all have a wonderful evening. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, there we have it. They'll be back at 10:30 tomorrow. That's 9:30 my time. 9:30 Central, 10:30 Eastern. Isn't it like 5:30 your time, Nightbot? 5:30-ish? All these trials come on so late for you guys. I think, what are you, 6 or 7 hours in front of them? Oh, the tariff. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. That makes sense. All right, guys. 5 hours ahead. Okay, I wasn't sure. 4:30. 4:30. Yeah, we still have daylight savings time, so sometimes it's 1 hour here and 1 hour there. Sometimes it's 5 hours, sometimes it's 7 or something. I don't know. I can't remember. A friend of ours used to get online and play games with us a lot, and he would be 5 or 6 hours in front of us. A ban on McDonald's, that's terrible. You guys are great. You guys are great. I'm sure that she will feel better tomorrow. If not, I'm sure Nightbot, you're working hard or something, huh? You're just so hardworking and got so much going on. Give Katia our love. She has been a member of her own channel for a whole month. Congratulations to her. K-Swan, thank you. Thank you guys for hanging out with me. If there's nothing else, I'm gonna play her little outro, and then I will see you guys probably tomorrow. You guys have a good one.
Behind every crime lies a story waiting to be uncovered, from chilling mysteries to untold truth. This is where the darkness comes to light.
Green buzz lights up the air, faces tense as stories tear, truth and lies like a tango dance. Justice here takes no chance. Gavel strikes, hearts beat fast. Witness takes stand, shadows cast. Whispers loud like wildfire spread. In this game, none's ahead.